Can you show me? I don't recall, that's what it says here on this paper. Don't remember it at all. But dials, deletions, 227 search, hoes, Laundered, dying cold. You ask, gonna knock you off your perch. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. The story keeps changing, evolves. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. They threw Karen Reed to the wolves. Nothing nefarious about calling Sister Coco. Alan Jackson tried to turn the surgeon loco. Took a drive to see Sergeant Lang. The morning after that dark night, it's called a shame. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. The story keeps changing, evolves. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. They threw Karen Reed to the wolves. Desperate housewives of upside down Canton. All up in the business, Jim and Cobby, she be handling. A soccer mama murderer, the cover up queen. There's only truth or lies, girl, there is no in between. The shock and the horror, the chaos of it all. There's a man passed out in the snow, we flipped him over. Yo, what happened inside? Not at all to do it out. Macabres think your story's safe, but we see you, there's no doubt. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. The story keeps changing, evolves. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. They threw Karen Reed to the wolves. Can you show me? I don't recall, that's what it says here on this paper. Don't remember it at all. But dials, deletions, 227 search, hoes, Laundered, dying cold. You ask, gonna knock you off your perch. Free Karen Reed. And R.I.P. to John O'Keefe.
Oh my God, every time. Hi, shorties. Wow, not real organized. Hi, good to see you. The dogs know what's up. The dogs know what's up. Happy Saturday, everybody. So good to see you. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Very underprepared. It's time, chat. Sorry, my washing machine's just finishing the background. If you can hear that, it's like literally on the final spin. Oh, terrible timing. Let me give the dogs ears. Let me give the dogs some ears. Let me just check my microphone isn't happening either today. That's excellent. Hang on a second. Goodness gracious. Step one, dog's ears. The pig's ears for the dogs. There you go. There you go. One less thing. Odd. Very odd. Welcome to chat. Hang on. Let me just put another song on because this isn't great. Uno momento. Another Karen Reed song. How about we play Only Fan because I need the vibe. Hang on.
Shit goes round and round. Yours Karen's innocent, only fan is outraged till the end.
Okay, hi. Sorted the audio. Thanks. Hi, pause. Welcome back. Welcome back. Take two. Hi, I have my Grave Concerns t-shirt on today from the Miss Shorty merch store. All proceeds to the couple of Karen Reid designs go to Karen Reid's Defense Fund. So hop on there and have a look. There's plenty of cool stuff. We have sneakers, we have stickers, we have notebooks, we have the dog collar, jackets, tights, tank tops, pajama pants, hoodies, Adidas hoodies, crew neck jumpers, mugs, tumblers, wine glasses. The list goes on and on. Could be the most comprehensive merch store on side bags. 10. Thank you to Matilda. Shout out Matilda for all of the hard work she's done on our merch store and on the Justice Serve TV merch store. So check it out. Now, let me say hi to some folks. Life Artist is driving to Albuquerque for the memorial tomorrow. Glad to have you with me. Drive safely, and we are happy to provide you some distraction at a pretty sad time. Big love to you, Life Artist. Hi, Salty. Good to see you. Looking forward to having a conversation with you a bit later on. So if you're not aware, our friend of the channel, Salty Sleuth Investigates, is going to be joining me at about 9 Eastern. There goes my washing machine finishing. Thank goodness. 9 Eastern to let us in on how she's receiving things, perceiving things after week 3 of trial in the Karen Reid retrial has finished up. Okay, washing machine. Yikes, such an attention seeker. And it's done. So we'll go through the Trooper Bukkake. I don't know if he's got any theories about things. Maybe someone can send him an Amazon link to buy a dictionary. Wild. Hi, Princey. Good to see you. Who else? Hi, Rach. Simi, hello. Shunned One, hi. Shelley. I know Motion to Scream What the Fuck Granted is there backstage. My couldn't live without you production assistant and friend, moderator. Blessed. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there in Australia. Tomorrow is Mother's Day in the States, but here it's already Sunday, so it's already Mother's Day. And Shunned One, thank you so much for your beautiful surprise Mother's Day gift from these bloody dingleberries. We'll open that a bit later also. You know me, I'm a crier and a talker. And I shed a couple of tears when I got home on Friday afternoon to a beautiful gift from Shunned One. So thank you, darling. That was really kind of you. I think I've said hello to everybody. Oh, no, I haven't. I'm a baffled. Hey, girl, good to see you. I think I saw Arca in the house earlier. Excited. Hey, there's a poll. Make sure you vote in the poll. Of course, we'll do polls throughout this live stream. Might be a long one, so make sure you got your hydration. I've got my Miss Shorty tumbler and the other one filled up. Hopefully I don't need the Miss Shorty, you're muted one at all tonight. Yikes. So replay crew, everything will be time-stamped below within the next, by tomorrow morning-ish. If you would like to watch the live chat replay on your handheld device, replay crew, it's very possible. All you need to do is swipe, Arc is lurking, thank you. Swipe left on the comment tab and it will give you the option to view the live chat replay. There it is, my brain. Thank you so much. Smarter Hari, good to see you. And Arca is lurking. Happy days. Now, what else? Oh, we'll have the drawing of all of the donations to the channel over the last week or so. And any donations from tonight will go in the draw for depending on how many we get, either next weekend or the weekend after. I think I'm going to make them fortnightly for a little while because I'm a terrible grifter. Terrible grifter. And we do it for the love. So that. But if you do win, you get to choose a T-shirt or top from the Miss Shorty merch store. Pretty cool. Now, we're doing it a little bit different tonight in terms of my mental overload. Lord knows, oh bless you. Lord knows it. It's been at maximum lately. The overwhelm and overload, for no real reason, just me. Hi, it's me. So what the fuck is going to be doing? Pulling up the clips, which hopefully means I'll be less scattered and be able to interact with you all better in the chat and not be so hi Buster and not be so frabazzled, right? So we'll see. We've got a couple of little clips along the way. We're not going to watch all of Yuriy's testimony because we don't have all night. But we're going to watch a fair bit. So let me see. Oh, there it is. Look at that. Yikes. Hang on. So, day 12, which was Thursday, right? Oh, my brain. Proctor was on call to the case office. Bukkake, I can't even call him BUKENHIK. BUKENHIK was Proctor's supervisor. Went to a Canton PD instead of the scene because of the blizzard, and the scene was clear. Shown broken cocktail glass, Officer John O'Keefe's phone, bag with solo cups. Yikes. I have questions about the phone, by the way. Questions about the phone. I have questions in general, but it seems if we can put some 2 and 2s together, that if you remember the group text that Jen McCabe was questioned about, examined over, and she said, we gave Kerry the phone. Well, she wouldn't have given Kerry her own phone. Whose phone was she giving Kerry? Kerry's phone? No. So, and no, none of the first responders have, well, they haven't been questioned on it, but nobody's indicated that they were the ones who received the phone from Kerry at 34 Fairview that morning. So, Yuri, right? He thinks I hadn't had a chance to watch EDB's coverage. I watched Kurt from Uncivil Law. By the way, Sidebah, Poppy's panting. She's excited. Wait, Sidebah. I'll come back to that in a second. Yet last night, chat. It was a small chat. Small chat. That's fine. Friday, everyone's busy. Kurt from Uncivil Law popped in to chat and asked me, "Hi, Miss Shorty, Saint Miss Shorty, Dr. Esquire, lady, to be on Uncivil Law next weekend. Wait, with Andrea Burkhart." I'm just saying, I've had a roller coaster 12 or so hours with the imposter syndrome. I'm going to be honest, last night wasn't the best live stream. My brain was all over the place. I likened it to the white noise in court when they're having a Sidebah. My brain struggled. So Kurt comes in to our chat. You know, Kurt from Uncivil Law, couple of subscribers, joined our 20-ish chat. And I'd already had a bit of an invitation and sort of... I was like, yeah, it's tough with the time difference, and then I'm like, oh yeah, anytime, time and place, I'll be there. So wow. No, Princey, imposter syndrome is a whole thing, but thank you. Factual lie, that will be a great show. Timely manner, hi, yes. Like 1010, love Andrea. Haven't watched a lot. I'm going to be honest. Haven't watched a lot of Kurt's stuff. So because there's just so much out there. There's only so many hours in the day. So never you mind. I will be doing my due diligence and watching his stuff, because priorities, man. Smarter Harry says girl crush. Yes. Fabulous female. Oh, I love your handle. You're being used, Kerry. Right? Yikes. Hi, Lynn. Good to see you. Oh, there he is, the man himself. Hi, Kurt. Good to see you. And Connor Maximus. Hi. Hi, hi, hi. So, oh my goodness, the dogs. We know they calm down eventually, but this is the epitome of, it's the antithesis of calm, right? Anyway, let's get back to this. Thanks, man. Yikes. Now, where were we? Other than the fact that my aging eyes are struggling. Hi, Natalie. Good to see you. Lord have mercy. Poppy, I love you. Please don't leave me. So, thank you. What the fuck? Best production assistant ever. Producer. Not even production assistant. Producer. I'm just the I'm just the face. I'm just the talent. Lol. Okay. So where were we? I talked about the phone. I believe Kerry was given the phone by the McAlberts at some point in the morning, and then Kerry handed it off to, I guess, Proctor. So many questions. So now I've got dog saliva on my arm. I love that for us. So Bukkake, Yuriy Bukhenik has a theory. No, interviewed by Jen, Matty, and Brian Albert interviewed Jen, Matty, and Brian Albert before going to Good Samaritan to see Officer John O'Keefe. Went to the Good Samaritan to see his injuries, adds bruises to arm, right? And also, how about a tiny, tiny, tiny little laceration above and below his eye? Tiny, 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 tiny. Okay, sir. Right. You look like a fool. He looks like a fool. And he thought he was being quite the clever witness on the stand, didn't he? We'll get there. So the clothes were piled up on the floor, missing shoe. Obviously, he was hit by a car. Shoe missing, case closed. On the way to Dighton, call from Jen caused them to look at the tail light. That's so sus as well. They'd already organised a tow truck, but okay. At Karen Reed's parents' house, there was the Lexus. They talked to Karen Reed, seized the phone and vehicle without a warrant. So many issues. Hospital clothes bagged and unsecure in the personal truck. Right. Hang on, let me get rid of this comment so I can see here. So we can see here. And then, oh my eyes, sneaker confusion. There's so much. This is so much. So shall we? Hi Natalie. Hi Jay. Hi Buster. Bestie. What the fuck? Shall we go into some clips? Let's. She's like, yes. Wow, I am so impressed. Do not be impressed by me, Kurt. Like, this is all my beautiful moderator friend and producer backstage with, like, she's an angel. She's a fucking legend. She's an angel. And we are very organized around here. My brain, sometimes not so much, but 100% motion to scream what the fuck granted is the besticles, just like testicles, only better. Queen of Shebas, hi, good to see you. KKK. So, motion just, hey, Patricia, hi, good to see you. What was I going to say? Brain just glitched, buffering. Are your links not working, Mrs. What the fuck? That'll be devastating. I can pull it up from here. There it is. Booyakasha. See? I told you I make it look so easy. I never make it look easy. Poppy, please don't lick me. I love you.
Got to see Mr. O'Keefe. I would approximate probably like 12:30, maybe 1 o'clock-ish.
Why did you want to see him specifically?
I wanted to see the injuries for myself.
Please, motion to scream. What the fuck? I can't with this. Can you please speed it up? Because yikes. And also, before we go, thank you so much to the Trial channel for your forever hard work, meticulous editing, time stamping, defluffing, and then putting into playlist every witness in chronological order. If you're not already subscribed to the Trial channel, you need to. Fastest growing channel on YouTube. Love. And a beautiful person to boot. So rising seas lift all ships. Shelley says he is torture at regular speed, right? And Uncivil Law says this guy is a fucking shit show. All right. Miss what the fuck?
Of the injuries, the types of injuries, the extent of the injuries, and overall condition that his body was in would be very telling. The mechanism of injury, how it might have taken place, and also the correlation of any evidence at the scene with those injuries.
You don't have any medical degrees, do you?
I do not. No.
How about biomechanical engineering?
No.
Do you have life and job experience
He doesn't
in
even
these
know what
situations?
theory means.
20 plus years of law enforcement investigating car crashes, pedestrian crashes, and 10 years in homicide.
Your role is not to make a diagnosis, is it?
No, it's
Come
not.
today.
Is this
Calm down.
information and your interpretation based on your experience important in guiding what you're going to do in the investigation?
Yes, it is very.
Do you ultimately get to Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, we did.
Okay, take us through. what
Wrong
happens when you
trial
get there.
channel, Shelley,
When
but
we got to
still
Good
good
Samaritan
trial
Hospital,
channel.
the
That's
driving
Trial
conditions
TV
were
Live.
treacherous. It took us 45 minutes from Canton Center basically to Good Sam, which would be a 15-20 minute drive. At one point I had to get off the highway because I couldn't tell if I was on the roadway, if I was off the roadway. So the guidance of trees on the side of the road through the town streets actually helped us guide the path to Good Samaritan. Once we arrived, we walked to the emergency department where Mr. O'Keefe was initially treated and where he remained. Upon arrival,
Can you
we
please pause? What the
spoke with
fuck?
medical personnel who advised us.
Now, I just wanted to address Uncivil Law says, okay, he doesn't know how to make coordinates. I learned that in fucking third grade. Correct in the Jennifer McCabe voice. I personally don't think I could, but someone in, I think it was Prita Tragos, the lawyer, chat in the comments. Goodness gracious, I've watched so much lately. Said that with Yuri's, with Bukkake's military background, his the Marines, can't remember now, something buzz cut. He would absolutely have been taught about mapping and plotting coordinates and stuff. So I call bullshit on that one. I think he does know how. It's just willful and weaponized incompetence. Like, I don't know. Get me a dictionary. Get me a measuring tape. There doesn't seem to be any optical illusions with that ruler. Okay, mate. Thank you. What the fuck? And we're off.
That the defendant had at that point been discharged from the hospital, and then Mr. O'Keefe was still in the emergency room and available for us to view.
At that
Exactly,
point, the
Salty.
defendant had been discharged. She was not the defendant at that point.
No, she was not. No.
Did you have a chance to enter a room or actually see Mr. O'Keefe?
Kurt,
Yes,
I
I
look
did.
forward to
Had he passed
you.
at
I
that
did
time?
DM you on
Yes, he
Twitter.
did.
When you walk in the room,
I did
What do you
DM you
see?
on Twitter, Kurt, also.
When I walked into the room,
You're good,
I saw a
gorgeous.
medical bed in front of me. Mr. O'Keefe was covered with a sheet, as is typical with any victim that had passed. There was a pile of clothing to the left, at his feet to the left of the bed. I observed several injuries on him once I lifted the sheet, and those were documented with photographs by Crime Scene Services, a member of the state police, who also met us at the hospital for that purpose.
so there were other members of the team that were there to photograph
Bingo, timely matter.
Mr. O'Keefe and some of the injuries.
Yes.
How many people were in the room with you and Mr. Proctor?
Hi,
when you
Karen.
were,
Good to see you.
observing and viewing Mr. O'Keefe.
Pause.
There
What the
was a
fuck?
total of 3 of
Please?
us.
Karen, while you're here, can we? I'll reach out to you. Or can you please email me, because we'd love to have you on the show, maybe even next weekend, to get your thoughts on things. I know you know this case intimately, so perhaps next Saturday night, even, Karen. Or I think you're in the UK, right? So we can go with a time that suits you. But if you would be that way inclined, love to have you on to talk to you, Karen, about what's happened by week 4 in the trial. Okay, thanks. Motion wants to scream. What the fuck? Hit it. Go time.
Myself, Mr. Proctor, the Crime Scene Services individual. There was medical staff coming in, nurses asking us if there was anything that we needed to assist us with. But from law enforcement, it was 3 of us there.
Now, I don't want you to try to give us a diagnosis or provide us an opinion of the cause.
Oh,
of
yeah,
any of this, but rather I want you to share with us, as you're observing Mr. O'Keefe in that hospital room, what are you seeing and what is standing out to you?
I saw pooling of blood underneath his head. There was seepage of blood into the sheets. There was also swelling, discoloration, a large amount of blood pooling underneath his eyelids. There was no abrasions or injuries that I observed to that region. So
Excellent.
To me,
Thanks, Karen.
from my training experience, I took that as a subject.
Not to the medical, not to any medical observations, but you guys. He just said about 3 minutes ago he's not a doctor, or he just said he's not a doctor. He's not a, what was it? A lab tech. What, I can't remember the other thing he said. He was like, no, of course not. And then he proceeds to bloody try to be Mr. Doctor. So I'm the only doctor in these streets, okay? Oh, no, wait, and Dr. Turtleboy, obviously. Now, Perry says, hi, Perry. Bukhenik hates Jackson because he blames him for making him look foolish. The reality is that he made himself look foolish. Yes. I wonder whether the weekend will give Trooper Bukhenik a chance to bolster himself and remind himself that he did a great job. Lol. Because remember, if you recall, and we'll get there, but he was so combative and so resistant and so evasive. And then I think those texts from Higgins broke him, broke Yuri, broke all of us. Lol. Sidebar, we're going to watch some of them, but on a hilarious 2x speed because it's the best. Nobody's listening to this shit.
How do you get my digits? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark.
That. I wonder. Sometimes I think Bev sees the light in all that's happening, and the clouds part, and her grave concerns dissipate somewhat as far as the defense team's horrendous and horrific conduct, But then she remembers who she is, and fuck this, I'm Bev, and I will do whatever I want. Bias Bev, I love my nickname. I wonder whether Bukkake had a moment at some point yesterday afternoon where he was like, whoa, actually, yeah, wow. I don't know whether he's that self-reflective, whether the hubris is far too strong to allow him to concede even internally that, yeah, maybe we did frame her. We'll see. Okay, carry on, Ms. What the fuck, and you're in charge of when we go to the next clip because I'm flying blind here. Go for it. Not blind. No, I've got my schedule here.
To give your
Go.
personal interpretations of what you saw. Rather, I want you to share with the jury what you saw through your view.
There was also a tiny cut laceration to the eyelid area.
You're pointing to your right eye. Could you
Yes.
specifically?
Also on the left nostril, there was a very, very small laceration there. Both were not actively bleeding. There were a series of cuts and bruises.
Bruises,
to the
were
right
there?
arm, which extended
Bruises.
from approximately mid forearm up to the mid tricep area of Mr. O'Keefe, and they were concentrated on the exterior of the arm. There was no other injury or marks on the interior or inside of the arm. There was also a bruise on that same arm on the back of the hand. It was light in color. It wasn't a profound discoloration as the eyes appeared to me. There were also injuries to abrasion or cut scrapes to the knee, I believe.
Which knee?
The right knee. I apologize.
You would first describe swelling in the right eye, and then you would just said the eyes. Could you be specific? Was the swelling in one or both eyes when you saw Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh,
When I saw
okay.
Mr. O'Keefe, the
Already.
swelling was in both eyes. It might not have been exactly symmetrical, but there was swelling, discoloration in both eyelids of Mr. O'Keefe. There was also blood pooling in the
Karen, yes.
the cavity of the eyeball, both sides of the eyeball.
Do you know about what time it was that you visited Mr.
Pause,
O'Keefe and
please.
made these observations?
Miss What the fuck?
It was sometime between.
Lynn, I know you remember. Do you remember in the Roberta Glass chat when she started sprouting and spouting of her cherry-picked anti-Karen Reid bullshit? I know you remember, Lynn. and she was scoffing at it being dog marks, dog scratches and bites on Officer John O'Keefe's arm, and I know a bunch of us were like, yeah, no, we are out. Like, miss us. It's going to be a no from me ever following this ludicrous channel ever again. Like, yikes. I was a moderator there too. Like, the shame and embarrassment of being anyway associated with with her. I mean, I don't like to throw shade on other creators. I do try hard not to, but she's a fucking weirdo. Hi, Diane. Good to see you. Uncivil Law. Kurt says, how does an 8,000-pound vehicle hit a 200-pound man and not leave a bruise or a broken bone? It's fucking impossible. Agreed. I don't want to hear any more about this shit. It's fucking impossible. It's ludicrous. It's ludicrous. Shelley, right? I love how keywords missing from last trial just magically appear in this one. Like they apparate. Is that the word that Betterow used? I think yes. Hilarious. Okay, what the fuck? Let's keep going. Thank you.
Yes. What happens? The reason those clothes are on the floor is that for medical
We
therapy,
out,
medical
Leah,
treatment,
we out.
the victim has their clothing removed for access to the body. There's obviously all sorts of equipment and medical procedure that's done. So that clothes is discarded. We knew that it was Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. We knew that it would be
On the floor?
important to aid us in the investigation. So that clothing was picked up, identified item by item, and bagged. It was in a soaking wet state with
Definitely
moisture and other debris on it.
When you are looking at Mr. O'Keefe, do you have to touch him and move him?
Yes. During our investigations, we're not simply looking at photographs.
Kurt, we're going to be here for a very long time. I estimate we'll be here till about 9 Eastern. So I'm not quite sure my brain. Well, I know about my brain. It's not quite sure. But I did also send you our full Karen Reed music playlist also. So feel free to play any of our songs or my songs and the collaboration ones called Sidebah. So that would be amazing. Yes. Well, so I love it. 10-10. Thank you, Kurt. And Mr. Meathook. Hi, sir. I haven't ordered your hologram sticker yet, but I will. Mr. 2 times Raffle winner. Welcome to all the emotes and the fun stuff, Mr. Meathook, and thank you for your continued support. You are such a good shorty. Love you. Okay, let's go. What the fuck?
Whereas we are there in the scene, we are smelling it, we are touching it, we are, unfortunately, with certain pungent scenes, we were tasting it. That's the reality of us breathing in the scene when we're living it through the investigation.
Do you wear any type of protection?
Absolutely. We wear gloves. At times, we wear other PPE.
I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Equipment.
I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Pungent. Taste it? We taste it. Apparently he tastes the crime scene. It speaks to him and he tastes it. I love that for him. Thank you for stopping by, Kurt. Come back later and bring a few drinks. We love all. We love all. Yes, Lynn says, I love my shorty shirt. Go to the merch store shop. Great stuff. It is great stuff. Love. Okay, let's go, Miss What the Fuck.
Approximately 3 p.m.
On your way down to Dighton, did you learn any further information beyond what you had known when you had left Mr. O'Keefe at the Generic?
Yes, at one point, Michael Proctor took a call from Jen McCabe, and she further elaborated and provided information stating that she remembered.
After receiving that information, is there something specifically you wanted to look at when you got to Dighton?
Yes, we wanted to look at the rear right taillight. Based on information provided, it was allegedly to
Let me stop you there. I just wanted to know what you wanted to look at.
Yes.
I don't want to relate conversations with somebody who's not here. And so you had an interest in looking at the right rear taillight?
Peace.
Know what type of vehicle you were looking for?
We were looking for a large black Lexus SUV.
When you made your
What
way
the
down
fuck? Can you
to,
pause, please?
Dighton,
Queen of
you finally
Sheba's, I'm
arrived.
not surprised.
How did you know
I'm not surprised, Queen of Shebas. I just think it was a weird thing to put in, put into his testimony. I think he's trying to elicit like superiority. I think like to elicit a response of to be evocative and to talk about. I don't know whether right. I don't know whether it was necessary, and I can't. I mean, we've heard about the vomit on Officer John O'Keefe's boxer shorts. So, and I guess, I mean, blood does smell, and I'm sure the vomit would have smelt. Most people, when they pass, evacuate their bladder and or their bowels. So it's never been that's never been mentioned by anyone. And the sense of smell is a very evocative thing, particularly in trauma. People link those things. I would have thought that the retelling of that morning by Kerry or Jen, maybe not Jen, or any of the first responders might have elicited that detail. So I don't think, or even, what was his name? Keefe, who the poor little lackey who went to the autopsy instead of this fucking guy or Mr. Proctor. So, and also, hi, Holly, good to see you. Have you missed anything? I'm in just a casual Kurt from Uncivil Law in chat again. And no, we're just at the very beginning of the journey, so you didn't miss much at all. Okay, let's keep going.
What was your next steps?
We waited for Dighton PD to arrive to assist us. Once they arrived, Michael Proctor and I exited and proceeded up the driveway. I told Michael...
Let me stop you with what you said. I want to just know what you observed.
Okay.
As you're walking up the driveway, how close to that SUV did you get at its closest?
At its closest, I got as close as me and the fence table, which is probably 10 to 12 feet.
From the 10 to 12 feet, did you notice anything remarkable about the SUV?
Yes, there was a large piece of red taillight cover missing from the vehicle.
Have you
After
voted,
made
by the way?
of a large piece
Make sure you
of the
vote.
taillight cover missing. Did you do anything else relative to the SUV at that time?
Yes, I told Michael to get close.
I'm not interested in what he did. What did you do? What did you see?
I just saw the damaged, missing taillight cover. I did not touch it. We did not approach it with physical contact. So,
did you see where Michael Proctor went?
Yes.
How close to the car or the vehicle did he get?
Within 3 feet.
Did he ever touch it?
No.
Where did you and Michael Proctor go next?
We proceeded to the front door of the home to make contact with the residents.
And how clearly did you see that missing piece? What's your level of certainty?
100%.
Did you knock on the door?
Yes, I did.
And were you invited in?
We were, but not through the front door due to the weather and the piled up snow. We couldn't open the storm door. Mr. Reed invited us into the home through the garage. He opened the garage door for us and welcomed us inside.
When you went inside, what did you see?
When I went inside, I saw Mr. Reed, Mrs. Reed, and the defendant sitting on the couch.
You've referred to the defendant a number of times as Miss Reed. Do you see the defendant here in the courtroom today?
I do.
And the person you spoke to that morning, can you point that person out, describe an article of clothing they're wearing?
She's sitting in the middle right there in front of me wearing a black suit with yellow colored metal buttons on it.
When you walked in, did you say that the defendant was sitting on a couch?
What the fuck? Could you please pause? Oh, don't worry. Princey's on it. Sorry. I was like, what's the prompt for PayPal? Yes. So, thanks, Princey. Carry on. What the fuck?
How close were you when you were speaking to her?
Within 12, 15 feet. We were in the same room, in the living room area.
Was Mr. Proctor there?
He was.
Was Mr. Proctor speaking to her?
He was.
Were you speaking to her at the same time or interchanging?
We were both communicating with her, a team approach.
I want to ask you what conversation you had with Ms. Reed. Before I do, Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Okay.
I would defer to counsel.
Mr. Jackson, you want me to give a humane practice and state that your warrants are offered? You're going to have to make a point.
Loser.
Sir, I want you to begin from.
He doesn't know theory, Ollie. He doesn't know theory as if he's going to know gold. These are tricky words for this man. It's his third language. Come on now. Come on now. Okay.
You're beginning conversation with the defendant, the presence of both her father and mother. You're with Mr. Proctor. Can you share with us the conversation that you
Mr.
had with the
Proctor.
defendant?
Yes. She stated that she's willing to answer our questions, but she didn't want to go into too many details.
Heather.
That's how the conversation began.
Hey, girl.
She provided us the fact that Mr. O'Keefe was hanging out with a friend of his at 5 p.m. at the One Meadows Ave residence, following which he proceeded to C.F. McCarthy's in Canton, where the defendant stated that she met him approximately at 9 p.m. She was drinking vodka sodas. Mr. O'Keefe was consuming Bud Light beer. After C.F. McCarthy's, they proceeded to the Waterfall Grill and Bar. At this point, the defendant was asked if she brought a beverage with her from C.F. McCarthy's to the Waterfall establishment, to which she stated she didn't think so.
No, Queen of Shebas. Do you? Do you? No, transcripts. No, no. I feel like we know it all intimately, but no transcripts. Yes. Well, then we could compare line by line. And Sherry Berry, that's hilarious. This shit dick speaks English better than some people I know. Right. Have
After
all
the
yikes.
Waterfall, the defendant stated that she dropped
Yes, please.
Mr.
That'd be
O'Keefe
great.
off at 34 Fairview.
That'd be amazing.
She was asked if she saw him go in the house. She stated no, she did not see him go in the house. She was asked about the damage to her rear.
What the fuck?
taillight.
Could you pause for a second there? Can you pause it? Because I have, wait, I have an interesting. Let me just play this little clip. I'm going to share this screen instead. And let me just, because I think it's a good spot to put it. Let's go.
Thank you. There's a debate over the shoes. Do they match from the picture to what John was wearing?
Just look at the evidence. Look at the pictures. I didn't collect them. I've seen that though.
Karen, did you see John go in the house?
I did.
You saw him go in the house.
I saw John go in the house.
Can you describe him going into the house? Which door and how and when?
No, I have though, and I'm sure the prosecution will play it.
Do you think Proctor will testify, Karen?
I don't believe so, but you've seen this afternoon how much evidence has not been shown to this jury. And we've had to work really hard. Alan's had to work really hard to organize it so that they can be presented with the actual evidence in this case.
Would you call Proctor?
To be determined.
Karen, what did you think of the difficulty in getting Sergeant Buchanan for a direct question?
It was just a little bit worse than it was last year.
Did you delete the ring video?
I wouldn't know how, and I would have no access, and that'll come out on
What do you make of the difficulty in getting Proctor's name in?
I'm sure you know why we've had difficulty getting his name out there. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
So that, okay, what the fuck, you go. I don't think I can do it from my end. So that's interesting though, right? That's very interesting that, no, I definitely can't do it from my end. It's definitely interesting. I mean, I think that, Karen, is that what you were talking about? Karen Cole, is that what you were referencing about Karen Reed mentioning the shoe? I think she might have been talking about the confusion, and we'll get there, about the evidence brought in by Connor Keefe versus Yuriy Bukhenik. And those shoes, I think it's been pretty widely debunked that they aren't the same shoes. I used to believe that it was a black-soled shoe in that photograph. I know Aussie Insiders debunked it, Aiden, Turtle Boy, so many people. So, and also I'll say hello to a few people. Maiden's here. Hi, good to see you. Vix Logic's here. Hey, thanks for joining. Thank you everyone for being here. Oh my goodness, chat. 69 in chat. 69 watching. Alert. Drop it in the chat if you've got access to the 69s. All right, let's go, Miss What the Fuck.
To which she stated, quote, "I don't know how I did it last night,"
Hiya.
end quote.
Anya, hi, good to see
Once
you.
she provided us with the fact that she dropped him off and never saw him go in the house, She was asked to provide details about her leaving. She stated that she made a 3-point turn and left. She was asked to provide some explanation of how Mr. O'Keefe sustained those injuries that he had. She did not.
Let me stop you there. Did you get an answer to your question about how he
Make
sustained
it
the injuries
stop.
or the details about the 3-point turn?
No, I did not.
You mentioned that when you were at Good Samaritan Hospital, you saw blood on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant anything about that injury?
Yes, we asked about the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had, that he had been displaying, and whether or not he had those injuries the night prior at either McCarthy's or Waterfall, to which the defendant stated she didn't see any injuries on him. But then she provided a statement saying that Mr. O'Keefe bumped his head 2 nights prior and asked her about it, which to me it seemed kind of strange. But
without the commentary.
Without the commentary, sir.
Mr. O'Keefe had bumped his head 2 nights prior, and that he had asked about it or she had asked about it?
She stated that he had bumped his head 2 nights prior, and Mr. O'Keefe asked her about it.
Did she say when Mr. O'Keefe asked her about the bump on his head from the few nights before?
No, she did not.
What? I missed this bit when it was
Did the
live.
conversation conclude?
Yes, it did.
After the conversation concluded, what was your next step?
Once the conversation concluded, the defendant was advised that her vehicle is being seized, and her cell phone was also seized.
Were there any other items at that point that you were seizing other than the cell phone and the vehicle?
Not from that location, no.
Did you have a warrant at that point?
We did not, no.
Did you have authority to seize items prior to having a warrant?
I'll allow that.
Well, what is the process when you want to obtain items but you don't have a warrant? What process do you go through?
We seize them to prevent any alteration, destruction of the evidence that could be contained on those items pending a warrant. They are secured. They're not touched or processed by us. The process of obtaining
Or entered
a warrant,
into evidence.
Includes writing an affidavit justifying.
Yeah, we don't need to hear any of this part.
Understood.
We just don't need to hear
Did you
mostly
ultimately,
anything you say, Bukkake.
obtain both the phone and
Hey, what the fuck? Do you want to speed it up just a little bit? I'm just worried we're going to be not through because I make you pause all the time. So I reckon we might speed her up a little bit. It's not like either of them talk quickly. And thank you. Yes. Do it all on 1.25 at least.
June 29th, 2022, at the hospital, you obtained some items.
Yes, sir.
1.5 is fine with me. But if chat says 1.5 is too fast, we can slow it
So I
down.
want to talk about the progress of those items from when you first obtained them until today. You mentioned that there were clothes that you obtained at the hospital of Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes, sir.
And you shared with us that they were wet. You put them in bags.
Yes, sir.
That night, where did those clothes go when you left the hospital?
Those clothes, while bagged up, they remained in the back cab portion behind my driver's seat of my pickup truck on the floorboard.
Where did you bring them that night?
That bag containing all those clothing traveled with me around the area as we investigated, and then after the debrief at Canton PD, we brought them directly here to the Canton office of the district attorney.
Did you have those items with you at the Canton Police Department?
They were in my truck. I didn't bring them into the
Did you have any name in your truck while you were in the Canton Police Department?
Once I placed that bag in the back of my truck, I did not touch it until I removed it from the truck at the Canton district attorney's office.
Thank you, Karen.
To bring it in.
When did you remove it from your truck and bring it into the district attorney's office?
Probably around 8 p.m. on the 29th of January 2022.
When you brought the clothes inside, where did you bring them?
We brought them to the temporary evidence processing area within the district attorney's office in the state police section of the office where we have our desks and workspaces. There's a designated area for at the time for.
I wonder if he's just making shit up as he goes along, or if he thought this stuff. Like, we've never heard that head thing. Whoa, what? Yeah. His first language is bollocks, says Made in UK. I'm in the process of writing a song, a Yuri song. It's shit. It's at the moment it's got far too many words in it. I've got to pare it right down. But I used third language, but truth isn't one. 3 languages, but the truth isn't one, because clearly. All right, let's keep going.
Evidence processing.
What did you do with the clothes once you got them into the secure area in the district attorney's office?
Once the clothing was in that secure area, we had to lay them out to dry.
What you did.
I had
Hi,
to lay them
Gerda.
out to
South
dry 'em.
Africa
So
girl.
I took a butcher paper, laid it out on the floor, and each item I removed and laid out onto that butcher paper to dry.
Was anybody with you helping you?
Yes.
Pause.
Who's
What
that?
the fuck?
Michael Proctor.
Good point, Holly. How did his truck not stink to high hell? I mean, maybe he's just a gross little human. Maybe he's just a vile little man. But, right? I thought about that when I was listening to this testimony. I mean, we know that we already knew that he kept the Officer John O'Keefe's clothes in his truck for hours in a sodden pile. Or no, all in a bag in a sodden pile. But when he's talking about just before about the aromas, the pungent nature of evidence like that, yuck, like gross. All right, you can get going, Miss What the Fuck. Thank you.
Why did you lay out the clothing items one by one separately?
Each clothing item needs to dry naturally and prevent moisture from being trapped. That moisture, if trapped, could develop mold and damage any DNA evidence that we could retrieve. Scientists could retrieve from the item. To prevent that, we dried each item individually, separating each item for better airflow.
How long did it take for those items to dry?
Several days.
And were they in that secure area on the butcher paper for several days?
Yes, sir.
Are there times when that separate area was left alone, nobody watching?
Yes, sir.
Were those clothes ultimately moved from that area?
Hi, Jody. Good to see you.
Removed, yes.
Did you personally remove them from that area?
No, I did not.
Did you know if they were bagged and put into evidence?
I do know they were bagged and put into evidence.
Is there an evidence locker at that office?
Yes, there is.
Is it a secure area?
Yes, it is.
Does every officer or trooper have access to that evidence room?
No, they didn't.
Did you again see those items at a later date?
Yes, I did.
And have you seen those items since?
Yes, I have.
It does feel a lot like everything he says is a lie, right? Everything he says. That's what I thought. Wouldn't the bag of paper break down? Exactly. Where are John's socks? I mean, we saw them in that photo. Oh, it's late. It's like coming up. The socks are still on John's feet when Alan Jackson shows him that picture, and we get to see that, and John's still wearing his socks. What, did they just leave his socks on his feet? Was he buried in those socks? Did they just throw the socks out? Where are the fucking socks? Exactly. Exactly. Okay, let's go, Miss What the Fuck.
Conversations with the CERT team and other members of the team that a sneaker was found at 34 Fairview?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen the photographs relative to that sneaker?
Yes, I have.
And you mentioned when you were at the hospital, there was a sneaker? One?
Yes.
Do you have that sneaker with you?
I do.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
You want to move this item to evidence? Could I have the court's permission for the trooper to show you the code?
Exactly, Princey. We're of the opinion that the socks were that his clothes. I'm of the opinion it's kind of a general consensus that Nicole Albert quickly laundered John's clothes, which is why they looked faded, because that's what Mr. Meathook was asking just before up here. Yes. Oh no, wait, not Mr. Meathook, Maiden. And that's why the blood stains were sort of faded and washed out, but not completely gone. They looked to me like a quick rinse cycle. And then I think that could be why his clothes were soaking wet, not from the snow, but from this, from the laundering. I mean, we'll never know, right? Yes. Okay, thanks. What the fuck?
Trooper, is that the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
No, this is the sneaker from 34 Fairview.
Can I have that marked? What is that, a left or a right sneaker, sir?
This is the left sneaker. Excuse me, this is the right sneaker.
Exactly, timely manner. Oh God! Like, imagine, like, suck it, Karen Reed. I'm wearing those socks. You want to know where the socks are? On my feet, motherfuckers. Gross. He's probably the gross little man that would do some stupid shit like that. Wow.
If you could put the secret back in the bag and let Mr. Vernon bring the bag over, please.
Sir, when we left, we were discussing Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker that you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, sir.
Would that be his right sneaker?
It would be his right sneaker.
Do you have that sneaker with you today?
I do.
And again, could you open that bag and show that right sneaker to the jury?
Yes, sir.
I've never been on duty, Ron, Karen, but
Sure.
It is.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Jackson? All right, thank you.
Dog fur, baffled. Dog fur.
Trooper Bukhenik, there are 2 more items. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Betty Blue, I'm pretty sure we've talked about this, but I'm pretty sure these aren't the actual shoes that were shown in that photo from the theme where they were found. It was found. It's been pretty widely debunked that they're different shoes. It's just terrible photography by, was it Tully? Yes. Carry on, Ms. What the fuck?
34 Fairview on February 10th.
Yes, I did.
Was the snow in a different state than when you last left it on February 3rd?
Yes, it had receded significantly.
When you went back on February 10th, were you with anybody?
I believe I was with another trooper.
Do you know who that was?
I don't remember. I'd have to refresh my memory.
Was it Michael Proctor?
It might have been, yes.
Could you produce 7-11, please?
Yes, sir.
Does that bag contain some of the items you found on February 10th? At
Pause.
Yes, it does.
I think Princey, yes, it was planted, that shoe. I have a feeling that somebody gave the other shoe to Mr. Proctor. Somebody, namely from 34 Fairview. And that's how he got that other shoe. It was definitely planted. Yes, carry on, what the fuck.
I move that into evidence, please. Can you describe generally the size of the items in that bag?
Can I open it?
Please.
Shelly.
Generally speaking, there's 6 plastic pieces of clear and red. And
Pause,
black.
what the fuck? The other thing with the shoes, I have all of my. I haven't bought a new pair of sneakers. I'm a shoe gal, but my budget has meant, and my expansive collection of sneakers has meant that I've no way to justify or warrant buying any more sneakers. My shoes have all been worn a lot, even the ones I used to wear to the gym and go like lots of cardio, walking everywhere when I was a competitive bodybuilder. All look brand new. Like they all look brand new. I wash my sneakers every time in the machine. Every time after I've worn them once, I wash them. They are in mint condition. So I wouldn't be surprised if John also, given his it's been asserted that he was quite the obsessive guy in terms of shoes off, no shoes inside the house, all that stuff. So if he had his good going out sneakers that he perhaps washed, it's not surprising to me that they look brand new. Maybe they were brand new. Maybe he got fresh kicks for that, a week or two before. That stuff we just won't know. But that isn't hugely suspicious to me personally. And maybe if you're not a sneaker washer, launderer like I am, it would seem weird because your sneakers don't look like that. But I've literally got white sneakers, fresh as fuck, that I've had for a decade. And I've worn them lots. It's not that I haven't worn them. It's just that I keep them looking like that. So that Sneakergate rages. Will never not rage. Carry on. What the fuck?
Items. They're in size approximately to like $50.
Without going through every one of them, can you just pull out one red and one clear to show the jury a representative sample of what's in the bag?
Hi, butterfly.
In total, there's 6 items in that bag?
In total, there are 6 items in the bag.
When you retrieve those items, did you use the same protocol of gloves in a bag?
Yes.
Did you photograph these items when you took them?
Not on this day, no.
Why not?
We had been to the scene so many times. It was the same general vicinity, and we just made the decision not to have crime scene come out to photograph these six pieces.
Were they in any remarkably different position than the other pieces? Anything that stood out, or were they in the?
I'm meaning more in general. If John was a no shoes inside the house kind of a guy, in his in regular circumstances. So I'm just saying it would track for me that he would also take very good care of his sneakers. So yes. But and also, didn't the shoes have a drop of blood on them and some DNA? So I'm not sure whether the shoes would have been laundered by Coco. I don't know the condition of the blood. We didn't see it. We just heard about it. Am I right? Maybe I'm making that up. Who knows? Carry on, Miss What the Fuck.
Where were they generally in relation to the other pieces that you had found?
They were all in the general area where the other pieces had been located.
Pause again. Sorry, sorry, chat. I don't know. Nike sneakers, Adidas sneakers, or you guys call them? Do you guys call them Adidas, Adidas? Same. Macrame chameleon. No, they don't fall apart at all. Just a quick cold wash. Boom. Don't soak your sneakers in laundry soaker because that can destroy the other stuff. No. I've got sneakers I've washed hundreds of times. That's an exaggeration. Tens of times. Seriously. Chuck your sneakers in the wash. They look so much better and they feel amazing too. Okay, enough about the shoes. Carry on, what the fuck.
On near the flagpole between the road and the home.
Was there another group of items that you found that day that you put in a separate bag?
Yes.
Could you provide us?
Hi, Mike. Good to see you.
Could you produce 7-12, please?
Yes, sir.
The general consensus is butterfly. Absolutely. This fucking guy.
Evidence, please.
Exhibit 103.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Bukhenik open the bag?
Yes.
I'll have a look, Simi. I definitely will.
In that bag, are there different types of items? The items you showed us before were appear to be plastic.
Yes, Karen.
These items are packaged.
Because, Karen, I used to be a mod in Aussie Insider, and yes, I have been on Aussie Insider a couple of times. Not in the last 6 months, but for many hours during a very dark time in Camp Shorty World. But yes, yes, I have. Not dark because of Aussie Insider. Just those weren't the best of times. Carry on. What the fuck?
In wax paper, there's 14 pieces in total, and these items contain glass and plastic fragments, some of which are also within like a cylindrical tin container that you saw earlier.
Could you show us some of the glass pieces, please?
Yes, sir. I'm gonna have to open the wax bag,
please.
Same, Vix. Couldn't imagine anything worse than heels. I used to wear very, very high heels in my former line of work, but no, sneakers, work boots, slides, slippers, Ugg boots. The end. No heels. Hard pass.
Could you stand so the people in the back can sit?
So I mostly listen. I don't see this.
Different items inside?
Pieces of taillight. Oh, is it the glass or the taillight glass? What? Weird. Exactly. Little Miss says, what is the point of his gloves? It's already contaminated, right? And they touch the microphone. Andrea Burkhart rages about this. She like rages and lols about it because like it's just all performative. They're just doing it to make it look like, see, put our gloves on. See, we are all about procedure here. Right.
That were inside that bag that you found that?
Yes, there are a number of glass pieces taped and labeled for identification at the lab and mechanically pieced together to form this one piece in my right hand, and this is one solid, thick piece of curved glass in my left hand.
And again, is this February 10, 2022?
Yes, it is.
The last evidence bag, you said that you did not photograph where they were found. Did you photograph where these pieces were found?
No, I did not.
Any different reason than the last bag?
No.
Do you have a memory of where these items were found in relation to the items in the last bag?
Yes, they were all in the general vicinity.
Excellent,
Where all the
Salty.
other taillight pieces were located, as well as the baseball hat.
How much snow was on the ground at this point?
Most of the snow had melted. There might have been some areas that was.
Thank you so much, Queen of Sheba. Thank you for the PayPal. Let me just play a little something. No offense meant, but
I'll take any motherfucker's money if he giving it away. Shit.
thank you so much. Yes, like I, you know what? This isn't the kind of channel where I'm not a hard grifter. I don't set those goals. You know, we need to hit a certain amount of fucking donations before I'll do X, Y, and Z. That's not my jam at all. I'm kind of one of the worst grifters around, and my content generally doesn't elicit people to throw money at me either. So thank you so much. Every little bit does count. So thank you. You're in the draw for the merch draw next weekend, or perhaps the weekend after. We'll do one for the last week or so a bit later in the stream. But thank you so much. I'll do the cha-ching also because it's fun.
Still present because of the excavation that took place. So very little to no snow was present.
Right, Salty? Cringe.
May I approach, Your Honor? Yes. Is that all the pieces that you have that you were part of finding or retrieving from 34 Fairview Road related to plastic or...
I'm the worst grifter,
yes, sir.
Happily.
Did you continue to work on this case?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive video from a number...
So
Michael Proctor?
I am not a performing monkey for donations. It just not. I mean, obviously, money's helpful, right? Everybody like money. Money makes the world go round. But I'm not here for that. Like, I'm not here for that. I mean, it's a little bit sad when I look at my monthly earnings and they're like, I mean, I've spent tens of hours live streaming and it's like not even enough for a grocery trolley full, which isn't much these days. Like, let's be honest, it costs a lot of money to buy things. But no, it's just not what I'm here for. So yes, Karen, yes, same. When it first came in, sorry, Sidebah, when it first came in, I was like, oh, this is interesting. I'm like, I don't know. Sit well with me. And that's all exactly, Karen. Little miss. It's only you. That goal thing is for YouTube, right? YouTube wants you to make more money for them. The 35% odd that YouTube takes. Like, get the fuck out of here. Oh, Mr. Meat Hook, you're just such a sweetie, aren't you? Thank you so much. All right. Thank you so much.
Did you write reports in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, I want to ask you about Michael Proctor. You had told us that you were working on this investigation with him.
Yes, I was.
Are you still working on this investigation with him?
No, I'm not.
You were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
Yes, I was.
When you work for the state police, you have a personal phone and a phone that is provided to you by the state police?
Yes.
The state police phone, is that a work phone?
Yes, it is.
What type of information do you receive on that phone?
You can receive communications via email, text message, cell phone, tower, voice communications.
Okay. Do officers communicate with each other at times on those work phones?
Yes, they do.
And during that time, did you have a work phone that you were using for communications?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive or were you placed on an email chain that included Michael Proctor and others?
I believe it was a text chain.
I'm sorry, a text chain.
Yes.
Were you included on a text chain involving Michael Proctor and others?
Yes, I was.
Did you receive a text or a text chain from Michael Proctor and other people?
Yes, I did.
And when you received a text, do you remember where you were when you received the text chain?
The specific one you're referring to, I was at the Logan Airport working a traffic detail.
When you received that text or text chain, did you respond?
I acknowledged the text. I did not respond through
absolutely silly
verbiage.
Lol, Micah.
And then during that text chain, did you look at the entire text chain?
No, the text message came through on my Apple Watch as I was controlling traffic. I glanced at it, took part of the information that came through, and acknowledged it with a thumbs up emoji, indicating that I read it.
Have you?
At some point, did you learn everything that was on that text chain?
Yes,
And as you looked at the text chain, was there an investigation?
there was.
And during that investigation, you were Michael Parker's supervisor?
I was.
After the investigation was done, did the state police make any finding against you for that text chain?
Yes, there were 2 sustained findings as a result of that investigation.
Did you initiate that text chain?
No, I don't believe so.
You did react with a thumbs up?
I acknowledged the text message that he sent, or portion of the information that came through on my watch.
And the 2 sustained findings against you, were one of them for failure to adequately supervise?
Yes.
And the other, was it regarding a routine or regular review that it didn't consider that text chain? I'll rephrase.
Okay.
That second sustained finding, was it regarding a review of the performance level of Mr. Proctor?
That's correct.
Sustained is different.
Was there a second sustained finding?
Yes, there was.
Did it relate to the review process of a subordinate?
Pause for a sec. Oh, I just spat with enthusiasm. Not a big spit. Don't you reckon the jury's going to be going like, what the fuck with all of this? Like, what's going on here? Like, it's so much ambiguity. Like, just like spit it out. Spit it out. The juries, humans, are going to make connections when there's no direct answers or information given. So, you know, all they can do is speculate. It's kind of wild. Okay, let's carry on.
What was that second sustained finding about?
The accuracy of the review of the quarterly performance evaluation.
You said quarterly. How often would you write reviews for subordinates?
Every 90 days.
Was there any other sustained finding against you?
No.
Was there punishment in light of those 2 sustained findings
Pause.
against you?
There was.
And what was that?
Question: will Proctor fall on his sword? I don't. He doesn't strike me as the humble, wringing his hat like a poor little boy from Victorian England, Oliver Twist kind of thing. I don't think he'll fall on his sword. What do you think, chat? One's in the chat if you think that Proctor will fall on his sword if called to testify. 2's if you don't think so. Let's keep going.
Was that punishment?
I lost 5 vacation days.
Do you presently work in the homicide division?
84 years.
Attorney's office?
84 fucking years.
Currently a sergeant?
I am.
Hoslong, Micah. I reckon we could go through to the cross. What the fuck? Do you reckon we should go through to the cross? Because it's a lot more spicy. I know that Yuri said a lot of objectionable from our point of view shit, but for the sake of time, because I'm mindful that we've got our girl Salty Sleuth Investigates coming up in less than 2 hours, and I want to get to the spicy stuff. Micah wants to hear the text messages at regular speed in totality. Not 2. So nobody thinks he's 227. Nice one. 2, yeah, I don't know. 69. Good. I love that. I'm baffled says the jury has to wonder why Hank throws out so many objections when Hank is speaking, when Jackson is speaking. Yes, although he was quite restrained in the objection status through the cross. I think that he's wanting to just like just let it go, like just let it go. I don't know. The jury might not be crime buffs like us, says Karen. They will see stuff very differently. Just being in a courtroom is very different to watching. Yes. Somebody, I think, was it Jess Machado who said that during the reading of the text messages, they were all like, if they could have had popcorn, they would have. The whole jury was on the edge of their seats, spellbound by all of it. One, but Alan might break him. Same as before. Yeah, I think. All right, let's go. Oh my.
I don't know what the colloquy means. Can you? I see.
Hi, Joe Schmo. Good to see you.
May I approach?
Yes.
Bingo. Okay, strongly agree.
Reviewing that document, refresh your recollection as to the date that those items were ultimately bagged and labeled.
Yes, based on the tag on the bag. When I previously looked at it, it appears that the tag was printed on 2/4/22.
And that would be consistent with the time that the items are actually placed in the bag.
I don't know that to be true.
Because you didn't place him in the bag, Trooper Proctor did, correct? I'm sorry, former Trooper Proctor did.
I don't know who placed him in the bag.
It wasn't you.
Pause. That's a good point to pause. Former Trooper Proctor. Little Miss asks, do you think Proctor will be targeted by the FBI, DOJ, or will they think he's already been punished by losing his job? I mean, he's definitely been punished by losing his job. I mean, do we even know whether... do we know for certains, that the Fed's investigation has wrapped up? I mean, I find it hard to believe that they would have actually told anybody that. Maybe the investigation's wrapped up and it's now with a federal grand jury. Could be. And I agree, Arca. AJ is basically making the case with Yuriy. Yes, very, very good. Very, very good. Yes, I thought so too, Micah. I listened to them on 1.75x speed and they were mesmerizing. I sat there watching. It was Andrew Burkhart's chat, and the comments she was throwing up on screen were hilarious. All right. Shall we keep going, Ms. What the fuck? 1 minute. She says, "Un momento, por favor." Yes. Yes, we hear the jury is watching intently when AJ spoke. I mean, he commands the room. He's very good, and this is it's so far. I can't wait for Monday. Can't wait for Monday. He was quite. There was one time he goes, "Objection." It wasn't a lally passing of a kidney stone, but it was somewhat quietly. All right, here we go.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant Bukhenik.
Good afternoon, sir.
I want to talk to you for a second about roles in this case, in this investigation. Would you agree with me that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator as well as the case agent in charge of this case?
He was assigned as the case officer for the case.
In that position, given the fact that it was his assignment, would you agree with me that he had a leadership role insofar as the investigation of the case is concerned?
I wouldn't call it a leadership role. It's more of a facilitator, liaison between the DA's personnel within the office and the state police. He also helps facilitate any missions, outstanding tasks that need to be completed.
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
He did, yes, that would be myself.
That would be you.
Yes.
Every case has some lead trooper in your unit, correct? Every case is assigned to someone to sort of be in charge and lead the charge of the investigation. Is that right?
Every case has a case officer that manages the investigation.
Right. And managing the investigation doesn't mean just, typing out schedules. It means actually managing the investigation, like deciding what search warrants are going to be written in certain circumstances. That's one example, correct?
They're responsible for writing and authoring those search warrants. Sometimes the recommendation, suggestion, or leadership comes from the supervisors or the DA staff, where their experience might dictate otherwise.
And sometimes it comes from the lead case agent himself or herself, correct?
At times, yes.
Every team, even back when you were in the military, you were on many teams in the Marine Corps, correct?
I'm sorry, you were speaking, facing away from me. I couldn't hear.
Yes, don't forget to vote.
At the time you were in the military, back in the time you were in the Marine Corps, every team has multiple individuals involved in that team, correct? Team, multiple people, correct?
I would agree with you that a team consists of more than one person.
And there has to be some sort of echelon of leadership on that team, correct?
Pause for a sec. Now, Gerda Cade, Miss Shorty, do we know who entered before lunch or so the Bev or Bev invited in right after Yuriy Bukhenik was more truthful? I don't know. Chat would probably be if there was anything. I feel like Yuri's I think Yuriy got tired, and I think that reading the text kind of broke him. I think he realized that purely because of his resistance to if Yuriy Bukhenik had said yes, those texts were flirtatious in nature, none of that would have happened. So I think reading those texts kind of broke him. I think he was starting to get tired. Who was it? I think it was Peter Tragos was saying in his recap of yesterday, that was earlier today, went live earlier today, that the attorneys are used to being in court all day, every day. How did you put it? They put on this. They go to bed. They wake up. They put their suit on. They go to court. Repeat. day after day after day. So Bukhenik, none of these witnesses are used to that. So I think that by the end, and lying and trying to preempt every single answer for the whole, I guess, day and a half leading up to that afternoon session would have been exhausting. He seemed to kind of just acquiesce and just, I'm not sure whether there was anybody's influence which caused Yuriy to, or prompted Yuriy to stop being so resistant and be a bit more cooperative. I think it was probably a combination of fatigue from all those things, just the time on the stand and the lying and the evasiveness. And I do think that those texts broke him, and he probably had a bit of time to reflect on his own actions. Like, well, fuck. I had to read all those bloody things because of my own unwillingness to cooperate. So that's what I think. But chat might know. All right, let's keep going.
We might have different duties, responsibilities, but
hi, Dave,
have equal rank. Yeah.
But there's going to be a team leader, right? That's a military phrase, team leader.
Yes, there is a team leader in the Marine Corps, in the rifle platoon, but not every team has a leader.
Did the team in this case, in this investigation, have a leader? Someone who was assigned as the lead case agent, not just another officer, not just another detective, but the lead case agent.
The case officer for the investigation was Michael Proctor.
But you don't want to say lead case agent or case officer, correct?
I refer to that billet as case officer.
Your responsibility as the supervisor over this particular case officer or any other case officer that you might have, or any other trooper that you might have under your supervision. Your responsibility in no small part is to supervise the individuals under your command to ensure that the case is adequately investigated, it's properly investigated. That's part of your role as a supervisor, correct?
That is one of my many responsibilities, yes.
It's partly because you have more experience, I'm guessing, than the people under your charge. Is that right?
Certainly in my position, but there are many instances where a sergeant might have less experience than a well-seasoned trooper that's been in the office for 15 to 20 years. So
fair enough. That may be the case, but under ordinary circumstances, you earn your way into a supervisory role in the Massachusetts State Police through both not just time, but time and experience, correct?
We take an exam and then get promoted based on the exam.
Part of the responsibility that you have as a supervisor is to make sure that the case is properly investigated, and that may include making sure you have the right
could
suspects,
be Holly.
right? The array of suspects that may exist. You want to make sure, and you supervise to make sure that array of suspects is appropriate and proper, correct?
In every investigation, we follow
Hi,
the
Nina.
evidence,
Good to
we follow
see
the
you.
statements made provided by eyewitnesses, witnesses in the case. Sometimes the defendants or suspects provide statements to us. At many instances, those could be contradictory statements. We follow the evidence in every investigation, and that evidence determines who the suspect, person of interest, or ultimately the defendant is.
And you want to make sure that you gather, or that your subordinates gather
Exactly.
that evidence in an appropriate and objective way. It's obviously the foundation of a good investigation, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Maybe. You obviously, as a supervisor, want to make sure, you talked about following the evidence, you want to make sure that that evidence is gathered in a way that is adequate, in a way that is
Just
objective.
one big
in a
Canton
way that is
team,
unbiased.
Salty. Just one big Canton team. No leader in Canton. There's no iron team. We're just all working together. Cooperation, y'all.
So that you can gather the evidence that will lead you to the right folks, right? The right suspects.
We always want to gather as much evidence as possible. We conduct that gathering
We
in
might
the
watch
most
it later,
appropriate
Dave.
ways possible. Sometimes there are tough decisions that have to be made where we have to either decide whether we're collecting
I'll get
evidence
it ready
A or
just in
evidence B,
case.
and those decisions have to be made on the spot. At times it's a time-sensitive matter. At times it's a decision made by a group putting their heads together and deciding on that. So I don't know if that answers your
It's
question.
23
but
minutes
that's
long,
the most
Dave.
Let's try it again.
accurate explanation.
Okay, you done?
I am.
Okay.
You're done.
You want to make sure that the evidence, as a supervisor, supervising your subordinates, you want to make sure that the evidence is gathered in an appropriate way, in an objective way, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You're also doing everything you can as a supervisor and someone with the experience to make sure that the highest levels of integrity and those demands are met in any investigation that you work on.
If there was a question of integrity, those individuals would not be part of an investigation.
That includes knowing, obviously, what your subordinates are doing.
During the conduct of the investigation, during the process of us investigating a crime, yes, we know what is going on because every bit of information that comes in needs to be shared, and we need to make sure the whole team is aware of all the evidence and information that is available to us at the time.
You want to make sure that, I'm going to use a colloquial phrase, you keep tabs on those who are reporting to you, correct? What are they doing? What are they engaged in? When are they coming and going? Who are they interviewing? Things of that nature. Basic investigative things, correct?
For the most part, you can't track every single person all the time, but this is a very serious line of work. A lot depends on it. We speak for those that can no longer speak for themselves. So we do our best to conduct every investigation with integrity, honor, and get to the truth.
If you don't properly supervise, I'm talking about your role now as a supervisor, if you don't properly engage in that supervision, it obviously increases chances for mistakes. It increases chances for bias to seep in. It increases chances that something could affect the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
That's a lot there. Can you repeat that, please? Maybe one
Oh,
section
for
at a time?
goodness sake, mate.
If you don't properly supervise your subordinates in an investigation, failing to properly supervise them could increase the chances that mistakes are made. Is that right? So
Yes, that is one possibility.
Okay, let's break it down. It also increases chances that there could be inherent biases that are seeping into the case that you want to make sure doesn't happen, correct?
They're all great videos.
I believe that human beings all have biases, but during the investigation, those biases do not affect, especially in this case, they did not affect any outcome of the investigation.
So I wasn't even talking about this case. I was talking about cases in general and your supervisory role in general. Your job as a supervisor is to seek out and make sure that there are no biases in an investigation, correct?
Absolutely.
You want to make sure that any investigation, as a supervisor, any investigation
We'll watch it when Salty
supervision is done adequately.
Well, we can watch the Microdots when Salty's here. Absolutely. We'll just try and plow through this testimony because I can imagine it was very hard for Ms. What the Fuck to whittle down literally like 8 hours of phenomenal cross-examination from AJ to find the stuff. So we won't interrupt that, but we'll definitely put the old Microdots on when Salty's here so we can watch it together because I haven't watched it. So great idea.
And professionally, is that right?
Yes, that is right.
And there's a chain of command for that, right? Meaning someone under your charge needs to report up the chain of command to you, and you have supervisors to whom you report, correct?
Yes, it's a paramilitary structure, and it is in order for the colonel to keep command and control over the entire agency of 2,000 plus people, it is absolutely necessary for there be a reporting up and down within the ranks of the Massachusetts State Police.
And you have, by the way, what's your chain of command? Who did you report to back in 2022?
I directly reported to Detective Lieutenant Tully.
Especially, you mentioned this case a second ago, especially in a case like this, a homicide investigation, especially in a homicide investigation involving a police officer. You have to maintain your knowledge and intimate knowledge of those under your command, under your charge, to ensure that what they're doing fits what you believe to be the proper protocol. In other words, you're not just going to let people loose. You're going to watch what they're doing and actually supervise them, correct?
Yes, absolutely. We are professionals, and we
yes, absolutely. We are professionals. We are professionals.
The integrity that is necessary.
You just use the word I was about to use. That ensures the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
Yes.
To use your word, that ensures the integrity of the investigation. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
As you sit here today, do you believe that this investigation, now I'm going to turn to this investigation, was conducted with professionalism, with competence, at the highest level of integrity?
This investigation was conducted professionally with integrity, and all the evidence collected, all the statements collected pointed in one direction. There was no bias influence on the evidence, on the information that was collected, or which direction the investigation pointed naturally.
Former Trooper Michael Proctor was the person who was the assigned case agent, the lead case agent in this particular investigation, correct?
Michael Proctor was the case officer for this investigation.
He was assigned, ultimately, to use another phrase, as the lead investigator, wasn't he?
I'm not going to agree with you.
Is there a reason that you want to try to distance yourself from?
I think it's funny, Miss Reed.
Lead investigator.
Mr. Bukhenik.
I am not
Trooper
trying to distance
Bukhenik.
myself. All I'm saying is the term that I use is the case officer. We're simply case managers. There's no leading investigation in any direction.
So, in your mind, let me ask you this: is case officer another word for that? Synonym to be an investigator, right? He's a detective investigator, right?
He is a detective, yes.
And he was the one who was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police because of his on-call status that night, that morning, January 29, 2022. He was assigned to the case. Correct?
Michael.
Assigned to the case. That's all I'm asking.
Well, you said a lot before that, so.
I said he was assigned to the case. What I said before that, January 29, 2022, he was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police as the case officer for this case. Correct?
No.
Who was?
He was assigned to be on call a month prior. Just because
Get
he was
the
on
fuck
call,
out of here.
he was assigned the case as a result. He was not assigned the case right there and then, because his assignment began much earlier in the day.
He was on call.
He was.
Correct?
He was.
Because he was on call, any case that happened to come in would be assigned to whom?
To the on-call trooper that's on the schedule.
Which was whom?
It was Michael Proctor.
Thank you for your service, Dave. This must be
Let me ask you
infuriating
this.
for you.
Do you believe that Michael Proctor, his involvement in this case,
Colors,
taints
go back to
the
sleep.
investigation? Tainted the investigation?
No.
Not at all.
The investigation was done with honor, integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction only.
Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor?
Is that a question? I'm sorry.
Sure is. Everything I said is
Ooh.
honor and integrity by Michael Proctor? Sorry.
So stay into the comment. Go ahead and ask it again. Ms.
I'll ask again. You said honor and integrity.
Thanks,
Honor and
Beachy.
integrity by Michael Proctor?
All right.
Thank you so much, Beachy. You're in the draw for next week or maybe the week after. We'll see. Merch draw. Thank you so much. And also, Maiden, just before I saw in chat, but I didn't want to interrupt the video, asked, what are we talking about with Salty Sleuth Investigates later? Well, Maiden, I'm glad you asked. Salty Sleuth didn't watch any of the first trial, didn't watch any of the docu-series news clips. Basically, Salty Sleuth came into this trial as a 13th juror. She's streaming the trial on her channel, and if you're not already subscribed to Salty Sleuth Investigates, please do. Great content. A lot of Coburger stuff, Delphi, and Laurie Velo Daybell, and right now it's Karen Reed all day long, but also some other stuff. I think tomorrow morning, Salty, you've got is it a Coburger thing? Anyway, we'll talk about that later. But we had Salty on 2 weeks ago at the end of week 1 to talk about what insights she was gaining as that sort of fresh set of eyes into the trial, and we're circling back around to see where she's at this point at the end of week 3. I'll be really interested to see, because it was quite interesting to talk last time. If you haven't watched that, it was a great live. We had a great conversation. I just thought we'd get through a lot of this testimony before we bring Salty up, so we don't have to interrupt ourselves trying to get through testimony, and we can have a proper conversation. So I mean, not trying to influence or witness intimidate Ms. Salty Sleuth, but I'm hoping that she's starting to go, get the fuck out of here. Like, get the fuck out of here with all of this. It's not great. I don't know, Princey, if we've got a prompt for Salty yet. I've been leaving Matilda be a little bit with adding in prompts, but I think Shelley's got the link to drop into chat. Yes, very interesting. It was reassuring after week 1, Maiden, to know that they're not even remotely there yet, they being the Commonwealth, and I'll be interested to see where we're at the end of week 3. So that.
The investigation was conducted with honor and integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction and one direction only.
So, Sergeant Bukhenik, you don't want to answer my question, correct?
I will answer your question, absolutely.
Do you think this case was handled with honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant?
The investigation was handled with integrity by Michael Proctor.
There it is. I haven't, terrible of me. I haven't, I will drop Salty's link into the description box of this video. God, terrible of me. My brain's been all over the place the last few weeks. So that I'll make sure it's there. So replay crew, if you want Salty's link to her channel, it will be in the description box after. And Midnight Mike, thank you so much. Thank you so much for gifting out a membership. You're in the draw for next week's, the next merch draw, raffle draw. Welcome. And I love it when a friend of the channel actually gets the memberships. Jim Jerry Gunn, welcome. When he gets here, I'm sure he'll be here at some point. Huzzah. Alrighty, let's keep going.
At least your initial investigation during those early morning hours, those critical hours, led you to believe at least that there was a possibility that there was a physical altercation, correct?
Yes.
What steps did you take at that moment to determine whether or not anybody in the house may have been involved in that physical altercation that you thought was a possibility?
That's a compound question. I have to answer it separately.
Open-ended question, which is unlike me. What steps did you take at that moment to determine whether or not anybody
What about
in the
his
house
compound answers?
could have been involved in that
What about all
possible
these
altercation that
answers?
you just described?
We interviewed the homeowner and 2 witnesses that were in that house.
You never went into the house, did you? On January 29th, at least.
I personally did not go in the house.
You did not secure that house.
Thank you, She. I'll have a look.
Which day?
January 29th. I'm talking about the morning of January 29th.
I did not know.
You did not secure the yard as a crime scene, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't conduct any search of that house.
No, I did not.
You didn't take any photographs of the interior of that house.
I did not.
You didn't ask a forensic criminalist to join you and process the house, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't set up a crime scene log to determine who is coming in and going out of the potential crime scene.
I did not.
No one actually documented the crime scene by taking contextual photographs and then close-up photographs, etc., during those early morning hours, correct?
Dave, you want to join the crew?
So the answer is you didn't do that. You didn't
You have to talk to Liz.
I did not do that.
Crime scene services section. What is that?
It's a unit, specialized unit on the state police. They are specially trained with documentation, photographs, video, latent fingerprints, foot and tire impressions, footwear and tire impressions. They assist other investigators in documenting and processing scenes.
Did you contact CSSS to process the house or the yard or the area adjacent to the yard?
Which house, sir?
34 Fairview, Sergeant.
Oh.
Do you think I was talking about a different house?
Yes, I did.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
Bullshit.
Let's stick to
Lies.
34 Fairview, where John O'Keefe's body was found. Did you call CSSS out to the scene to process that house?
I did not contact crime scene services on January 29th to the area of 34 Fairview Road to the lawn where John O'Keefe's body was found.
You mentioned that you conducted interviews that day, correct?
That's correct.
Where were those interviews conducted?
The first interview was conducted at Canton Police Department. The second, third, and fourth were conducted at a residence in Canton. The fifth.
I'm sorry, what was the first interview at Canton Police Department that morning?
Sergeant Good.
He's a shorty too, Sherry.
So
He's a shorty too. That's awesome. Hi, Sherry Berry's husband. Hi, Mr. Berry.
But I'm talking about civilian witnesses. You mentioned 3 civilian witnesses. Where were those 3 witnesses interviewed?
At a residence in Canton.
But not at 34 Fairview, just to be clear.
They were not at 34 Fairview, no.
They had been at 34 Fairview, though, hadn't they? All 3 of them.
Yes, they had.
As a matter of fact, Michael Proctor spoke to Proctor this morning while she was at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't know.
Once you with Michael Proctor,
I
they
love
spoke
it.
to Jennifer McCabe?
Which time, sir?
The first time he called her to set up the interview that morning on January 29th.
I don't know where.
Yuri makes my brain hurt.
I have no
Okay.
idea.
So if that call was made, if she talked about that call being made, that was made by Michael Proctor, not by outside of your presence.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. If there was a call made to Jennifer McCabe by Michael Proctor that morning, that was outside your presence.
Not necessarily. I just did not know where she was.
So the only 3 people you interviewed were Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert, correct?
Not correct.
Who else?
The defendant.
Is this Mr. Berry?
It's Reed.
Wait, Grubby Bear, are you Mr. Berry? Hi, Mr. Berry. Good to meet you. I love it.
It's Reed till 3:34, correct? In
In the afternoon. I don't know exactly what time we began the conversation.
I'm talking about in the morning when you were trying to figure out what was going on. You interviewed 3 people,
Yes, we did.
3 civilians.
At one point, we interviewed 3 civilians, the homeowner at 34 Fairview Road, and
That's the
2
best.
witnesses that were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant the night prior, and then one of the witnesses that was with the defendant when Mr. O'Keefe was discovered.
And
Oh,
these are
that's the
individuals
best.
that you made the assessment of either been with or shortly been with at the time or shortly before he was last seen alive, correct?
Based on the information that we had at that time, one of the individuals was with him right before he was seen alive, and the other 2.
When he was last seen alive.
One of the individuals was with him right before he was last seen alive, and 2 of the individuals.
Welcome
saw
in,
the
Grumpy
defendant
Bear.
and Mr. O'Keefe together.
And those same 2 individuals were also with Mr. O'Keefe just minutes before he was last seen alive. In Waterfall, correct?
All 3 of the individuals were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant at Waterfall, yes.
And all 3 of the individuals were also at 34 Fairview when Mr. O'Keefe and Waterfall. You had that information, didn't you?
We did not have information of
all
Mr. O'Keefe
forced
arriving
together.
at the house. He was dropped off on the lawn.
And all 3 people, all 3 were either named McCabe or Albert. Those are the 3 people that you had information from, correct?
Sirens.
Which information? We had information from a lot of different sources at that point in time.
I'm talking about the first three interviews that you did, the first three civilian interviews you did that morning. Still on the same thing. You mentioned talking to three people at a residence in Canada. Brian Albert, Tim McCabe, Matt McCabe. All three were
Pause for a sec, Miss What the Fuck, please. Grumpy Bear, hi there, new chat. Let us school you. If you're on a laptop, it's easy. You just type the @ symbol and then the person's name, and it'll give you the options of everybody who's not with any fancy fonts, but if they have regular font in their name, you'll be able to tag them. If you're on your phone, you can't tag people, but generally chat's watching chat, so they'll see. Like, you can't, for example, if I'm in chat, you can't tag me unless you copy and paste my name into the so anybody with a fancy font, you can't. But yes, but Sherry Berry, you're the best. Dragging Mr. Berry into things. I love it. I love it.
34 Fairview, when they indicated John O'Keefe arrived in an SUV. They all told you that, right?
They were inside the home when the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe arrived in the SUV.
These are the very people that would have a motive to lie if they were somehow involved, right?
Can you answer that, Sergeant?
No, Your Honor.
You're a professional investigator, correct?
That's correct.
Homicide investigator, right?
That's correct.
Many years of experience, right? Say this?
I don't know what many means to you, but
How many years of experience do you have?
in homicide, 10 next week.
Okay.
10 years.
I didn't answer the first time because I don't know what you would think many is.
Wipe that fucking smile off your face, mate. This is not funny.
Suspects ever lie to you?
Yes.
Suspects lie to you all the time, don't they?
All the time is not accurate. They lie about certain things to create an outcome for themselves and state contradicting facts or fabricated stories.
Sir.
And if someone has
time would mean
Come
that they're
on
constantly
now.
lying about everything.
Do you understand the colloquialism all the time?
I do not know the term
Gotcha,
colloquialism.
yes.
Okay, let's try it a different way. If these three individuals were involved in the death of John O'Keefe, or knew others who were involved in the death of John O'Keefe, who they were close to, they would have a motive to lie about that, correct?
Gotcha.
But you took these three individuals just at their word, based on those first three interviews, correct?
No, not correct.
You didn't go in the house. You didn't search the house. We've already talked about that, right?
I did not go into 34 Fairview. No, I did not.
You didn't ask them to come together to the station,
Oh,
correct?
Dave's on the Tito's.
That's correct. I did not ask him to come to the station.
As a matter of fact, when you went to interview Jennifer McCabe at her home, right now, correct?
He was there, and I was able to conduct the interview at the house with.
Pause for a sec, Ms. What the Fuck, please. I'm going to end the poll. So if you haven't already voted, drop a vote in the poll. Is this a more impactful, important cross than Jennifer McCabe for Karen Reid? And the options are yes, solidifies reasonable doubt. No, Jen's cross was epic, or both working in concert, in my opinion. I'll end the poll because I have another one in mind. So carry on, Ms. What the Fuck. Please. I'm so rude. God, I'm so bossy.
Were there at the time of the incident?
No, of course not.
So you were utilizing assumptions and presumptions based on information that was provided to you. Yes or no?
We work by learning information, collecting evidence, and getting that evidence to suggest what happened. That evidence is tested, and then it's all put together into the case.
Use the word to suggest what happened, correct?
Yes.
Another word for a suggestion is if something is suggested to you.
100%.
And assume certain things based on that suggestion.
What we do with suggestions, we corroborate them. A witness statement is, I guess you can say, a suggestion, and then we corroborate it through evidence.
And of course, you make assumptions.
Hi,
based on
Grass.
your suggestions, right? Yes or no?
We have theories.
Another term for a theory is an assumption or presumption. Correct?
I guess in some respect you can say that, but I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Well, you'll agree that words matter, right? Because you're testifying, so words do matter.
Words do matter. That's important.
So working off of your educated your theory, you theorized that there was an impact spot at 34 Fairview, correct?
Based on the statement I hit him, I assumed that Mr. O'Keefe was impacted.
Look at you go, Shelley.
Initial.
You got these prompts. You've got it.
Investigation we had the statements, I hit him. We had the statements that, oh my God, did I hit him? So utilizing that information with the evidence at that point that we had was a broken cocktail glass. So the theory would be, why is the cocktail glass broken? Because it came into contact with the victim. So that's why
Theory, you say.
Communicated to
Theory,
the
you
officers
say.
a possible domestic involving a glass strike to the victim. As a result, we had to go and see the victim's body and the injuries. So Mr. O'Keefe's injuries presented a certain way, and we learned more information. So the more information that comes in, the more information that we are able to corroborate statements and collective evidence that further corroborates
Pause,
other
please,
information
Miss What
is
the
helpful
Fuck?
in the investigation. That's how investigations.
Okay, so 61% of you said yes. This is the more important, impactful cross. Yes, solidifies reasonable doubt. Then 35% of you said both, working in concert, in my opinion. So then 2% no said no, Jen's cross was epic. 141 of you voted. Amazing. Thank you so much. I'll get another poll going now. Carry on, please. What the fuck?
Develop. If we knew everything we knew from day one, it wouldn't be a process of developing investigation.
So the answer to my question, Sergeant, is you were working off of a theory, correct? Yes or no?
We were working off a report of an injured male party, and then we developed the information, collected the evidence, and developed the investigation.
You know what the word theory means?
I'm sorry, English is like a third language for me. So if you can bring up the Webster's Dictionary, I can read it out.
You want to pull up Webster's Dictionary? You want to take a break over and pull up the Webster's Dictionary to define a word that you used in an answer about 40 seconds ago? We're working off a theory, quote unquote. You said it, not me. You want to go get a dictionary so we can figure out what that word means?
Objection.
All right, sustain. Let's move along, please.
You would agree with me, Sergeant Bukhenik, that if your theory was that there was an impact, the site of that impact would be incredibly important, correct?
Very important, yes.
And on February 10th, you went out to the scene and you indicate that you found 6 pieces of black, clear, and red plastic material and 14 pieces of glass material and some other plastic material as well, correct?
Yes.
You didn't photograph it? Is that
No,
right?
I did not.
You didn't do any plotting of cross coordinates, which would have been easy to do to determine exactly where each piece was found, correct?
It would not be easy for me. I don't know how to do that.
You've never learned how to plot cross coordinates?
I don't have the tools to GPS coordinate an item.
You take 2 points that are stable. You know what cross coordinates are? Take 2 points that are stable, like for instance, I don't know, let's pick something, like a flagpole that doesn't move. And you draw a line, pull a string directly over the item that you find. Then you take another stable item that's perpendicular to that. Pull that straight, put it down. That's exactly, you measure the distance between the two. That's exactly where that item, when those 2 strings cross, that's exactly where that item's found. That's cross coordinates, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustain.
You ever heard of that?
Objection.
Sustain.
Do you know what cross coordinates are?
No.
You know how to plot cross coordinates.
You just demonstrated to me.
Does that sound reasonable and easy?
What you explained sounds easy, yes.
And you didn't do that.
I did not.
You also didn't, by the way, you had your cell phone when you went out there on February 10th, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Your cell phone has a camera built into it, correct?
Yes, it does.
You indicated on direct examination you didn't think it was necessary to call out a forensic photographer to photograph and photo document where these items were found. Is that right?
That's right.
But you could have pulled your cell phone out and taken photographs of them, right?
I guess I could have, yes.
But you didn't do any coordinates and you didn't take any photos.
I did not know.
Can you show?
He knows exactly Spanish simi. He knows the meaning of semantics and he's asking for a dictionary for the meaning of theory. There's so many instances of that where he uses bigger, more complex words than theory in correct context. Semantics. Exactly. I call Bukkake. Yikes. What do we got here, brother counsel? Ms. What the fuck? Let's do it. I love this.
Well, again, eventually made his point that it was not booked into the evidence until March 14th, 2022. And then he showed certain pieces of tail light that were recovered by Mike Proctor. So Bukhenik went to the scene 3rd, 4th, and 10th. Well, then Proctor went to the scene on the February 11th. And here's where it gets interesting because on February 10th, Bukhenik said that there was very little snow on the ground. So remember, we know January 29th was a big snowstorm. But then after that, it started to melt. And then there was rain, so that further helped the snow melt. And then by the time February 10th came, his testimony was that there was very little snow on the ground. That was his testimony. That was the extent of his testimony when he went there February 10th, and he recovered a number of different pieces of tail light. right? Okay. So then Proctor goes there the next day. The next day, February 11th, he goes and he finds, February 11th. And then he also goes back February 18th. Okay. So he goes back February 11th, February 18th, and look what he finds when he goes back. Look what Proctor finds when he goes back. So let's just pull it up here. Okay. That's
the
one
trial
piece
channel
that he finds. And then look at the next piece. Let's get it to. Here's another piece. And then one other piece he finds. This piece. And you can tell these are 3 big pieces. And these are all in the general vicinity, like Bukhenik testified, these are all in the general vicinity of the flagpole and the fire hydrant. And you, Bukhenik, didn't find those 3 very big pieces, even though there's no snow on the ground. And it's all contained within the same 50 square foot area. And you searched it on February 10th. And yet, when Proctor goes there on February 11th, and the very next day, he collects big pieces. And then on February 18th, again, he finds big pieces. Some of those were on February 18th. But either way, he's trying to show out to Bukhenik, you missed these pieces. So then what he tried to explain was that you're right that I said that there was a little amount of snow, but there could have still been snow there. There could have been some other mounds of snow, and maybe it was hiding under these other mounds of snow. So when I said again, and then he just looks like he's hiding. It looks like he's not saying the truth. It looks like he's not being truthful. So basically what you're asking the jury to believe is that when I said that there's a little amount of very little amount of snow, I just meant in certain areas there's a very little amount of snow. But in other areas, there's really much more snow. You know, like it's just great cross-examination, which Alan Jackson is pointing out. Okay.
Now, thank you. I have a little something, a little short that I think is very relevant to play. Wait, I didn't get it properly queued up. I typed it to Ms. What the fuck in the private chat, and then excuse me, didn't get it pulled up. So present. God no, do I even know what I'm doing? Questionable. Share screen. Excuse me. Now, this is funny.
Nothing in those piles, and yet somehow these pieces of plastic that are larger than anything your mother has ever seen or imagined are showing up.
Yo mama.
Weeks after February the 18th. 2 weeks after the snow is nearly all gone, and we're suddenly discovering massive pieces of plastic.
So,
nothing in those piles, and yet
Andrea Burkhart was loving the Yo Mamas. Yes, love Andrea. I'll be on Uncivil Law next weekend with Ms. Andrea Burkhart, Mrs. Andrea Burkhart. Yikes! Just little Miss Shorty from Australia and 2 giganto channels. Amazing minds, legal minds, and then lucky I'm also an Esquire, right? Good night, Vix Logic. Thanks so much. Sleep well, darling. Woohoo! Yes, it's wild. Okay, so Ms. What the fuck? You can get up, giddy up, pull up, bitch. Pull up with the next one. Thanks.
Generally, it appears to be screen captures of a text message conversation.
Oh, here we go.
Micah. To having received from Brian Higgins.
It's a printout of the document, yes.
You saw something in electronic format, I take it?
Yes.
And you reviewed it on a computer?
Yes.
Did you receive the electronic file on a thumb drive or a CD or something like that?
I did.
Okay. And this appears to be a true and accurate representation of that electronic copy that you received from Brian Higgins?
To the best of my understanding, yes.
And is that document reflective of the text messages that Mr. Higgins indicated to you were between the string, as I use that word, between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
This is what was provided to the best of my understanding and now has been printed out.
Okay. With your course permission, I'd like to ask the witness to read the text messages that he was provided by Brian Higgins.
So we're going to mark those
for identification only.
You're certainly not asking him to read this whole document.
I expect to.
I'm going to see counsel. All right, so jurors, we're really trying to be expeditious as we can be. So there was a big stack that messages that are going to be marked as the next exhibit.
How did you get my digits? Question mark, question mark,
I
question
have
mark, question mark, question
two
mark.
instructions for you folks. First, you know what, Chris?
Do those purport to be text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
Yes, they are.
Does that printout accurately reflect what you received in electronic form from Brian Higgins during your interview?
Yes.
If you could start at the beginning.
Thank you so much, Midnight Mike. The Fed's just got a basket full of more reasons to investigate these clowns. Yes, yes, I agree. Wow.
I'll take any motherfucker's money if he giving it away. Shit.
Thank you so much for your super chat. You're in the draw for next weekend or the next draw. Now we're going to watch these clips at, I think, 2x speed. Crank it right up. What the fuck? Once he starts reading it, and honestly, Andrea Burkhart's the comments she was throwing up on screen from her chat when this was happening, when this was all going down, were life. They were so funny. So let's see if we can bust out our best shorty comments on this shit, because oh my goodness, he puts quite, I mean, maybe he was a drama student. He puts quite a lot of tone and inflection and animation into reading them. It was particularly on, I mean, I don't know how anyone watched it in real time at regular speed, but let's see how we go. The wheel of death. The wheel of death.
Text string indicating the date of the text that it's dated, who it's from, who it's to, and the content.
Yes, sir. The text messages begin Wednesday, January 12th at 8:27 p.m. Incoming text message to Brian Higgins' phone from Karen Reed. Hey, Brian, it's the weed whacker. The response is a question mark, followed by a picture of a 6-pack of Smirnoff ice screwdriver in appears to be a package store cooler, followed by a YO response, and that is it for January 12th, Wednesday. You want me to continue? Sure.
Yes. And have just gone on.
Yes, carry on, sir.
Smirnoff in here, that was from whom and to whom? The picture of Smirnoff.
It appears it was from Brian Higgins to Karen Reed.
Okay. If you could make sure to delineate from whom and to whom each text is
every time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, and go ahead and proceed.
Thursday, January 13th, 9:24 a.m. from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins. Did you try those Smirnoff? There is a
yes,
acknowledgement response to that text message by Brian Higgins. The next page, it's the same bubble, but continue on the next page. I will repeat. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? Question mark. I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. A Bitmoji showing teeth. And that is sent from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins.
If you could, and I hate to ask this of you, but if you could tell us who it's from before the content, for instance, from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, content. That would just be a little easier, I think, in flow.
The last one was from Karen Reed. She stated,
thank you, Candy.
Enjoyed the Smirnoff, and that she stopped by at the Hilly last night for one. From Brian Higgins to Karen Reed.
Thank you so much, Candy.
By same person. How did you get my digits? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins. The Melissa and Lito show. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed. Ha ha. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed. I thought you clicked John's phone. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed. Ha ha. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins. No way, with an emoji, expert person holding an X in front of them. I was the last person in Greeter, Canton, who didn't have your pound sign, number sign. I think even Carrie has it.
I'm going to see counsel Sidebah for just a minute, please.
Sidebah.
We're trying to make this easier for everybody.
And of course, thanks to the trial channel, we don't have to wait through all the stuff, because the trial channel clips it all out. Arduous, meticulous, fastidiously done, beautifully done. So if you're watching anything on replay and you don't want the commentary, go over there and watch any number of trials on the trial channel. But she's getting them out on the day of testimony. Girl, I don't know how you do it. I'm so proud of you. And so we don't have to wait. We don't have to skip through it. It's the best. 10-10.
And we think that we have that this document here. And also to make it a little bit easier for everybody, Sergeant Bukhenik, you do not have to describe the emojis. You don't have to say anything about what the pictures are. And you don't have to say the punctuation now that we'll be able to have it. But you are being asked to read.
Question mark, question mark, question mark,
Maybe
question
if
mark,
we agree
question
on
mark,
the
question
color,
mark, question
we won't have
mark.
to say that. Can there be an agreement with that, counsel?
How did you get my digits? Question mark, question mark, question mark,
And the
question
grade.
mark, question mark.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that. So you can just read the screen or read what you have in front of you.
Do you want me to start at the beginning or
No. Let's just start where, I'm sorry, start where you ended, if you could, please. All right. Can we turn the lights on? Can you see it, Sergeant, with the lights off?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you.
I just don't give my personal number to anyone. How would Carrie have my number? Melissa had it. I actually don't know if Carrie does. It felt like everyone had it. Haha. I knew she did. Sorry you felt neglected. Haha. So no dice on the Smirnoff? I have not tried it. Saw it in the store the other day and thought of you. I laughed out loud. Don't give Carrie my digits. Thought of me and everyone's grandfather. I won't give your digits to anyone. You don't like Carrie? I have no issues with Carrie. Just don't want her having my jack. Saving you as Karen, screwdriver, or weed whacker. Need to think about it a little. I prefer weed whacker. That's the think about nicknames. We were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show. Wanted to see if you were game. You don't have a say? Vacation? Where? I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. We're just going to rent a beach house in Fort Laud. Something quick and easy. I'm queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I'm going to Nashville next month, 19th through the 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come. So you're playing?
Shot in the head, you guys should come.
Jesus. Is he alive? Was he from Massachusetts? Yes, he is alive. Not from MA. We were thinking late March. I guess the guy in his group is friends with Old Dominion band. Kid Rock's supposed to be there too. I have a tough time with country. I was a Kid Rock fan back in the day. I agree. Of course you were. From Brockton. LOL. That's how I got my
Pause
street
for a
cred.
sec. What the fuck, please?
I did. No, you.
Thank you so much, Therese. Good job, Miss Shorty. Right, you know what? It's all motion to screen. What the fuck, granted. I'm just the talking puppet over here. But thank you. You're in the draw, Teresa. Thank you so much. Wait, my terrible.
I'll take any motherfucker's money if he giving it away. Shit.
And also, what was I going to say? Candy asked, "Did you hear EDB's take on these texts?" I literally got to the point where Bev, like in on Replay Crew with EDB, where Bev was like, EDB was speculating that this was improper and that it wouldn't be brought in. So I was like, keep listening, Emily, keep reading, Emily. So I haven't got there yet, but I have a feeling Motion to Screen What the Fuck Granted might have a little clip for us to see her react on this. There's so much great content out there. So much great content. I mean, it's got a certain je ne sais quoi that's not a nice, refreshing change from Higgy. Don't forget to vote in the poll. I have thoughts about a lot of the defense witnesses or the witnesses from the first trial. Spoiler alert, I don't think they're going to call Brian Albert, anybody. I don't think we're going to get there. So that, hi, Donkey's Noggin, good to see you. Okay, what the fuck? Let's get going with these cute little texts.
Harry said you tag along. No one would say that about me. How would I know? We all frequent the same wiring hole. I don't know Carrie well. She talks about herself a lot, but I guess so does everyone. I don't ask questions, just make observations, assess, and decide. I'm quiet. That's a good policy. You can read most people in a few minutes. Excuse me, Mins. Yep, for sure. You go out with last night? Myself. I only had a drink and a half. Sadly, I know everyone at this point. Lame. Why is that bad? DC. That's how much I go in there.
Sorry, pause again. What the fuck?
I've never had a problem going to Bossy.
I think that maybe the reason, sorry, Salty asked, isn't it weird that he didn't want, Kerry's a married woman. Isn't it weird that that Higgins didn't want Kerry to have his number? I don't think it's from in a flirtatious way. I have a feeling that probably Kerry's a bit of a busybody and that he probably just didn't want to have Kerry Roberts all up in his grill about anything. That's my take on it. So yes, but we can talk about it further when you're on in just a little bit, in like less than an hour. Salty Sleuth will be joining me. Oh, not the same Kerry. There you go. Hey, too many Kerrys. They probably should have clarified that though, right? Because I'm sure the jury is thinking it's the same Kerry. Maybe it's. Are you sure it's a different Kerry?
I go there a little. I'm a college professor. Solo is cool. I was in adjunct previously. Oh, really? Did you mention that? Anna Maria, Quincy College, and BHCC. I teach afternoons and work downtown during the day. What is BHCC? University of Southern Charleston, a.k.a. Bunker Hill Community College. Oh, nice. Trust is life. Line from Bill hunting in the classroom at BHCC. Funny. A savant from Brockton. I'm going to make fun of BHCC. My parents met at community college. Followed river rights.
Oh, I
You're
didn't
very
say
random.
that. I was
How so?
not looking.
You just are. I don't think so. What's random? Haha. I had no idea who this was last night. For a few minutes anyways. I mean, what's random about me? I think I'm pretty predictable. How so?
Hi, Dave.
You must go around beeping at a lot of weed whackers, excuse me. Nope, never. It was my one-time thing. It sounds like I'm scattered and all over the place. I learned my lesson. You have your shit together. That was mortifying. I'm still really sorry. Not completely, but for the most part, yes. Sure you are. One thing I don't think you was sensitive. When was I sensitive? To the weed whacking incident. I just snapped when I think guys are being creeps. Can't help it. I'm not a creep. No, you're not.
I mean,
nope. You're kind of a loner, which I used to be. Not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I'm tight with. So you think you got me figured out? Circle of trust. Yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people.
Hi, Gigi. Good to see you. Just in time.
When you were young, he died in March of 2020. I am so not a loser. You won't figure me out. LOL. No one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry, that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? Cancer. I know you date girls who don't lock their house behind them, and you were private and observant. I'm sorry. What kind? Lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL.
You say lol, man. It's lol.
Jesus.
Okay? Lol.
Sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. Don't be sorry. Life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Who chats? Life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry. We chat. That all you got? We chat? Sure. You're from Brockton. Spit it out. You and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting the door lock. Oh, she hasn't been out of play for like 3 months now. Out of rotation? Nah, just out of play. I'm solo. No rotation. I am not a hoe. Solo?
Thank
solo,
you,
like no
Prince.
rotation, or woman for that matter. Not locked down. Haha. Good for you. That's the best way to be. Yep. That's benefits for sure. Are you working? Remotely. Oh, tough life. Live like a queen. I just got a Saturday invite. Did you say yes? Not yet, but did respond. What did you say, Mr. Elusive? No, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. I am shy.
Pause for a sec,
You prefer to hang out
please.
with.
Karen is being proper, like, flirtatious. Higgy got no game. It's just hectic. I definitely want to get to the part about the G-string, the thong. We call them G-strings here. In Australia, thongs are what you wear on your feet, flip-flops, so it's always weird. I am not a hoe. Because like I said, I'm writing a Bukkake song, and I didn't have the exact verbiage of that line, so I definitely want to get to that, and we're not going to listen to all of them because there's still more testimony after this. But yes, if we can go to there or find there, that'd be great. Thank you. What the fuck?
Non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. Some PT, excuse me. I'm inviting you. Haha. John said, quote, Brian is being wishy-washy now, end quote. Haha.
We just missed it. Fuck.
No. John said, quote,
did we miss the thong or the hoe? Both. I'll put it, I'm not a hoe in too.
I'm inviting you. Haha. John said, quote, Brian is being wishy-washy now, end quote. Haha. Did you tell him to text me? No. You cranky now? No. Just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. Name a few. Name a few. I don't know. All of them? They all want to hang out with single people? I need a drink. I had a blueberry beer. I'm jealous. Hey, I'm trying to. Just asking. Don't get your thong all twisted up. Yeah, I just don't know what the question was. You have no impact on my thong?
There's 2 thong references, aren't there? Aren't there 2 thong references that you're not impacting on my thong or something like that? It's fine. We love it. Can't get enough.
Just asking. Don't get your thong all twisted up. Yeah, I just don't know what the question was. You have no impact on my thong? I think I try my best to do the right by people, and sometimes people suck. I'm not married, nor do I have kids. I agree. But you kind of have a live-in boyfriend. You act like I ask dumb questions. Yeah, kind of. But it's been a long time, and there's ups and downs. So at some point, you have to think more rationally. Do you plan on leaving him? I'm sorry. I don't think they're dumb. It's just hard back and forth on text to understand the question. When you ask what day earlier, read my birthday. I thought for a full minute that you meant what day did I use to watch the Brady Bunch, and I had typed a text every school day at 4 and 4:30.
Pause. Sorry, pause. Agree. Maiden says, I'm surprised Higgins didn't ask Karen, can I park my car in your garage? Garage. I can't do that. I can't do garage. That's a kind of good line. Like, I'd lol at that one. What else was going to say? Something else. My brain forgot it. That's fine. Yes, keep going, please.
I meant what day was your B-day? I don't have any plans at the moment. in either direction. Sometimes I go back and forth. Yeah, I figured that out. What's your interest in me? I assume people have been interested in you before. True. First, I think you're fun to talk to. I like sizing other people up. And you seem to be private, which I also like, and probably pretty independent too. So like, I am a ton of fun. I am super private and do not talk out of school. I'm safe. Does that make sense? I am all of that and more. Safe?
She's throwing herself at him.
Out of school with what I do or who I hang with. Do I aggravate you? No. According to John, you may occasionally talk out of school. He said that about me, but that's none of my business. With respect to what exactly? None of my biz. So then why invite me to your house party? Now I'm aggravated. Tonight's house party or last week? OMG, why? Last week. Like, why would he talk shut about me? Because we all like you. Everyone does. Jeesh. You just said he talked shit about me. He wasn't talking shit at all. He always says how much he likes you. Just mentioned Brian does all right for himself. He has not said one negative thing about you ever. I just didn't think you were that private. That's all. I am about a lot of things. Don't be so sensitive. I'm good. Oh, geez. Are your panties in a twist now? Stop. Nah, my boxers are just fine. Okay. You're not going to run your work truck through the gears tonight? I thought you were tons of fun. No, I am not. As much as I would like to. Moving on to the next call. Huh? Will you stop? You sensitive again?
Oh, God damn it, Chucky's noggin.
I'm still confused why you want to hang with me. It's also out of left field. No, I am not. Are you single? I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday?
Please.
You getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me.
Wow. Oh, it's painful. I think oh, Zach. Wait, Zach comes in at the perfect moment. Who is reading my private text messages out loud? Oh, never mind. It's Higgy. Lol. Hey, you're an idiot, Zach. Good to see you. Painful, cringe. Like Karen. Andrea Burkhart says at the end of it, she's like, I mean, just because Karen isn't a good person, I don't know if Karen isn't a great person. I think Karen's a pretty cool person. I think she's human. I think she was just talking about these cringy texts and both ways. I mean, and I was in Lauren Lumber's chat last night, and I said a super chat that said, "This is exactly what dating in your 40s looks like." I'm on the far end of 40, just saying. But it's really hard. That's what she said. It's really hard to try and communicate with people in text, and you get a pretty good idea pretty quickly from a guy that you're speaking from experience, a guy you're chatting with via text messaging on whatever app, whatever form, whatever app it is. Karen got the idea pretty quickly, right? She's like, yeah, this guy is not picking up what I'm putting down. He is not even suggesting that he might pack his car in my garage. So but wait, I've got to just go back because fuck, I can't find it now. Too funny. Donkey's noggin, you're hilarious. I cracked up. It was gross. About imagining. I don't think anybody wants to imagine Higgy with his 3 inches on top of on top of any woman. Yuck. I think it's been a long time. I think he probably has forgotten how. So that. Shall we listen to just a little bit more what the fuck and then go to EDB's reaction? I think that's a good idea. Wherever you choose a logical point to go, that's all good.
And on vacation,
we get the
gist. A few other occasions. You didn't really beg. I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? Why would I have thought you had any interest in me? Usually do it when they do live with someone. Do not. Maybe not.
I destined to be.
So you have sent me signs before? Did I miss them? John and I have had a lot of ups and downs, and we already did this nearly 20 years ago. And there's kids involved. They get attached and they get money. I don't know what the answer is, but I feel very strongly that I put my best effort in with all 3 of them and the extended family too. At some point, it gets frustrating, and my actual feelings take precedence. I get it. I'm not denying that or that it gets tough. Do you remember anything you said to me the other night? I'm just trying to explain where I'm coming from.
While you're going with that, getting that queued up, what the fuck? Barb, hi, says, why in the world did she let them take her phone and car without a warrant? Yeah, good question. I think people often try to be quite cooperative, particularly innocent people, because they're like, I know I'm innocent. I know I didn't do anything. This is why people go in for interviews and talk to law enforcement and without a lawyer, because, surely, and don't call me Shirley, surely the justice system, no, not even the justice system, surely innocence is enough of a protection. I know I didn't do this. The evidence will show. Thanks, Laurie Vallow Daybell. The evidence will show that it wasn't me. So I don't know, but I also have a feeling, Barb, that wasn't it Proctor and Bukkake? They're kind of ominous guys. Have you seen the footage in the body in the snow of, I'm sure elsewhere, of them coming to arrest Karen to take her in when they upcharged her. I wouldn't. I would be compliant with those guys. They're Mass State Police, right? Karen couldn't have known then what she god awful knows now. So did I see Life Artist is in the chat? There she is. Hey girl, how you going with your journey? Are you traveling okay to Albuquerque? Sidebah, Albuquerque, the second advocacy conference is in Albuquerque next year, and we're actually at Camp Shorty sending both Steph, our beautiful girl Steph, who's not here in chat tonight, but she's going again to the second one, and I'm going to send another. If anyone else would like to go to the Albuquerque advocacy conference, shoot me an email, because it would be all expenses paid, your ticket and your airfares and your accommodation. So let me know. Camp Shorty likes to support people who want to do good things for themselves and for the world. And advocacy is a huge thing. So shall we watch EDB's reaction? Let's.
To read this whole document.
I expect to.
Oh, wait, I need to move. Look, now we can get a sense of how much paper there is. Surely we're not.
You're hot.
Oh, I remember these.
Are you serious or messing with me? No, I'm serious. Feeling is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that? Are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here? I think you're messing with me. Why do you think that? Because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? I just think you're like me. Meaning, do you have your own kids? I have no kids. How am I like you? Hello? Aren't we alike? I think so.
Do you have kids? Nope.
So why did you get my number and reach out to me? Do you like me? Yes, clearly. Come over to my house. When? When works for you? Whoever, whenever. When works for you? I asked you first. I think you're messing with me. I'm glad you came over tonight. Me too. Ball's in your court. What
do you want, Karen?
What do you want, Karen? You look great tonight. Are you glad you walked me out? Yes. Are you? Def.
Yes.
Yes. Are you going home tonight or tomorrow AM? We kissed, right?
There it is.
Is this a trick question? I don't know when I'm going home. I am selling my house. What a trick question. Are you moving to Canton? I am following your lead with this.
Because you have a boyfriend.
But I have a property in Enfield. Why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. I just think you're like me, and I am attracted to you a lot. Feelings mutual. I just never saw this coming. Why? Because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. I was.
And this
things
is what
have
the prosecution is
deteriorated.
going to argue. That's what the prosecution wants from these texts.
Why? How so? What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? It is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died, and everything got fucked up. He seemed very into you. Are you breaking up or staying together? I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I am very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation.
Wow, there's emphasis on that.
I don't want to complicate your situation. We went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel, all over one of our friends. Whatever. It doesn't matter.
Apparently
it does matter.
Did they bang? Did they bang? Yeah, that's the next
Does
question.
that matter?
I mean,
Sorry,
kind of.
I'm just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out. It doesn't really matter. You asked why I contacted you. Yes. Excuse me.
He did a great job.
Yeah. We are attracted to each other,
Totally.
right?
Do you think
Reasonable
I'm cute?
question.
I
Yes,
think I'm
100%.
cute. Do you like me? I like you. But do you really
We
like
did
me?
kiss earlier.
I mean, we
No?
kissed.
I think you initiated that. No?
Yep.
Do I owe you an apology? OMG. No. Why are you being sensitive? I'm not. Kinda.
Lies.
No. Excuse me. Never. What do you want from me? What's on the table? I try very hard, but they are very spoiled, and they're not my family.
Oof.
My parents keep telling me I'd feel different if they were mine or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on New Year's Eve while we were away, and that has really affected me.
You said it's no big deal. Like 5 texts ago, it was just like, nah, it's not a thing. I mean, I'm mad, but it's not a thing. However, when we get into these texts about her not liking the kids, and we see the other texts where she and John are fighting about the kids, it gives more context to that.
So you have sent me signs before? Did I miss them?
She said you're hot.
John and
Come
I
over.
have had a lot of ups and downs, and we already did this nearly 20 years ago. And there's kids involved that get attached and things get muddy. I don't know what the answer is, but I feel very strongly that I've put my best effort in with all 3 of them and the extended family too. At some point, it gets frustrating and my actual feelings take precedence. I get it. I am not denying that or that it gets tough. Do you remember anything you said to me the other night? I'm just trying to explain where I'm coming from. Yes, John has showed me about 5 times the ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice, and my accent are killing me softly. What?
The prosecution's going to argue this too. And without all the mess around Higgins, the prosecution is going to argue whether or not she might have had access to the ring videos and whether or not the ring videos caught them kissing.
Yeah, he has cameras everywhere.
This is new information to Higgins, by the way, because she walked Higgins out of John's house at One Meadows after the football party and kissed him. I'm not saying John saw them kiss. I'm saying right now, Higgins is like, what the fuck? And John showed her the ring video of me walking you out Saturday. My voice and my accent is killing me softly. So I wonder if John was like, what are you doing? Do we know? No.
What?
She wants you to say it's all good. And he's like, cameras?
Everywhere. You cops. Jesus. He like, Christ, are you guys hooking up? OMG, great. I don't need your drama, dude. No, it's fine. Seriously?
It's fine.
I'm serious. You legit planted one on me. I know where the cameras are. Anyway, duh. Oh my God, Bruins. So you slick move. So your slick move isn't on there? Of course not. OMG. I almost park at the top of the street across from the red minivan. LMK when you're here.
Here.
Wednesday, January 19th, 11:13 p.m. Home. Alive?
I don't think we got all the text about her going over to his place last time. I don't remember that at all.
Can you pause for a sec?
Both ways.
So I don't remember all of this stuff either. I remember listening to it the first time going, wow, that wasn't in last time. We got the fully throated edition of these text messages. And I've started a few comments to talk about after this. So let's carry on.
We're talking? No. You sure? Friday, 11:32 p.m. Well.
Saturday 11:54 a.m.
John died.
Woo, we are not done for the day on day 13. Trooper B is still on the stand under cross-examination at lunch, and the defense chose to admit all of the texts between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed through Trooper B. The judge gave the instructions that she gives before texts come in, and she gave 2. One of the instructions that the court gave was these are not being offered to admit the truth of what's being discussed, but to determine whether or not the state police had these texts back and forth and whether or not they knew about these texts. Because on cross-examination, Alan Jackson had been asking, there were flirtatious texts back and forth. And the trooper said, I can't tell you if they're flirtatious texts without the context. There were personal texts back and forth. And I think that came on the heels of Jackson asking, well, they weren't like business texts. And he said, without reading all the texts, I can't characterize them as flirtatious or one way or the other. So then we read all of them. All of the texts with the dates between early mid-January, where Karen Reed gets Brian Higgins's phone number and starts hitting him up and texting him, you're hot, want to get a drink, what are we doing, what are you doing, well, I think you're hot, we're adults. And then there's text in there where Karen is venting about her relationship with John, because Higgins keeps saying, you have a man, I mean, my summary. And she says, it's hard with kids. I don't want to have kids. I never wanted to have kids. And now I'm fighting with someone over parenting, and it's a lot and it's difficult. And they are going back and forth and back and forth. Higgins is saying, I don't want any drama. Karen Reed tells Higgins about the ring cameras. We hear about Karen Reed walking Higgins out of John O'Keefe's place at One Meadows and kissing him and then telling him, John made me watch the ring camera back like 5 times and asked if we were hooking up. And Higgins is like, you can see in the text messages his soul leave his body with, oh my God, did he see? And she's like, no, there's cameras everywhere, but I know where the cameras are. That's not on camera. That being them kissing. They talk about them kissing. He's like, I thought I was going to vomit emoji. And they also had Karen telling Higgins, he hooked up with some girl in Aruba, and Higgins being like, did they bang? And she's like, he was a puddle, which is, I think, vernacular that we will hear her say if they introduce those clips from interviews or from her interview with law enforcement. We might see that come back. So it was a back and forth that the jury has. The defense is going to argue, I think, that, look, why didn't you look into Higgins more? There were these texts back and forth. The last text is John died. That's the very last text to Higgins. So the defense is going to argue, you saw all these texts between them. Why didn't you look into Higgins? And then the other side of that from the prosecution is Karen Reed saying their relationship's not good. They're fighting over the kids. She's not happy. I'm not married. We should talk. You should come over. I should meet you there. And I think one of the big takeaways, maybe for the jury, is
all right. We might
there's a lot of drinking going on.
I think we get there. We get it. EDB was equally embarrassed and entertained. And now, so Zach has some good points, and I have a feeling that Zach, maybe you've worked the text room a bit, sir. Now, I start a few comments because this one, Joe Schmo. Proving third party responsible shifts the burden to the defense to prove that the third party was involved and responsible. Introducing these texts not only does that shift, but also paints Karen negatively. And I saw a bit of pushback in the chat, and I'm going to push back also, Joe. I think this is it's this. I think the third party culprit is a secondary thing. I don't think you'll find many people who really see it so much in the community. In our community, a lot of people felt, and I think Chad will probably back me up here, felt that Karen's the way it made us view Karen. Sorry, I'm spit my words out. The way we see Karen from this is a woman who was probably at the end of her relationship with John. And I've said this many times before. I think that if John had lived, the relationship would not have lived. I don't think it had much life left in it, the relationship. And who was it? It was on another channel that Karen. Or did Karen say it herself that she was in another relationship when she when John DM'd her during COVID, and that relationship was already kind of running its course, and so she left that relationship to be with John. That's no, I think it was Andrew Burkhart's chat. That's no shade on Karen. And she's a grown woman, maybe a little bit dysfunctional in the kind of men she ends up with, if she was even entertaining the thought of being with Brian Higgins. So that in terms of painting her negatively, I don't. I remember thinking the first time round, this isn't great, but the more I thought about it, and I'm sure the jury are thinking about it, the more I saw them for what they were. As for the third party thing, I don't really think that that's their focus, they being the defense, but it does introduce reasonable doubt, and the way that Alan Jackson tied it all up by the end, and we've got a little clip of the lawyer, it's to play at some point, which kind of really demonstrates how masterfully the way in this trial 2.0, Alan Jackson, even in just that afternoon session of Cross on Friday, really painted a brilliant picture of reasonable doubt for the jury that this is what was going on. This is reasonable doubt to the theory of the Commonwealth, because this seems far more plausible at this point, 3 weeks in, and we'll talk to Salty a bit about it. 3 weeks in to trial versus what the Commonwealth have given us or the jury or all of us, which is next to nothing. So and I think it's pretty universal amongst all the law tubers that's what happened in the first trial in terms of going with the third party culprit as their main defense, the defense team, and this time around it's the Bowden defense. It's the improper, incompetent, severely lacking investigation, if you can even call it that. There was no investigation really. It was shoddy at best. So I guess yes, first time round, and the defense team didn't paint a very good picture. This time round, I don't think so at all. I think it just gives the jury reasonable doubt, a really beautifully painted picture of reasonable doubt. And then the only thing that A says, the only thing I don't like about Karen is her bringing up the kids to a total stranger. Women, please protect children. I think they were talking about all sorts of stuff. So when they were talking about their lives. I mean, they talked about Higgy's father dying during COVID from cancer. This was just adults talking about stuff in their life, getting to know you stuff, been there, done that. You talk about all the things. I mean, perhaps it was naive of her, of Karen to talk about the kids, but that was playing on her mind a lot. That was the big issue in the relationship with John and Karen. It was just that she was being a sort of a mother figure to these children and was getting a lot of grief from John for the way in which she was going about it when she didn't even want to have kids. But I think she probably fell in love with the children, and so was, and that was by Karen's own admissions that there was four people in that relationship, and it was causing issues for her and John, the way he expected her to be with the kids and the way she just naturally was. So I don't know about protecting the children. They were just talking. Who could have known? Who could have known? So they're my thoughts on that. Yes. KKK. Now, that sounds like a good idea, Ms. What the Fuck. Let me go back to chat. And I'll be catching up. There's a fair bit scrolled through. Let me put it here. And then, yes, magic.
Thank you. Sergeant, at some point during the course of your investigation, did you learn that the
Real quick, before we get to the end of it, or now we're kind of switching gears from Higgins, but what Jackson was able to do, creepy, whatever you want to call them. I don't know how creepy they were, but like obviously interested in your buddy's girlfriend on the sly. You kiss, you want it. You didn't think she would think you were hot. And she ghosts you. Sets that up with the text messages. You immediately, you end up in the same place. You're texting her. She's not answering you. You're seeing this happen. She's with her boyfriend. That's your buddy. You're in a fighting mood, grappling, abdominal thrusting, whatever, wrestling, whatever you want to call it, squaring off. You leave with your buddy you were squaring off with and your cop buddies. You gesture to John O'Keefe to come. You text John O'Keefe to come. He ends up dead feet away from you hours later. Not even hours. Minutes later, according to the Commonwealth theory. That's the picture Alan Jackson painted of the third-party culprit, Brian Higgins. Significantly clearer than the first trial. And better without all the McCabe and Albert BS, in my opinion. You've gotten the connections, and if the jury wants to side-eye and be like, is there a credibility issue because everybody knows everybody? You've gotten that. So much better, in my opinion. So much better. But you guys tell me if you agree or disagree. Here's what I want you to do.
So my brain just buffered. That's exactly what I see as someone who's watched both trials. I think it was beautifully done. It almost, excuse me, it almost felt like maybe, obviously there's a lot more to go through with Bukhenik, but obviously that was a nice place to end. We're going to skip over the waterfall stuff because we are going to watch the Microdots video in when Salty comes up, which is, what's the time? We got a little bit of time. So we'll leave that testimony because it demonstrates it really well. We might even come back to some Bukkake testimony in that. Now, DB says, it bothers me to hear her say that she's single because single and John was single. She basically lived there and helped with those kids. They were in a relationship, not single. Yes. Although if she's already starting to extricate herself emotionally from that relationship and sending out feelers elsewhere, whether they were serious feelers or whether she was just, testing her market value, I think is something that has been put out there. I think JFK uses that verbiage. So in her mind, though she was already, I think, kind of trying to pull back, but that was a pretty entangled and meshed. They were in some pretty toxic patterns, it seems, by the text that Guarina read. Yeah, it wasn't a great statement, but also, one's in the chat if you think that John kissed Marietta Sullivan at the in Aruba. Me. Hi, it's me. So that, let me just check the chat before we move on because we've got the Chloe stuff. Because it was Higgins reading them out, right? Because Higgins was reading them out previously, Joe Schmo. So he was quite the sympathetic character to some. Higgins reading them out and the testimony, and I don't think they're going to call Higgins either. So I don't think they're going to call Brian Albert. I don't think they're going to call Higgins. They might, but I don't think it's risky. That's why I wrote in the poll, too risky, because that's, isn't that what Peter just said. So many. I've watched so much on all of this. It's the and also Yuri's testimony after it. It's all about context. So, in my opinion, and in quite a few other other law tubers, me, Miss Shorty Esquire, it's the context matters, right? So, having Higgins reading them out and having him deny. I mean, it was pretty obvious that he did want to be in a relationship, but all of that couched makes for a different reading, no pun intended, of those text messages, in my opinion. It's a new trial. Who dis? And I think Alan Jackson has done a much better job this time of painting that picture so far, vividly. So the text is standalone, yeah, maybe, but context. In my opinion. Let's go with the next video. I'll see if I missed anything and we can come back to them. Maybe anything where I've missed on that will I think I have a feeling that Salty would like to talk about this. So how about we save any more conversation with Salty? Yes, let's do that. Done.
May I, Your Honor? Thank you. Sergeant, at some point during the course of your investigation, did you learn that the Albert family had gotten rid of the dog named Chloe?
We learned that they no longer care for the dog. I don't know if get rid of is accurate.
Well, they don't have it anymore, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what would you call it?
Giving it up for adoption, I guess? I don't know. I'm not a pet owner.
What if they didn't give it up for adoption?
I'm sorry?
What if they didn't give it up for adoption?
Rehomed, I guess?
Okay. So it's no longer with them, right?
Correct. They no longer own the dog.
Okay, so they got rid of it. It's like you get rid of a car, right? Right?
You can get rid of a car, yeah.
Okay. And you can get rid of a dog. That's all I'm asking.
Yes, you can get rid of a dog, yes.
Okay. At some point during the course of your investigation, did you find out that the Albert family got rid of Chloe?
We learned that they no longer own Chloe, yes.
Okay. When did you learn that?
Do you have any pets? Well, I'm not sure. I mean, there's an animal that lives in my house. I can't say I classify them as my pets.
Pause for 1 second. What the fuck? Because chat might be confused. So, Brandi Churchwell posted this little clip on her Twitter. It's fucking hilarious. So just listen to her and the thing says Yuriy Bukhenik when answering a question on Cross, but it's hilarious because she's talking about anyway. Just play the video.
Do you have any pets? Well, I'm not sure. I mean, there's an animal that lives in my house. I can't say I classify them as my pets. I mean, I don't, I mean, how much can you really own a pet? I don't know if I have them. I mean, if you're asking, do I feed them? Yeah. Do I, have to pick up their poop? I mean, sometimes, but that's not just me. That's like a team effort. I'm a team player. So, I will contribute to that, but I can't say for sure it's, me or one other person that does it. It's just, it gets done, but there's not like a leader of the poop picking up. You know what I mean? It's like a team thing. So I couldn't say that, I mean, if you're asking if the pets are mine, like, do I have any? I mean, I don't, could you repeat the question?
Nico.
Do you have any pets? Well, I'm not.
So that's very good. I've started a few other comments. Let me just make sure that ones we're going to save over. Let me just check. Okay. So just in terms of calling the Higgins and stuff. So Serenity says they need the butt dials, etc. Higgins phone, call at the CPD. Yes. Some of I think it was Peter Tragos, really good recap talking about this. Of course, it's risky. It's a thing that probably the defense team will have to weigh up, because here's the thing with Higgins at the moment. Higgins is all he is Bukkake reading the text at the moment. It's risky to call him because yes, they'll get because they're not going with a third party culprit as their main defense, right? It's enough for reasonable doubt, but they don't need to prove anything. So the general consensus, I think, amongst the law tubers is that it'll be a weighing up the pros and cons and the risk and the necessity. Do they though? Like, do they? Or is there enough? Who was it? Beach Bum? Someone said before that the shitty investigation, the very clear line of dodginess, will be enough for reasonable doubt. So I don't know if they're going to. We'll see. Interesting. I mean, God, from a spectator, from a peanut gallery point of view, I'd love that. I'd love to see those things all brought out, but I'm not sure the risk is worth it. So that. Okay, let's keep going.
I cannot tell you exactly. I can tell you when we looked into it officially.
When did you look into it officially?
I traveled to the dog's home and assisted with identifying the dog and investigating that animal.
Okay. What documentation did you use to identify that animal?
It was veterinary records.
I was talking about veterinary records from the Albert family?
I did not get any veterinary records from the Albert family.
The veterinary records that you did get were veterinary records that had been utilized with the Albert name? Where did the veterinary records?
The veterinary records were with the vet that's caring for the dog and also owns the dog now.
Okay.
And those records also had been dated prior to when the dog was owned by the Alberts.
Okay. So other than some veterinary records that, and by the way, the dog's not even named Chloe, correct?
The new owners renamed the dog, yes.
Cora?
That's correct.
And the new owners did not get that dog from Brian and Nicole Albert, did they?
No, they did not.
They got it from a separate person. Is that right?
That is correct.
A separate person named Riley?
That's her last name, yes.
And did this person Riley have any records showing notice of Chloe or adoption of Chloe from the Alberts?
No.
You did write a report about the newest owner of this animal, this dog, correct?
I documented my trip to the location and the steps I took and services I provided in the investigation.
And in that report, you omitted the name
Hi,
of the
Bob.
owner?
I'm not sure.
Did you omit the location of where you actually came in contact with this animal?
You're going to have to show me my report, and I don't remember.
Hi, Laura. Happy Mother's Day. Exactly baffled. Chloe's over the rainbow.
Okay. I apologize about that.
No problem.
The one slowing us down just a little bit. May I approach?
Yes.
This, reviewing your report, refresh your recollection as to whether or not the new owner's identifying information is in this report?
It did.
And is that information in the report?
No, it is not.
You've got, there are some veterinary records that you supplied along with your report, correct?
Yes.
That you gathered?
I'm sorry, what was
That
it?
you gathered along while you did?
Yes. Yes.
Zach,
Yes.
1 month.
You'll take a look at the
Time
report.
flies when you're a shorty.
Do those appear to be the veterinary records that you gathered related to this animal?
Yes, it does.
Do any of those records, any of the veterinary records, the 4 pages that you're holding, even include the name Cora or the name of the new owner?
I browsed through it, and no, it does not appear that Cora or the new owner are included in any of these 4 pages.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's 1 quadrillion% not Chloe. There's no fucking way.
You
Come
don't
on
have any
now.
transfer records
Come on
for
now.
Chloe, correct?
All
What
the
you
records are
cooking,
provided
Joe?
by the owner.
I'm going to go through a series of questions, Sergeant. If you can answer it yes or no, that might make it go a little faster. You don't have any transfer records, correct?
I wouldn't know what it looks like. That's why it's even quicker me telling you that that's all the records that I have.
Okay. I want to answer my question. You
Okay.
don't have any transfer records.
I don't know what a transfer record would look like, so
the
I can't.
answer is
I don't know.
no. Okay. You don't have any rehoming records.
I don't know.
You don't have any purchase records.
I don't know.
The only records you do have are those 4 pages of veterinary records that don't have the name Cora and don't have the new owner's name. Correct?
That's correct.
You agree, shifting gears for a second, that from the time of the event that's being in this investigation was 581 days. Aware.
I wonder whether they DNA tested this doggo and whether it's a different, like, was like, because Chloe was a mutt, right? Like, no offense, Chloe, R.I.P. But Chloe was this dog a different, like, was this dog, this Cora, a different, like, was it more of a purebred? I wonder. Remember Alan Jackson asked Kerry Roberts what kind of a breed it was? That was an interesting question. Like specifically, was it a Belgian Malinois or nah? Hi, Timberman. Good to see you. So yes.
Are you aware that more than 20 official police reports in this case were not recorded for more than 100 days from the time that the event in question was done, was being memorialized?
I did not know the exact date in delay.
Are you aware that there are 11 reports that are more than 300 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
I was not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 3 reports that are more than 400 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 4 reports that are more than 500 days from the time of the event that's being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that the longest delay of any report in this investigation was 581 days?
I am not aware of that, no.
You became aware early on in your investigation of 2 individuals named Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxim, correct?
They are witnesses, yes.
Both Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxim, about that particular communication, do you remember in general communicating with Michael Proctor about interviewing Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxim?
I do not know, I'm sorry.
Would that have been something that you would have found important relatively early on in the investigation? These are eyewitnesses, let's get them there.
Terrible.
Yes, it is important to interview anyone that's an eyewitness. Sometimes it takes longer because, are you listening? I'm sorry. You asked the question, I just want to answer.
I know the answer to my question.
Okay, so
I love
we want to interview every.
I love it. I love it. I love it, AJ. He's like, I know the answers to my own questions. I do. That's the golden rule of lawyering, right? Never ask a question that you don't know the answer to.
I have 2 words. Do it. Do it. I'd love that.
So,
anyone that's an eyewitness, sometimes it takes longer because. Are you listening? I'm sorry.
Thanks.
You asked the question. I just wanted to answer.
I know the answer.
Steph coming in with a zinger.
Are you listening? Yes, thanks. Just to make sure you heard the answer. You asked the question. I know the answers to my questions. Sir,
agreed, Rach.
He just wants the jury to see you do it. He knows what you're going to do. He just wants the jury to see you do it.
Tell me if that refreshes.
So good. So good. Are you listening? Are you listening? So I think Madam Producer Extraordinaire has just timed this perfectly. I'll say it once, I'll say it a quadrillion times. These days I'm literally just the talking head, and that works well for me because I can talk. I'm a talker. So we have coming up Ms. Salty Sleuth coming on, and Shelley's got some people. I'm sure people are going to have questions. People, you shorties are going to have questions for Salty. I have questions for Salty. We'll watch the Microdots video also. That, but shall we wait? What am I doing with my life? Who knows? Shall we do the raffle draw, then play a song? Y'all can go and fill up your drinks, roll a joint, whatever, have a gummy, I don't know, something, go use the bathroom. But we'll do the raffle draw first, then we'll play a song. Chat, do you want it to be Sidebah? I'm sure you do. The Cam Shorty collaboration, or would you prefer Free Karen Reid 2 or the OG Karen Reid? Yo, let me know. But this.
Well, now it gives me almost an indecent thrill to say it's time for Miss Shorty's merch raffle draw. Can I have a drum roll, please? And this week's winner is...
Oh my goodness. I had the same problem last time. Can't open the little thing, the little slip. I love this. It's our girl, Unbronzed Aussie Laura. Happy Mother's Day, Laura. Head yourself over to the Miss Shorty merch store. Choose out a t-shirt or a top, size, color, design, and let me know, girl. Let me know in the Discord. What's your pick? Yes. Congratulations. Yay. Yay, Laura. Yay. So that. Now, did anyone vote on a song? Sidebah. Sidebah. Salty says gummy and coffee. Steph brought the gummies. Okay. I guess generally the consensus is going to be, please, Miss Shorty, please play our collaborative song. And who am I to deny such wishes? I have a theory, and I even know what theory means, no dictionary required, that you all are pretty proud of this song, and I'm proud of us for writing it together. So let's go with that. Sidebah. If you haven't heard this one before, buckle up, because it's a fucking doozy. I'll BRB. I'm going to take myself off the stage and use the restroom, and I will see you all on the other side. Quick break, and then Salty Sleuth Investigates. Our 13th juror is coming in for a chat.
Reasonable doubt, scream into silence, war in the courtroom, verdict or violence, your gavel tales and blasphemy, Mr. Jackson ask it differently. Auntie Bev, we know your game, Hanky Brennan has no shame, the lies you thought were told in stealth, corruption through the Commonwealth. Sidebar, sidebar, pull up bitch. Sidebar, sidebar, which is which? Dream team got this.
Let's fucking go, Princey, right? Good night, Karen Cole. Thank you so much for coming in. I know you're in the UK, and I'll check my emails after the stream. We'll have you on next weekend. 100%. What a fucking banger of a song, huh, chat? What a banger. So, look, we're even a couple of minutes early, and Salty Sleuth is not like me. She's on time. I'm very rarely on time, but Salty Sleuth Investigates is backstage. And I think it's going to be a fantastic conversation. Can't wait. Without further ado, wait. Ah! What am I doing with my life? There, that. Hi, Salty. Good to see you.
Hello, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you doing with 3 weeks of Karen Reed trial? Have you lost your ever loving mind yet, or you're in?
A couple of times. Mostly, I'm like, what the hell was this investigation about? I am stuck on bad investigation. Right. I love a good crime scene. I like things to flow and things need to be done correctly. And then none of it was done right. So that's my first red flag.
Right.
It's
So
just been a lot, but yeah, there's a lot of more compelling witnesses, have come out now and put the story a little better, painted the picture a little better, I should say. The defense, in my opinion, is doing a beautiful job for me to paint me that picture. Because they have to
Excellent.
lay it out, you know what I mean? I know that it's like the state's case to prove. I get that, and they need to prove that to me. But I also know what the defense told me in their opening statement, so they kind of need to show me that as well, right? And they've laid the foundation, and they've shown me more. Let's put it that way. That
Right.
would
So
lead me
let's
to
just
believe a conspiracy could have occurred.
good. Well, I mean, good, personally
Well,
good.
yeah.
But can we?
Yeah.
Can we? I probably should have introduced you better because I
Thank you. You're
met
good.
but so Salty, you have an amazing channel, a growing channel.
Yes.
You've covered you covered the Laurie Vallow Daybell trial as a like a live trial watching thing, and that was your first trial. What's your more what up until then, what has been more your format, just so people know, because Salty does some amazing deep dives into lots of stuff. So give us a little rundown on you, and then we'll talk about you, the 13th juror, and then we'll go into your observations.
I've been into true crime, like 40 years, all the things. Eventually I was working in the Web3 world in a different capacity, managing communities and NFT teams and all of this. And I saw this little growing community of true crimers out there. And I was like, we implemented a true crime segment into some of our Discord, right? For me and some of the girls. And then I branched out from there, made a Twitter page and started from there. I made a TikTok and went from there. I didn't do anything on TikTok except release little videos and court documents, and then here on YouTube, I just cover true crime. I've watched trials for 30 years. I know all about some court TV. You know what I mean? I'm not new to trials, but I'm new to covering them. So you're right. Laurie Vallow was the first trial I covered. This is the second one. And they're giving me a good feel for how to do it for myself. You know what I mean? I got my schedule versus the court schedule. So getting it all figured out, though. And having a nice little community come in and hang out with us every day to watch it. Because I know people have a lot of choices, and there are a lot of large platforms airing the trial. So, and those chats just fly, and do you even get noticed? So I'm enjoying the little chat we have going every day. It's been fun.
Excellent. And they're grueling days, aren't they? Court days. You kind of got to be on watch.
Yeah.
I mean, I mean, I've never live streamed a trial because of the time difference and all of that. But even just as a consumer, which I guess is what we all really are, it's grueling. So it must be quite a lot for you, because you back-to-back trials too. Like literally, Laurie Vallow Daybell wrapped up one day and Karen started the next.
I think it was a day or two. I can't even remember now. They ran together, right? It was like 1-2 days, maybe tops. And I was like, okay, I was really hoping Laurie's would be over before Karen started, because I knew some of the community had followed Karen Reed, unlike me. I loosely followed on social media. I didn't watch the first trial. I did intend to. That's why I stopped watching social media on the case, because I wanted to watch the trial, because there was just so much back and forth. What do you believe, right? So I wanted to wait, but then I was, by then, head deep in Delphi, and that trial was getting underway, and I was 100% into that because of the victims and me following it from day one. So I didn't do Karen Reed and all these things. So now I'm here because I was like, you know what? There's got to be something there. This is the second time they're trying this woman. I always felt like, just from those photos I've seen of that man's arm, that I was not convinced right away a car did all that. And then I'm hearing, like, the prosecution saying she did all that on purpose. I'm like, what? They're not proving to me she did anything on purpose.
No.
So,
No. But I guess then that's interesting, because at this point, you being a juror, basically, hearing what we're hearing, the Commonwealth haven't presented really anything to the jury yet, that not even that she did it on purpose, but that even the medical examiner hasn't been in to testify yet. What are your thoughts on the fact that there's been not really any evidence presented that, even other than the taillight fairy pieces, that there was any impact, even his cause of death? Is that wild to you?
well, we have, yeah, because right now, well, no, it might be confusing to jurors, but because I do know a little more than most jurors, and I've cheated a couple of times throughout this process, I got curious and I went and watched Higgins get grilled by the defense in the first trial, which I thought was beautiful. But, so I've done a little bit of here and there looking at stuff, but I feel like they're laying the foundation for this conspiracy, because the defense hit hard on that. They told me this man wasn't hit by a car. Something happened to him inside that house. So by God, we're going to talk about what happened in that house then, right? That's important, because if he wasn't hit by a car, why are all these people pointing the finger at her and saying she did? Oh, a conspiracy was born. Why would that happen? I'm hung up on a couple of things to make the conspiracy work. I got a list of my conspiracy players and their ties, and I'm following that story that the defense is laying out. Every time the prosecution comes out, I feel like they're trying to make me think Karen Reed is a jealous, vindictive, revengeful woman out to get this man in a jealous fit. That's what they're trying to tell me about Karen Reed. And I'm like, okay, that's not what I see. Then the defense comes out and they want to show me, well, this, and this with Higgins. And now we get the text messages, right? But prior to that, leading up to everything, they were trying to paint Karen Reed, the defense was able to come out, show the horrible investigation, show the people that are going to be part of the conspiracy were never interviewed properly. They had these connections with one another. They've laid that out for me, things like that. I'm really able to follow the defense storyline right now because I'm paying attention. Like, I'm so focused and paying attention to the details that matter to me. The fluff does not, but the details do, right?
Yes. So, interesting. I mean, you were having some conversation back and forth with Joe Schmo in chat about those text messages. So I feel like
Yeah.
let's go there. So,
okay,
just within because you didn't watch the first trial, you don't have
No.
any of that as a point of reference.
No,
So
I didn't even cheat and look at any of that text message stuff before I saw it in court. Thank
So
God.
so watching and listening, the Trooper Bukhenik read those texts into the record,
Mhm.
in totality, because that was the full complement of text messages, the entire
Yeah.
thread. Whereas the last time we didn't get all of most of it, but there was some new stuff in there, like the stuff
Right.
about the thong.
So y'all
The
didn't
thong I
get the
don't.
whole context, and it was read by Higgins before, and Higgins probably a little voice of what he interpreted those words the way he wanted them to come across in the reading, I'm sure. The you know what? The thing about those texts and being read by that guy, he'd already lost his credibility with me. B, I think he's foolish. And then you're going to read me a text message thread from a cop who was, an ATF agent who was allowed to be walked through the process to download his own data from his phone, chose what he wanted to download specifically, and then that's what you got from him. And you know what it showed me? 2 more people in Canton with too much alcohol in the system doing a lot of flirting. That's all it showed me. Did it show me there was a possibility of a jealous man? Possibly. Higgins, were you jealous? That was my thought. See, Joe has a very different take, and I don't know if it's because he's a man, no shaming, or if it's because he saw it from a man's point of view. I saw it from a woman's point of view. I saw nothing but 2 people being very flirtatious, even though I knew about John. I didn't, that doesn't mean, I never once see her say anything vindictive toward John O'Keefe, like one day I'm going to kill that man. I'm going to get that man. I hate that man. Nothing like that was exchanged. It was between them 2 talking about their own bullshit and their Smirnoff and Hennessy and stuff. That's what I took away from that.
Yeah, I
So,
mean, and then when you put it, then when you put it into the context of what Alan Jackson did with that, with
yes,
regards to the waterfall video, and I guess it
yes,
might even be a good time sort of soon to watch that because it's relevant. Like I said to Joe before you came on, when I kind of like broke down what his take
well,
on it was.
I feel like the defense was trying to get ahead. You know how the prosecution keeps trying to get ahead of stuff. That's why they're bringing out certain things now, right? That we feel like are out of place, maybe. They're trying to get ahead of it because they know the defense is coming with it, right? They know the defense is coming after these messages and Higgins. Why? Was Higgins jealous? At the bar, at the waterfall, was Higgins jealous? He texted her that night and she ghosted him that night in the bar. Was he motioning for John to come to Fairview? And then he texts John, are you coming here?
Exactly.
So we can't forget all that, Joe Schmo.
Exactly.
What the
'cause the
men were
context of
doing.
it-
We can't forget what the men were doing in Canton, all them housewives and their men.
Exactly. So for you, seeing that whole, I guess that whole section of that
Yeah.
cross-examination, which was a really masterful setup.
Yeah.
I loved it. It for me, that section of cross was, even with everything I know, was probably the most clear and well laid out storytelling of
Yeah.
other than the shoddy investigation,
Mhm.
reasonable doubt. So did that make that whole little section that made you
Right.
go, oh, okay? Did that make sense to you? Because it makes sense to
Yeah,
most of
it made
us.
sense to me. It made sense to me because I have followed what they have said in court since day one. I'm not just, I sit here and literally I stream it all day, every day. I've got a book, honey, of notes. It's so bad. I could probably write a book when this is over. My notes on Karen Reed. But I've listened to everything and I'm paying attention and I'm taking notes and I'm trying to recall what others said about a certain subject if they're up there testifying. Now, well, wait a minute, so and so said that when they were testifying. And I'm able to look back and it's like, I'm hearing too much at this point. The only thing I feel like, if they're going to keep going and they're laying out a nice story, right? But at this point, is it just a story? And I'm just being honest because I'm outside looking in, like the jurors are probably thinking right now. What are they thinking, about this information? How are they processing it? And what are they doing with it? Are they considering, oh, okay, now I'm understanding why that defense attorney called this a conspiracy. Something happened in that house and he not buy this car. That's why, and he's doing a good job of laying his theory out right now. But the only thing to be able to really disprove no matter what I look at, it's going to come down to what the reconstruction accidents say and whatever medical experts are brought in about the injuries.
Right. So in terms of that I mean, storytelling, painting a picture, which was
Mhm.
beautifully done in just a couple of hours, really.
Yeah.
With juxtapose that then with the what the Commonwealth have brought in terms of their storytelling. Now, I think Shelley had a question that's kind of similar to this.
The
Uh,
prosecution's having a hard time proving what they're telling me. They didn't tell me this woman hit this man accidentally and drove away. I could get behind that maybe. But they're telling me she mowed him down on purpose, had to have known about it, and then left. That an accident leaving the scene of the crime is an accident. Murder is intentional.
Mm.
So
So
they're not getting me there with that. With even the jealousy stuff, that doesn't get me to murdering him. It's
So,
crazy.
so obviously that's what the Hank Brennan promised in his opening statements, right?
Mhm.
That he laid it all out for the
Mhm.
jury, for us, for you. Then, so
Yeah.
have you felt up until this point in the 3 weeks that we've had of trial so far that the Commonwealth have uh, painted any kind of picture that's got any sort of cohesiveness to you? Like, are you following what the Commonwealth is trying to, not just what their claims were, because we haven't got there yet with
They
whatever they're
haven't
going to bring
shown
in?
me what they've claimed yet. They've
Nothing.
tried. They've tried with the videos. Okay, I get it. They've played some videos and they've shown Karen saying things and all the alcohol talk. None of that matters to me because I don't care about when this alcohol blood test was taken because it was taken literally hours after the alleged incident. It wasn't taken at the time of the incident. Already in my mind, it's discredited before I have to sit here and painfully listen to some woman go on and on and on and on and on about a simple blood alcohol test that I already know all about. I didn't need all that in my life. That was horrible. That was the worst part of this trial so far, is having to go through the blood alcohol stuff. Because in my mind, and I hope there were some other sober jurors on that panel thinking, well, this test was taken hours later. She said she was drinking heavily that night. So what? You can't determine how drunk she was at the time of the incident. Even with your retrograde, this ain't Mercury. No, I discounted that stuff, girl. I'm like, no, that's
And
like,
also, I mean, also there's no, I think, who was it? Was it Yannetti? I can't remember. In the cross-examination, like, do you know whether Karen took any drinks? She was in a home where there
yeah.
was alcohol.
Like, it's,
Like we don't know. Like, it's basically a
did y'all
moot point.
test Higgins? Shit, he was drinking till 2-something in the morning. I'm like,
exactly.
It doesn't make, and I got what you didn't even test her. Isn't it okay? Didn't they test her at the hospital because she was going to get evaluated? Not because they were arresting her for the murder of John O'Keefe and we need a blood alcohol. I mean, get out of here with this. If it wasn't taken because of the accident, it shouldn't even have been allowed in court.
Yeah, it's wild, isn't it? There's been some speculation amongst people that perhaps the section was just an excuse to get her blood alcohol. I don't think that sort of
I
holds
thought
up
her
because,
mother wanted her to go get evaluated.
yeah, I think, her parents. So,
Yeah, so that's not that in Florida you can go voluntarily or you can be Baker Act, but there's rules behind Baker Act, So I've always thought because it was my understanding she went and voluntarily got evaluated because her parent, I don't blame them. Some tragic stuff just went down. You might need to go get stabilized for a hot minute, I've got nothing wrong with that. There's no shame in that. But I got a problem with that damn blood test being taken so far after the incident that whole thing was, ugh.
And not even a forensic blood test. It was a medical blood test. They drew blood in a medical facility, not a forensic facility. So
yeah, either way, to me, it wouldn't have mattered, because in my logical, normal layperson brain, y'all told me this occurred around midnight, 12:30-ish. You're taking this blood test what time? Yeah, no, thank you. That's too long of a delay in between for lots of things to happen. I have autoimmune disease like Karen Reed. I'm a very tiny person like Karen Reed. Our metabolisms are very, very different from the average person. We are not the same. What affects you one way is not going to affect me. It's going to be the opposite. My sleep, my eat, my everything is so different. My alcohol consumption, sometimes I'm surprised Karen Reed could drink that much. Let me put it that way. With the disease that she had and the medications that she needed to take, I'm shocked that she could handle that alcohol. And there
Right.
are tiny women that can handle their damn alcohol. You don't got to be 6 foot tall and bulletproof in real life to handle your alcohol. You don't. If you've been drinking it long enough, you can handle it, right?
Right. Now, shall we? Because chat really wanted to watch the Microdots video, and I haven't watched it. But
The new one
also,
they had?
yes. And then we've
Okay,
got some.
cool.
We sent you some.
Yes, I
What the
got that
fuck?
pulled up.
Sent you
Let
some.
me just shout out What the Fuck Up Motion to Scream, which I love the name. Y'all know I love saying it. It's beautiful. Girl, you do fucking rock. You're everything Miss Shorty said you were. Thank you.
Absolutely. So we'll go to those talking points because I think it's interesting to
Yes,
talk
ma'am.
about Karina, all the things. So, but let's watch
Yes.
this video.
Okay.
It's quite long, but I think we can get what we want out of it, and maybe just watch
Yeah.
some of it. Although Microdot stuff is always very engrossing and riveting. So,
Isn't it though? You
Mhm.
can't help it. You just can't help being pulled in.
You gotta understand something, dude. Microdots is a fucking force. Make no mistake that if this dude gets a hold of you, bro, once he picks up the set, he's not letting go.
Yikes.
Everything we experience is part of a chain. Every moment preceded by another. That's why in criminal investigations, detectives begin at the moment the crime occurred and work backward, piecing together what led up to it. The closer an event
Theoretically.
in time and space to what happened, the more critical it becomes.
Allegedly.
In the Reed case, there exists a rare and invaluable piece of evidence. The waterfall video. A 75-minute continuous recording capturing the victim and the small group of people he interacted with before suffering fatal injuries. Rather than analyze its contents fully, investigators treated it as little more than a tool to tally Karen's drinks. Had they truly wanted to solve the crime, they would have done exactly what we are about to do. It's nearly 2 minutes to midnight. At the waterfall bar, the Albert and McKay party decide it's time to leave. They gather their belongings and start moving towards the door.
Oh, the video is very crisp. Gosh,
Chris Albert is being
nice
playful with
work.
Jen McCabe, hiding her
I
jacket
noticed
behind his
that
back.
too. Isn't it great?
Very good.
He hugs his niece Caitlin goodbye, since he is not attending the after party.
Right, Simi? I hope to never be on Microdots either. Unless it's just as
Karen's
a
facing the door, attending to the
No
YouTuber.
court docs and no
Karen is
microdots.
engaged in conversation with Karina. Karina and husband Nick have remained supportive of her innocence since the beginning. On the date this occurred, they had known both John and the McCabes for years. As Brian Albert, his brother, Selectman Chris Albert, and ATF agent Brian Higgins move towards the exit, an interesting
it's so
exchange
crisp.
occurs. We will watch
I
the
mean,
next 20 seconds uninterrupted.
it's
then break
compelling
down
because
frame
it
by frame.
matches.
Oh, he's so gross too.
He is.
Just a big meathead.
Let's watch
Ugh.
again, looking closer, and try to determine what exactly is happening.
He needs it.
Brian
Never
Higgins is
mind.
looking in John's direction. Chris Albert said,
He needs to lay
Seeking
off
to
some of that
suspend
beer.
Nicole as she steps towards the door. Daughter Caitlin Albert is closest to the exit. Brian Albert enters frame right.
I'll move my this
Brian and
way.
Nicole continue. We see Higgins focused, like a laser beam on John. And Chris Albert's attention has now shifted directly onto Higgins, appearing to sense what he is about to do. Higgins goes to raise his arm and shout to the victim, But before he can even bring it above his waist, Chris Albert aggressively grabs his forearm, preventing it from happening. The significance of Chris Albert's actions cannot be overstated. They reveal clear prior knowledge, an unmistakable anticipation of hostility directed towards John. There is simply no other valid way to explain how Chris would know what Higgins was about to do before he did it. I'm not suggesting anyone intended to kill John, only that there had to have been prior discussion, if not some form of coordinated plan to confront him. Now, we can operate under the assumption that these three men know something about John's future that we do not. Chris grabs Higgins by the arm, turning him back around to face him directly. This unexpected outburst from his brother catches Brian's attention. And Higgins, whipping his head toward Chris, seems just as taken aback by the sudden hostility as we are. Notice that Chris is grasping Higgins' shirt so tightly that you can see tension in the fabric. And as much tension on his face. Chris pushes Higgins' arm down to his side. He fixes him with a hard, unflinching stare. Chris releases his grip. Higgins turns his head toward Brian, deferring to his authority and seeking his approval. But Chris steps squarely in front of Higgins and puts both of his hands on him again. Higgins is rattled. Brian raises his palms facing upward, a universal gesture of confusion, questioning Chris's protest. Higgins continues to fix his gaze on John, peering over Chris's right shoulder. Meanwhile, Chris stands in a posture strikingly similar to that of a bouncer stepping in to defuse a confrontation. Higgins steps back and shifts his focus again to Chris.
Ugh, he's so gross.
Prompting Chris to release his grip on Higgins' left arm for the second time. Higgins stares blankly. The two men exchange a few words as Chris gestures towards the exit.
Look at him.
Chris is trying to assert control over the situation. However, both men turn their attention to Brian Albert as he intervenes. Brian challenges Chris's position with his voice and body, causing Chris to throw up his arms in frustration. There's clearly a disagreement between the Albert brothers. It appears that Chris either disapproved of Higgins confronting John altogether, or he was uncomfortable with him doing it so publicly. I lean towards the latter. Ultimately, however, it is Brian who holds authority and makes the final decisions. Chris is overruled by his older brother. Higgins has the green light and is allowed to continue. Chris submits, but is still clearly on edge. As the brothers settle the matter with a few final words, Higgins presses on, shifting his focus back to John. Even with reduced resolution and a tight zoom, Higgins' agitation is unmistakable. He appears to be incensed, clearly gesturing. Let's go.
Yep, let's fucking go.
He briefly makes eye contact with Brian Albert, puts his hand to his forehead. Chris guides Higgins towards the door, touching his back, using his body as a physical barrier. But Higgins isn't done. Chris watches him closely. Higgins remains preoccupied with John, while Chris maintains a stance resembling someone preventing a confrontation. Pay close attention to the next sequence of frames. You'll see Chris appear to say something to Higgins, likely a command such as go or okay. In response, Higgins shows clear defiance, stepping past Chris and openly calling out to John in full view of everyone. Here we go. Chris speaks and puts his hand on Higgins' back to guide him out for the second time. Now, Higgins will react defiantly, ignore Chris, step past him and attempt to get John's attention vocally and by waving and pointing. Higgins defies Chris's instruction to get going. Chris is not
What
happy
the
with
fuck?
this.
Could you
His
pause for a
stare is
sec?
ice cold and locked on Higgins.
A says, how did John not notice this aggro? I think John absolutely noticed this aggro when we get to it, but John shapes up. John basically like, let's fucking go. He has a sip of his beer and he's like, yep, fucking game on, let's go.
I agree with you because I have watched this and I'm not, because I tune out what's being said sometimes so I can look at it for myself. Like I'll silence something and just watch it and then I'll listen to what their take is. So I'm like, well, you know what? That Microdots, it matches up. It's compelling, grain of salt type stuff. But even if I turn them off and silence it and watch it for myself and evaluate it fairly, I see what you're talking about because I'm watching those two specifically in their interactions to see if I do notice something. And I absolutely did.
Yes, and A says, "Oh, why go home with them?" I think that John was probably like, "Yeah, let's fucking go." Like, I have a feeling. So, someone who was it? It was a chat in Peter Tragos in the lawyer. Someone sent a super chat that said, maybe John did know about the texts between Higgins and Karen, because
think there's a
when he
good
asked,
chance.
when he said to Karen in the messages that Garina read out, and he says,
Mhm.
"Is the plumber hot?" Interesting, or I hope the plumber's
Yes.
hot, or whatever it
I
was.
hope the plumber's
That could
hot.
well
Well,
be
yeah.
interesting reference when Karen had said to Higgins about being hot, and then I think that so I have a feeling that John was like, how could he, like, John probably thought, I'll take this fat cunt, like, seriously,
Yeah,
like,
no,
let's
I
fucking
think you're
go.
right. I think you're right, because Karen stopped communicating. She started ghosting his texts days before the incident, right? Because that's what I choose to call it as of now. So days before the incident, she stops texting him back. Did John find out about those texts? Did she mention those texts to John? I'm not gonna. And here's the thing about Karen Reed and John O'Keefe, Joe. Neither one of those people are 100% perfect. Neither one of them.
Nobody's perfect.
Higgins
Nobody's
was far
perfect.
from perfect, right? It just none of this stuff that I've seen Karen saying, doing, and acting like gets me to the level that she murdered this man. They've shown me nothing, not a threat, nothing yet, except some damage to this man's body, which is clearly there. But what happened to him? And then the defense comes in hot with this story. And I'm like, oh, they know who, they did what, they met where, they destroyed what, they deleted what. And now I got questions. They did what into some solo cups? Huh? What? It's too much stuff. It's stacking up, girl. The leaf blower, the little insane grid search that they did. I could do a better crime scene investigation than these fellas did. And I don't live in the snow. But I've watched enough forensic files my entire life. I could have got that job done.
Right. I always say I couldn't kill anybody, could I? But I could definitely help somebody clean up after
Yeah,
a
you
crime
need
if
help
they
cleaning
wanted.
up the crime
I'm
scene. I'm
pretty
your
fucking
girl.
good.
We
All
got
right,
this.
we'll keep going.
Higgins sidesteps Chris and is animated. Then Chris turns to look at John to see what his reaction is.
Can't believe how
But
crispy.
John, still dealing with paying his tab, has seen nothing. Not yet.
And you didn't say goodbye to John, right?
I don't think I said goodbye to anybody.
And you didn't talk to him about coming over to 34th Fairview.
No.
Neither Brian Higgins, Chris Albert, or Brian Albert ever acknowledged what we are seeing with our own eyes. Now, picking up exactly where we left off, there's a few things that happen worth pointing out. First, we'll focus on Higgins. Let's watch it at normal speed, then take it frame by frame. And we'll sync it with a close-up of John to gauge his reaction. Now is a crucial moment to remind you, it's 11:58 p.m. In about 30 minutes, John will be fatally injured. Cue the tape. In 3, 2, 1.
Here we go. Yep, now he sees it. Let's fucking go. You
Let's watch
coming
it again.
over, mate?
Slow it down
Let's watch
and look
it
a wee
again.
bit closer.
Yes. Let's.
Higgins is
Thank you,
desperately
Richie.
trying to get John's attention, but John still has his back turned. By the time John turns to look, Higgins has shifted his gaze to Brian Albert, likely pointing at Brian while telling John to go to his home at 34 Fairview Road. Then, as Higgins turns back toward John, he sees that John has already looked away, prompting Higgins to abort the next hand gesture he was just about to make.
Oof.
Higgins looks and sees members of the band carrying equipment out, then steps back to give them space to pass. Then, he finally makes direct eye contact with John. He points outside, telling John to come to Brian Albert's home. His posture rigid, and each motion he makes is laced with tension. John says something back to him,
Yeah,
then
I'll
glances
see you
over to
there.
Matt, who
I'll
seems to have
see you
also
there,
witnessed
mate.
the interaction. Consider how determined Higgins was to deliver the message to John. He endured a tense confrontation with Chris Albert, made multiple unsuccessful attempts to catch John's attention, and deliberately lingered behind the rest of his group, refusing to leave until he was absolutely certain the message had been received. Karen and Karina were so deeply engaged in conversation that they remained completely unaware of everything that had just unfolded around them. John is smiling. Whatever message Higgins was trying to send, it clearly didn't land with the weight he intended. John appears relaxed and confident, an important detail, as this reflects his mindset just before he would enter 34 Fairview Road.
See?
John leans over to Matt, who is just out of view.
See that dance? I'm sure he
Yep.
plays again, surely. That dance is like, let's fucking go. Like, that's his, like,
He
shaping
just
up,
got-
like,
and
yeah,
they
I'm
just got and they just got through looking at each other, did that, all that, and I'm like, I'm watching this, and you can even when we watched this before, I watched it on my channel, not this one, but a different one, and when Karen approaches the big table top there, where Higgins is standing there next to Albert, and she talks to pretty much everybody around her except for Higgins. He even kind of just because I watched that whole interaction, I studied it. Right.
Yeah.
I knew there was some text messages out there
leans
and
over
this
to Matt, who is just
possibility,
out of
but I didn't know the extent of it. And so I watched those two on purpose for that reason.
Yeah.
view, likely making another comment about the outburst. Then appears to say something about it to Chris Albert and Jen McCabe, before he is interrupted by the bartender to sign the check. In exactly 22 minutes, sent from the crime scene, Higgins texts John a message that, viewed in context, takes on a sinister tone. That text, combined with the footage we've just reviewed, should have made Brian Higgins the primary suspect of John's murder. We've established that Brian Higgins and Chris Albert seem to have prior knowledge of a confrontation with John. But for that to be true, we would expect to see some evidence of it earlier in the night. Now, we will rewind the tape 9 minutes to find just that.
Yep.
It's getting late and the bar will be closing soon. John is standing here with Karen, who has her back facing us. They are speaking to Jen McCabe. Brian Albert and Brian Higgins are standing here and appear relaxed. Roll the film, please.
Press pause for a sec, please, Miss What the
Chris
Fuck.
Albert.
Joe Schmo says takes on a sinister tone is a subjective interpretation of the text. Again,
No
context matters, Joe. I think when you put all of this into
Oh.
context, all of this, he's very oppositional, isn't he, our Joe Schmo? It is sinister. What, like, with all of this, I think we can all draw that very same inference. I don't think it's a stretch at all to think that that's a sinister text. Like,
Sinister tone.
yes,
Well, he's talking about the guy talking,
yes,
the narrator. Yeah,
Yes.
I mean that's the whole gist of it. That's why they did it. It's for impact. It is what it
Yeah.
is, and I'm aware of that going into these kinds of videos. I understand that going into them, that they're going to. Trust me, I've watched a lot of these types of videos in a lot of different cases. They're very compelling and they're very good. But I also understand what they are. And
Exactly. But
but
also,
it
some people,
matches. I mean, you can't go wrong. I mean, it matches. You can't help it. It doesn't sway me. Like if jurors hopefully they're seeing it in court without this narrative, right? They're seeing the same interaction. But I don't need his narrative to make me understand what I see visually. That's why I play him
Yes.
on silent before I let them come and tell me what I hear. I like to listen to them without all that noise first, right? And then I go
Right.
listen because curiosity, is my thing. But hopefully, not everybody takes it 100% to the bank, Joe. Let's hope jurors are smarter than that, and we are too.
Absolutely. I mean, like Microdots, Richie, who is Microdots. Also, obviously, this is an AI voice. Richie is new John. His videos are dramatic and impactful and rousing. They're emotive, right?
Oh my gosh.
But even without the Joe's cursing his bloody typos, it's all right,
I
Joe. We all
know.
speak in typo here. I just think there are some idiots out there who need a real direct line drawn for them, and some
Yeah.
people who, like you, Salty, would have probably drawn that same inference without the ominous overtone sort of narration. It's pretty clear to me particularly now it's enhanced. I could see it before all
Yeah,
of this
you could.
stuff. That
It's
I
better
picked
now.
the yeah, I picked the Officer John O'Keefe with his shape up dance and he's like, yep, like even the smile, like the smile to me
Yeah.
is like, yeah, game on, like let's fucking go. I'll see you there.
Yeah.
I'll see you there. I'll be there.
I think,
And then
it's gotten to a point though on social media and mainstream media with this in court filings, it's gotten out of hand. People are really upset on Twitter about this Brian Koberger Dateline piece. I'm like, it's Dateline. They do this to everybody. It's not just Koberger. So can we hope that jurors in America are smarter than we're giving them credit for? Are we just going to chalk them all up to being ignorant? Let's use that term because that's what it would be. We're just all ignorant. I don't think, I hope that's not the case. There's still a lot of good, critical thinking people out there with education, some with moderate education, some housewives, some stay-at-home moms, whatever you may be out there, doesn't determine your level of intelligence. Not in my opinion.
No,
so
not at all.
let's hope that the jurors can be open-minded and see what's being laid out before them the way I'm watching it unfold before me in court. That's what
Yes,
y'all need to hope for.
absolutely. Yes,
Then again, look,
Richie from
here's the thing. You got me on the jury and you got your Joe Schmoes on the jury. So there you go. Jurors of America. I'm joking. Joe and I love the debate, so.
Run the full gauntlet. I think it's people are saying, is that true? Yes, Richie from Microdots. Richie is Microdots. It's only Richie. It's just all him. He was friends with Officer John O'Keefe. I think they went to school together. And he.
Oh, hold up! I didn't need to hear that.
But he actually did all of the graphics for. I mean. There's nothing like what we're watching we could have
even
without the
still,
narration.
knowing that doesn't mean that still knowing that really doesn't bother me. Before it would have been like, but knowing the text I've seen and what's been laid out to me in court, again, watching this without any noise, I see what I see. And I see a couple of Bryans drinking a lot too and doing their little stances towards one another. They're roughhousing. And I saw the interaction between O'Keefe and Higgins and the lack of interaction between Karen and Higgins. Y'all kept playing it enough for me in court to study. Thank you for the jurors, by the way. You also played the crime scene, body cam or car cam footage a long time, giving us a really good representation of where John O'Keefe was really found. How close to that flagpole and unobstructed that view really should have been in that very light snowfall. Thank you for that as well.
Yes. Motion to screen. What the fuck, Grade? It
I
says
like to see the silver lining.
Yes, who presents it doesn't change the truth being presented. Exactly. So that's why
Yeah,
Richie, I guess, is
true.
so passionate about exposing all this bullshit because it is all bullshit. Like,
True. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, right? There's nothing
No.
wrong with that. So even knowing all
And
that, I still came to my own conclusion, right? Before I knew all that. So it's cool.
sure. I guess the thing back to Mr. Joe Schmo, loving to debate, being a master debater in all of this. It's all good and well to debate the stuff that, well, in my opinion, that is up for the debate. Some of this
Yeah.
stuff, honestly, I don't think is up for debate, and like I came into the first trial with a general feeling of innocence. I wasn't sure about the framed. I was sus on a few things, and I came in much like you, Salty, to that
Yeah.
first trial. Very, very much on the fence. Not even on the fence.
Mhm.
Innocent until proven guilty. But give me what you got, attorneys.
Yeah.
Give me all the evidence. Present your cases to me, and then I'll decide. And I've been covering it for covering it and interested in this for a long time, and long before the trial I'd listened to podcasts on it. That's why I had my already kind of some degree of inkling, and there comes a point in time where there's some stuff, in my opinion, that's kind of cemented into not necessarily being up for debate.
I understand that.
Yeah. So let's keep going with the video.
Approaches Brian and Higgins.
Thank you, Miss What the Fuck.
Everything seems normal at first. They smirk. The three men's body language changes. They speak closely and glance towards John and Karen.
Laura.
Chris looks directly at them. Then he pivots back, engaging in conversation with more discretion than before.
Okay, pause, Joe. The first jury actually found, I mean, I don't know, man.
I looked into that because I was curious. I was first curious how they got to murder, so I had to go figure it out, and I did.
They didn't.
Well, grand jury the grand jury indictment was for murder. And why? Because you had 3 individuals go testify before the grand jury to say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. That's what your grand jurors heard. They brought that out in court. I was like, oh, I don't like when I don't care what case I'm covering, and I cover many. Because I don't want to be that channel who's stuck on one. So I cover many. Anytime grand jury testimony doesn't match up to today at trial is a yellow flag for me. I don't care what case it is and how I feel about it. That's not acceptable. I got to know why that changed. Why did that change? It's important. And they brought that out.
Joe's talking about the first jury in the first trial, not the grand jury.
But they were indicted, and then when the jury, from what I understood, the jurors couldn't come to a unanimous decision on the murder. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. So the jury
Okay,
in
so
the
tell
first
me how.
trial,
Yeah, thank you.
the jury in the first trial, by all accounts, acquitted. They reached a verdict on counts 1 and 3. So the murder 2 and the final count, not guilty. They were hung, undecided, and I can't remember what the split was. I think it was 9 to 3 or 8 to 4, something like that. Chat will enlighten me. Not even on the main charge of the second count, but the lesser includeds, and that's a lot to do with what we understand is there was a lot to do with the lesser includeds and the verbiage and the way the verdict sheets were worded as to be ambiguous as to how to, like Bev told them
They got to unanimous on murder, but not on the lesser charges. That was their
there was
issue.
Count 1, murder 2, not guilty, unanimous.
Right.
Count 3, not guilty, unanimous. And it was count 2, the middle count, which and not even the main one, but the lessers within that count 2, where they were where they could reach a verdict. So so yes, that.
So you have that tells you that I think that jury, I think they might have leaned toward innocent, and there were some holdouts, and they argued over what that meant. So that sucks. And so here we are again, right? I don't know nothing about what the first jurors heard and seen, and how I'm curious as heck as how they didn't reach a verdict, and I'm finding out more as to why. So I appreciate that. The context behind that, because I like to just know that stuff, from my own true crime brain.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So it's disingenuous for anybody to try to claim that the first jury couldn't reach a verdict and didn't reach a not guilty on all 3, because by all accounts from the jurors' mouths themselves, is that they and the 4-person was a plant. I agree also. I believe the 4-person was a plant. They never polled the jury. The way they chose the alternates was sus as all fuck. There was only 2 numbers in that spinning barrel for starters. The 2 very not guilty. The
what
very
the
2.
hell?
True. So
that
anyway,
is
we'll keep going with the video.
ridiculous.
Yeah, it's wild. That's why, context matters. It's really important.
Yeah.
That nothing in this universe is black and white and binary. Nothing.
God, ma'am, no, it's not. It's a full moon tonight, y'all. Oh well, almost. Almost.
Chris leans in to listen to Brian.
Damn that timestamp.
Chris gestures towards them with his hand. They become more excited. Brian whispers into Chris's ear. There's no way to know exactly what these three men were discussing. However, their body language is consistent with precisely the kind of interaction one might expect to precede Brian Higgins' taunting just 9 minutes later. It's 11:30. The man at the center of your screen is one Brian Higgins. The surveillance camera detects the infrared light emitted by his iPhone's True Depth camera, which is used for Face ID. This is Officer John O'Keefe. He would be nearly dead in about 1 hour, sustaining fatal injuries that the most credentialed experts determined were not from a vehicle. Across the table is Karen Reed. She is the girlfriend of John O'Keefe, and also the woman that Brian Higgins has been obsessed with for weeks up until this point. However, she had cut off communication with him roughly a week earlier and has completely ignored his presence since arriving at the bar.
Say hello, shake your hand, give you a hug.
No, she did not.
No, she didn't do any of those things, did she?
No.
It's like you didn't even exist.
Both Brian Higgins and Brian Albert have been drinking all day long. We'll get closer and watch as Higgins repeatedly steals glances at Karen. She is standing here. In 1 minute and 35 seconds, he will finally break down and text her. Leading up to that moment, we'll see him look in her direction at least 3 times. 1. 2. 3. At 11:32, the weight of Karen's indifference becomes unbearable. He gives in to temptation. In a whiskey-fueled haze, he removes his phone from the front pocket of his sweatshirt.
Oh, snap!
Composing a juvenile message designed to nudge her into interacting with him. It doesn't matter that John O'Keefe is standing right there, a few feet away from him. Higgins is determined to get attention from Karen, whatever the consequences may be. From this point forward, Higgins can be seen frequently checking his phone, presumably awaiting Karen's response. But that response would never come, surely adding to his humiliation and anger.
Night, Kathy. Your phone's annoying. Thank you for being here. We love you. Go, you good thing.
At 10:54, Karen and John enter the bar. On the surface, everything appears normal, but there are already subtle signs foreshadowing the darkness this night is destined to bring. Brian Albert leans closely into Higgins to make a comment, seemingly about Karen, since she's standing right there. And
Seemingly. Seemingly. I love it.
Then
I'm
Higgins
leaning
glances
into
at
the
John.
narrative. I fucking love it.
I know,
He
right?
comments to Brian. And Brian leans back in to say something in return. Higgins shakes his head and laughs. Higgins points to Brian, requesting to step away for a private word. Higgins signals, "Over here." Not even Brian's wife, Nicole, should hear this. Higgins leans in very closely to Brian's ear. What subject matter requires this level of secrecy?
Right?
Mm.
The discussion continues. They seem very excited and animated.
Yikes, life artist.
Higgins looks at Karen. Repeatedly,
Love you, Kathy.
he
You're a
can't
good
seem to
woman.
stop himself from watching her. Meanwhile, John appears to be oblivious to whatever is developing around him. The two men tap
Intentionally
hands in
oblivious.
agreement.
She's like, ugh, this gross pig.
Higgins taps Brian's arm, requesting he step away once again to discuss something sensitive. And back to the corner they go. Higgins asks questions, and Brian gives answers.
Amen. Okay, so that's very interesting. Good, good, good.
Yeah. That video
Bob
to
says,
me, it because that video was literally taken not long before all this went down out there, over at 38 Fairview. And it was
yes,
interesting to me when I learned that not only had Brian Albert lived there for a very long time, it used to belong to his mom and dad. And he was raised there. I was like, holy shit. They didn't only just change their basement and get rid of poor Chloe and somebody gave her a whole new ass name, poor dog. They got rid of the whole damn house. The house you were raised in. Is that part of your retirement plan? Yeah. Interesting.
exactly.
I mean, it's crazy to me. I mean, there may be nothing behind it. Maybe they were ready to go retire after all them babies they had. He was going to retire from being a cop one day and time to go off into the sunset. Who knows?
Right. Now, so let's go to Trooper Garino and those texts. No, wait, let me go to our thing, our plan.
Okay.
So now. So Garino, actually, should we what the fuck? Motion to screen, what the fuck, Randa? Should we play that little clip that you've got, the minute or so clip? Do we want to do that so then we can have it as the talking point?
Yeah.
Yes, I think yes. We'll see if what the fuck's got me covered. Of course she does. Let me change this.
I don't know how to do that. If I did, that would be amazing, but that's cool as hell. What she did.
She is cool as hell. 100%. So the question that so Garino says Karen Reed's her phone connects to the router, right? At 12:36. The range of the phone. We've got John O'Keefe's final movements, and so let's just play the clip and then we'll go from there.
The defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:36:09 a.m. The defendant calls
And I want
John.
your opinion
It's
on
not
these
answered.
texts
Sabrina,
also
let me
and all of
stop you
this.
there for a second. Did you look into any internet connection between the defendant's phone and the router and the internet connection at Meadows Ave, John O'Keefe's home that night?
Yes. At 12:36:39 a.m. The defendant's phone auto connects to the Wi-Fi Hatsfam 123.
Are you familiar with the router at Mr. O'Keefe's home?
I have not done a look at it in person, but that's the no network that's listed under it. There's two, Hatsfam 123 and O'Keefe 74.
Did you learn the range?
Oh, wait, pause. I forgot to, sorry, Timberman did ask a question. And so just let's pretend that we haven't watched any of that. Timberman wants to know, before you go to bed, Timberman, sorry and thank you. Just a thought, Shorty, RE tail light. Imagine for a minute it's not Karen's light. Someone goes to a Lexus dealership 12 minutes away from Canton, smashes the lens and goes to 34 Fairview. Plenty of time to dump original. I would go so far, and I don't know what you think, Salty. I would suggest even that perhaps might not have even been a Lexus taillight. Those first few pieces might have just been just taillight pieces. Has that crossed your mind at all, Salty?
Oh, these taillight pieces have crossed my mind a lot because I see when that cop pulls up to John's house to do that welfare check on the kids. Well, it's called a welfare check in Florida. The check on the kids or whatever it was they went and did that day. And he pulls in, you can see the rear of Kevin's. My son's name is Kevin. When I went to go say Karen, his name popped out. Sorry, Karen. Makes me wonder now, what is my kid doing? I need to go check on him. Anyway, it appears that her right taillight is already at that point. It's more than just cracked, but it's hard to tell how much it's gone. It looks like a piece is gone, but I'm stuck on that because I don't know for sure. And can I try, I don't know if I can, they already got some funky data stuff happening out there in this case. And I'm not even going on that rabbit hole, but that's a whole other thing. But I don't know, so I've thought about a lot about that, because then I go to, how would they not find John's shoe and the pieces that were found near John's shoe? Why take so long to find those? And don't give me covered in snow, because they wouldn't have been covered in snow yet. Because if you want me to believe the shoe is by the curb with some red pieces around it, enough for y'all to see and collect, how come when Karen arrived with her little crew and they found John, they called 911, everybody came, everybody left, nobody sees this shoe at any point laying by the curb?
Exactly.
I'm stuck. I can't get past that. I'm like, that's not in my logic. If I'm like, how does nobody notice this shoe? Cars are parked everywhere up and down the road. I get it, but they drive away at some point. And then you got that chief guy riding by all the time looking for pieces and randomly finds some. He should have found it way a long time ago. Carrie and what's her name? Jen, didn't they ride by on the way to Lanks? When are we finding this damn shoe? How come nobody saw it before they found it? Which was, let me look at my notes, because it wasn't right away. And I'm like, no, I'm not buying it. Don't tell me snow was covered up. The plow guy came along, got rid of the snow, and lo and behold, there's the shoe. Tell me another cute story.
Exactly, needs more dragons. So basically, for you, again, going back to the fact that, Salty, you don't have any of the sort of encyclopedic level of knowledge of the facts in this case, or what's been put into evidence, and the assumptions we've made, that's sus as all fuck to you.
Yeah, I mean, I've tried to give the state the benefit of the doubt, and I see what they're trying to show me, but they're failing to show me what they're trying to show me. A jealous woman there's shit. I don't do jealousy. I always felt weird that I never got jealous, like something wrong with me. But I understand people get jealous all the time. So you don't just go murder somebody because you're a jealous freak. I think that was the case. There'd be a lot of people out there guilty of murder. So nothing they've shown me, they haven't even shown me a text. All these texts I've seen, not one does that woman threaten to kill that man or threaten him in any way, or say I'm better off with him dead, or I wish he'd die, or I've not seen that statement one time. So again, how are we at murder? That's what I'd be asking if I was the jurors. Where's that coming in at?
Right. So yes, okay. So oh my god, I just got rid of something. Let's keep going. What the fuck? Could you please play that video again? Because these I want to see what overall impression you got, Salty, from the totality of these of the texts and calls that Guarino read into the record this week sometime.
Between the defendant's phone and the router and the internet connection at Meadows Ave, John O'Keefe's home that night?
Yes, at 12:36:39 a.m. The defendant's phone auto connects to the Wi-Fi Patsman 123.
Are you familiar with the router at Mr. O'Keefe's home?
I have not done a look at it in person, but that's the no network that's listed under it. There's two, Patsman 123 and O'Keefe 74.
Did you learn the range that a connection must be in order to connect to his router?
Yeah, so depending on the router, it's either a 2.4 gigahertz or 5 gigahertz radio band, or signal band, I should say. Depending on which one it's connecting to, which band, it's either 150-foot indoor range or up to 300 feet outdoor. So again, when you pull into your home, sometimes you can still be connected to your home Wi-Fi in the driveway.
And again, can you give us the time of the connection between the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's router at Meadows Ave that night?
Yes, 12:36:39 a.m.
Please continue.
So what do you think, Salty, about the connecting to the router at 12:36? If the Commonwealth's theory of the case is that John was dead, but it's a pretty tight timeline, right? If
It's a very tight timeline, and it's always crazy that these cases have very tight timelines. It's like, holy cow, would you tight timelines? I saw somebody do a drive from 38 Fairview to, what was it, John's house. But he went the different direction because they all say that, you know, the testimony is she did a 3-point turn and went back the way she came in, right? So I don't know how long it would have taken that way. He went the other way, which would have made her go straight forward versus turning around and going back. That took like 7 minutes, I think. I thought, yeah, and the conditions weren't anywhere near the same and all that good stuff, all that taken into account because I know better. You know, it's a very tight timeline for her to get from there to John's, but to touch the Wi-Fi is important to the time frame of when John was allegedly hit, because there's a lot going on right before he gets hit. A lot. You got 2 witnesses seeing things, Nagel
So
and Jen.
yes,
You got a lot
yes.
of activity going down on John's phone. Are you here? Pull up behind me. Park here. What? All this is happening. All those times matter. And I hope the jury's paying attention to when those times were happening and when the time they say she touched that Wi-Fi or connected.
Because also
I
you've got
would connect
Jennifer.
in my car. I left my phone in the house one day, went to the corner store. I came back to the house, phone's in the car or in the house. And I pull up to the driveway and I park, and the Wi-Fi, my phone connects to the Wi-Fi. And I'm looking around and I can't find my phone, and I realize the phone's in the house. But when I pulled up, because I'd already connected, because it was connected or whatever, it automatically connected for me. And I was like, And that day I had actually had a rental car because my car had gotten hit. So I didn't require a key for that rental car. So it was like a whole separate little thing, right? Yeah, it was like a little thing separate. So I didn't have my actual keys with my door key with me or my phone. So I go to the store and I come back and realize I'm locked out. That's when I realized my phone connected, and I was able to call my son from my phone from my car and tell him I was locked out. And he's like, well, that's all right. I'm like 5 minutes from the house because, you know, he lives here. So yeah, he came home and let me in. That's crazy. So I know that the phone will connect from the driveway at that point, you know, or maybe even from her garage, you know, if she pulled into his garage. It doesn't matter. She was on his property at that time. So that's what matters to the timeline to me.
So what about the fact that Jen's text with her testimony, both trials, well, she was sketchy on it this time, but Jennifer McCabe's testimony was that at 12:45 is when she saw the vehicle leave Karen's Lexus. And Respect says, Jen said, text, pull up behind me. John had gotten out of the vehicle and Karen did a 3-point turn. She backed up, hit, ran over John O'Keefe. Is that what you think, Respect? Whoosh. I don't know that. So there's a whole so Jen's already testified, and she's testified and was impeached on it that that text, that 12:45 text, corresponds to seeing Karen's Lexus pull away. But if Karen's phone's already connecting to the Wi-Fi at John's at 12:36, and if Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxim, and in the previous trial Ricky Gaetano and a few others, is all that stuff jarring to you, or is it just a jumble of very slim? I mean, you're taking notes. I guess the jury's taking notes too. Hopefully, is it bothering you?
Well, there's a lot of things that bother me right now with this. You know, I just don't. Because I have to get that timeline down. You know, to me, there's not enough yet to still show me she did what they claim she did. And I have to keep that. Why am I even looking at this, right? Because they tell me she backed over this man and hauled ass. And I'm like, but okay, now timeline matters. What are these people are out there seeing things, but nobody has seen him. And I'm like, that doesn't make sense in my brain, right? Even if he stayed in the car, so I've even decided that, okay, what if John stayed in the car? So when Jen sees the car, Nagel sees the car, it's sitting there, moves up another car link toward the flagpole. They all see that. Nobody sees John. Is he still in the car? Then they fucking start driving by, but nobody sees John in the car. Okay. Where'd John go? Right? Where's John? That's what I'm thinking. If I'm a juror, that's what I'm wondering. Where did this man go? How did he get in the snow? How did he get in that house like the defense said? So I had to wonder when she pulled up that first time, right before Nagel got behind her, as they were turning and coming down the road, because of where she was parked. Did John get, and because there were cars in the parking lot, or the driveway rather, I'm sorry, did they not see John as he got out and walked toward that house? Because I have to make this conspiracy work in my brain, or it's not going to work. It's just a story. Make me believe it. So, did Karen pull up and stop John get out and go right into that house? And they didn't really see John walking because of those other vehicles. They ease up behind Karen and park. She lets off the brake lights according to Nagel. I'm paying attention, and she goes forward. Julie comes out. I'm not leaving after all. I'm going to stay, getting a ride home from Jen. It's all good. Sorry to bother you, bro. Go home. I don't want to come in for a drink, Julie. Shit. Ricky don't really drink. Okay. Understood. They leave. None of those people see John O'Keefe in the car. But Karen's just sitting there. Karen says John went in the house and then never came back out, right? That's why she was just sitting there waiting on John. Then she gets fed up because John never came back out and she took off. And that's where I think could have happened. Then what happened, right? I'm waiting on that part now. Then what happened?
So basically, as a juror, you're going, okay. So right now, I'm like,
yeah, there's
I
a
need some
possibility that
evidence.
both things could have happened. I think the jury's going to struggle with murder. I'll be honest, because right now if the jury believes these cops are honest, right, and they tried to come up with a good way to collect all this crime scene stuff, and they did the best they could, and yeah, there were missteps, and well, we're going to downplay Proctor. Let's make no mistake about it. The prosecution is downplaying Proctor. They're jumping out ahead of it. They trying to downplay his every move until the defense beautifully got up there and presented a binder where everything was signed by Proctor, overseen by Proctor, or done by Proctor, right?
Sorry, I just took you off the screen for a second. Accidentally.
So
You can still hear you. Yes.
it's crazy. It's wild to me the defense is using the prosecution's case to lay out part of their theory.
Right. I think, and I don't want to spoiler alerts, but I think when you get to ARCA, the crash studies, and whoever else the defense brings in, your position on that will be changed. But obviously, as in the fact that there could even
the salt
be
shaker.
anything could be true. It basically,
yeah.
But you don't know that yet, so the jury doesn't know that. So this is what the jury's thinking.
Exactly, because all the jury knows right now, if they believe all these cops, there's pieces of, taillights everywhere around where he was found in the vicinity. Let's not forget, it's just the vicinity. There's no coordinates mapping it out. There's nothing. There's no good photos. There's none of that. None of that's happening here. So it's all found in the vicinity. You got a shoe next to the curb. You got this man, she's got a busted taillight. We do see the video where she's going to, crack the taillight, but does that even matter? Yeah, it matters to me, right? But to the jurors, what are they thinking? Things like that. Because right now they show in both things, but you got to place him in the house, and they did that already with some data. If the jurors are taking notes, they can remember back that the defense has already crossed about from the flagpole to the house, right, to the front into the house, would have placed John stepping into the home. So if you take that into account, how and when did he get into that house? Did she pull up and these people not see John get out as he walked toward the home? They pull up. That's why they don't see John O'Keefe in that car. I could buy that as a juror.
Now, before we move on to the Jessica Hyde stuff, just all in all, what was your impression of the the progression of reading those text in between Karen and John, and then Karen's whatever it was 57 or something missed calls, the voicemails. When
None
you
of
got to
that
the end of
really.
that, yeah, how did that
At
make
the end,
you feel about
it showed
things?
me. Okay, it showed me a very toxic relationship between a man and a woman. That's all it showed me. It didn't show me her making threats to that man. I'm gonna get you. I wish you were dead. I'd be better off if you died. Things like that. I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing two people engaged in a relationship. They may be better off letting go, right? There was a lot of problems there. The kids
What
being
about
one of
those?
them. You know,
Sorry, Salty. What
go ahead.
about those last bit with on the night of where Karen's
That,
calling
that showed
the
me that.
voicemails? Did that make you think she sounded like a woman who had just murdered someone?
No. Here's what that showed me, that John O'Keefe was just as toxic, or if not more, than what they want me to believe Karen Reed was. The prosecution wants me to believe she's toxic and she's got for revenge, blah, blah, blah. What that did was show me John O'Keefe's no different. God rest his soul, I'm not speaking ill of the dead. I was raised better. But for being honest, my take on it was he's giving her a hard time about this plumber. Blizzard's coming. Wouldn't you want her plumbing fixed? You got your hands full at home with these kids you're complaining about. You're struggling with, do I raise these kids and please my family, or do I do me, this single cop guy who likes to drink and go out? There was a struggle there, and you can't tell me there wasn't. It's clear. And so that it just showed me that he was just, he's questioned, make the point, telling her to cancel the plumber. Is the plumber hot? And then later on that night, they're all lovey-dovey in the bar together. Toxic relationship, check on the box, move along. Right?
But so those voicemails that Karen left though, and including the when you're a
No.
So did
You know
that
what
make
that
you?
showed me? Okay, here's what that showed me. So if you want me to believe she just did all that to him in cold blood because she's mad, she takes off and goes home. If that's her cover story, is to call and leave those kind of messages versus, John, oh my God, where are you? You never came out of that house. John,
Well, John, I love you
are you
so
okay?
much, John. Yes,
Yeah,
I love
are
you so
you
much. Have
okay?
a
I'm
great night. I'll
worried.
see you.
I'm worried. Can you call me? John, I'm here with the kids. We're safe. Are you okay? Where's that? I hear this pissed off woman there telling me I see, but again, murder? Yeah, exactly. I fucking love it.
So because you're a true crime girl, same. Like when you think of all the people who've contacted the victim's phone, whether it's text or voicemails, never ever in the history of true crime of a guilty, like an actual the person who actually committed the crime on the victim,
Yeah.
never ever have they called screaming. It's always hey babe, love you. And the story to the police is always, it was like a normal night, we had sex on the couch or whatever it is that they say.
Right.
Never ever in true crime does the actual guilty person leave irate stuff. They leave and send messages and voicemails that are quite the opposite.
It just didn't strike me as a woman who knew she just struck somebody down with her vehicle. Who knew that? That's what the state tells me. She knew what she did and drove away. That's the only way you get murder.
Right. But
Otherwise,
so
it
then
could
it's
be
not
an
a real good,
accident.
it's not a real
Right.
good cover story though, is it? Like
No.
and it's not typical of every other true crime text phone communication after the
No,
person's dead.
you're gonna make people make up shit all the time, or they react in that loving, caring way, when they really don't act like, that's really not them. But the way she was reacting was typical what I would expect from Karen. She didn't go straight to he's not okay. She went straight to he's fucking with somebody, you fucking pervert. I already get it. I've seen what their relationship's about, because they keep showing me, right? So it wasn't a shock to me. So I don't think if I'm a juror, it didn't land like the prosecution hoped it would. Let's put it that way.
Perfect. That's yes.
Yes.
Yeah. It didn't ring true, and I don't know whether they would have picked any
Yeah.
true crime
Well,
buffs, but they probably didn't. But it goes against all.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's what their perception of that was, and I think if they listen to that, are they going to wonder the same thing? Does that sound like a woman who knew what she just did? Is that what you'd be saying? I would think to myself, is that what you'd be saying? So let's hope they can decipher that kind of stuff when they're thinking about it. Right.
Right. Awesome. All
'cause
right. So let's.
yeah.
Sorry. Let's
No, you're
watch the
good.
Jessica Hyde stuff, and then we'll talk about that because yikes! I'm very interested to see if you tolerated this.
The salt shaker lady. She looked like a salt shaker. Somebody in my comments said that. Salt shaker.
And you said according to you, last movement 12:32:16. Do you recall those questions?
I recall the questions.
To boil it down, is it correct that phone was moving at that time?
May I check the timestamp again?
Absolutely.
I apologize. There's
No.
a lot of timestamps going back and
Please
forth.
do.
12:31:56. Is that
Yeah, that's the start. Yeah.
Oh yes, this one there definitely is. Yes.
So doesn't matter what kind of movement, but that phone was moving starting at 12:31:56 and still moving until 12:32:16 a.m. on January 29, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate again you answering my questions.
Thank you.
Bob Alessi, love him so much. So noting that time, 12:32 last movements on the phone, and then noting also Karen's seemingly miraculous drive from 34 Fairview to John's One Meadows place to get there to connect to the Wi-Fi in 4 minutes.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy?
Did that register with you?
Yeah, because I was thinking, that how long would it take her to get from there to there, and then I'm looking at the phone times that I have wrote down that's been testified to, and what they claim the other times are things happening, and on that, I was like, that you take in it's light snow, so how fast would Karen have had to gone to get home that fast?
Well, she would have had to been breaking the speed limit exceptionally, and she said herself that she knew that she was doing her drink driving style of driving, which was much more slow and cautiously and legally, air quotes, because obviously drink driving is not legal. But so I think the drive from Fairview to Meadows is
she was
7 or
driving
8
more
minutes?
cautiously because of her. She knew she had been drinking, and it's also light snow. They're used to it there. I get it, but whatever. I get it. So it would have taken her longer. You'd think, like I said, that other guy went the other direction, and it took him like 7 minutes to get to John's. So how long would it have taken to go the other direction? 5 minutes? Shave a minute off, got 4. Was she speeding to get there? No, I don't buy she was speeding. Because that, it's the conditions and her alcohol. So no, I don't know if that's long enough to get there, but I don't feel that it is.
No. Okay. So then Jessica Hyde, in the first trial, I personally found her kind of delightful and endearing and a little bit of a character. This time for me, less on the endearing side. But what were your overall impressions of Jessica Hyde? And I guess to me there was a stark contrast in her demeanor when being direct examined compared to everything when she was being cross-examined. Did you have any thoughts on that, Salty?
Yeah, a little bit. She did, and it also, she's very technical. She's very smart. She's very educated. Works for Celebrite, but she used to work for the other company as well. And so she couldn't even argue really that about the opposing company. They all use they have their different software programs. And that's what it came down to with her testimony in the how's long to dying search, or in the cold search thingy. You know, okay, so I think people got, well, I don't know about everybody, but some were confused that the deleting of the timestamp thingy, it wasn't like they deleted the timestamp on the data stuff. It was the program that they were using at Celebrate. But the other company she worked for still used that in their program. So it was showing different things. That was the problem. And I hope the defense really hones in on that when they get out there, because I checked that in that's filed away. Trust me, I hone in on that stuff because it's important, right? To me, anyway. If I'm listening to trials and watching trials, that's what I'm trying to focus on. So, what she has to say really at that point to me came down to opposing software companies telling me different things, big confusion, and that may be one more thing I file away is bullshit and not even consider. And you know what? I actually got there with the how long to die in cold. In my mind, I got to a point where it didn't even matter to me when it was done, because it doesn't, I understand it's important because if they put him out there in the middle of the night, they may have wanted to know how long that would take. But I don't know. To me now, it's off the table. Anything that's I can see that they've messed up on somewhere is now got to go. And then I'm going to focus more, hone in on these, other things, the accident recreation and all of that. Because these things are key, you know what I mean? So she just was so technical and took forever. But I followed everything she was saying. I really did. I was able to follow it and figure out what she was talking about. And then I concluded, do I trust what Celebrite's telling you, or do I trust what the other company's telling me? Because there's a lot of cases where we believe what Celebrite tells us. But y'all using a different program and don't think they're not updating software every few months on programs like that across the board, right? So it's not uncommon, and I know that. But I've got opposing data here. So how much weight does that carry at that point? You know what I mean? That's where I left with that. But she's just an expert. She's not on my conspiracy chart. She's just an expert.
She's on Color's conspiracy chart. Color's flight is absolutely all in on that one. For me, Shelley said I would like to trust Celebrite, but if they can change their software so they don't have another Hoslong, then no. Yeah, I was disappointed in that knowledge. Yeah. Whatever that meant, the timeline of when Celebrite changed it so that artifact was no longer, whatever the verbiage is, that it's still there on the phone, but that they didn't, the algorithm no longer recognized it. That's very disappointing to me. That felt sus. I don't know if it is sus, but to me it felt sus, and I wonder whether the jury it felt sus to the jury.
To me, when it comes down to data, I was calling them data dudes until Salt Shaker came along here. So these data people, they're going to oppose each other in every case we watch, right?
Yes.
Terminology, everything, it's a matter. It comes down to that expert and how they determined what they determined. And the fact that she's using a particular program that did this particular thing now, and I can only compare that to one other program, that's not good enough, and of course you're going to back the one where you work, right?
Yes,
so there's all the things. So now can I trust it? Y'all already presented some shady data in this case already, so I'm already wondering if I can trust data out of the case, and things like that. And the judge trying to drive home to the jury, if you believe these texts you're about to hear were written by people we're telling you they were written by, And I'm like, well, whose else's would they be, Judge? If I was a juror, I'm like, well, who else's would they be if they're not the persons you're telling me it is?
Right.
Who else would it be?
So actually, let's take a sidestep for a second. I mean, what's your take on Judge Bev? I know you don't like you want to call her, you don't like to call her Auntie Bev, but
No, I just call her
in
Judge
3
Bev.
weeks, yeah, in 3
I
weeks,
laugh
what's
at
your
her. My take on her?
Yeah.
Bev doesn't bother me. I didn't know why people didn't care for her before. I wasn't sure if it was because of her rulings, according, by law. Did she not hold hearings for motions like some judges are known to do? How biased was she? What was the problem with this judge? I didn't know. So I'm watching her and I'm like, well, there's a few times she's given the defense a few things that I was like, whoa, go Bev. Nice job.
Well,
A few
she has
times.
done. Yes, I've
Yeah.
tried to rein my chat in a little bit that she's
And
not
then
all bad. Again, it's not binary, but there's, I mean,
no,
she's
well, I mean, I'm just gauging her as like looking at judges, So then I've noticed that she lets some of the witnesses ramble on or say things they shouldn't be allowed to say. She allows a lot of things from these witnesses so far, some of them. That I'm like, wait, she should have, or the defense may object, and she's like, no. And I'm like, no, but most of the time right now, I've not seen her as unfair, but I didn't watch the first trial. I've no preconceived notions or never formed an opinion on Bev until now. I think that she runs a tight ship and a pretty good schedule. I've gotten used to it.
like
Thank you, Bev.
clockwork, huh?
I know Bev's going to be hungry at the end of the day and she's got to go. She likes her dinner early, all the things. She's got to go to bed. It's going to be a long day tomorrow. Oh, but yeah, so far, but yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's interesting. So
You
so
know
just
what?
to explain,
I'll be able to know better when the defense is up. How far will she let them go with their story?
So here's the thing with Bev and her rulings in court, and Colours is going to lose her ever loving mind over this. But
Oh shit! Sorry.
No. I have said this in, I think it was last weekend. When you watch, because I watch with law tubers, and they do explain it very well that when, for example, mostly it's been Alan Jackson that the witnesses have sort of trampled all over him with their non-responsive answering of his questions, where they just have a narrative, they just go, and she lets them go. When Alan Jackson's questioning isn't tight, and isn't necessary, and it's verges on argumentative, and I don't mean arguing with the jurors, I mean, testifying, like argument stuff that he should say for argument. Bev, and when he's making his smartass comments and stuff, which don't worry, I love, Bev doesn't rein the witnesses in because AJ isn't reining himself in, right? When AJ keeps it tight and asks proper questions that are within what he should be doing, Bev reins those witnesses in. And it happened with Jennifer McCabe. Day one of Jennifer McCabe's cross, or the afternoon, it was a fucking shit show. And it showed Bev. Then on day two, when Alan Jackson came in cool, calm and collected, didn't get drawn into Jen's bullshit.
Didn't feed off of it.
Bev backed Alan Jackson and asked her to rein it in, and wasn't so. So there is some explanation there as to why sometimes she lets them ramble, and it's because the way AJ generally is going about.
And you're right.
His
That's a
questioning
that's a
isn't
great
helpful.
observation. That is a great observation because you're right. And I remember when that happened in court with when Jim was testifying. So you're right. As long as he can remain within the bounds, I feel like she's good to go. It's the minute he steps out, judge is like, okay, no, we're not having that. Not having it, slick guy.
There's definitely some things where it's like what, and so I'm not saying that Bev's great.
Oh, I know.
But she's not all she's not all bad either. She's a lot bad, but she isn't completely unfair.
Look, there's judges that are so far worse out there. So it's not And that's how I look at these judges. I know what others' demeanors are in different cases and things of that nature, and how crazy these judges can act sometimes. So I was curious as to why people didn't care for her. And I understand why. I do get it. But so far, I'm like, whatever. She's just a judge. Go Bev, whatever.
I
Motion to
hate
screen
that
what the
man. I
fuck.
truly hate him.
Brandon says she disagrees.
Yeah, I know.
FYI.
You're good to go. Motion to scream. What the fuck? Granted. I love
But
that.
I know you guys disagree, but I don't.
Yeah, I mean, you know
There are
what?
times
So
when
I don't.
she plays fair. There are
Yeah,
times
I
when
mean, I'm
Bev
not
plays fair.
saying there are plenty of times that I don't think she should have interrupted the defense, right?
Agreed.
She shouldn't have led witnesses. I do get all that, because you're right about there's a lot of things she did do that weren't good, but I've not seen like horrible judge behavior that I know that exists out there. So that's all. I didn't know how deep it went with people.
Yeah, we've got so much back knowledge and back understanding of the bullshit she's
Yeah.
pulled, and yeah.
Look,
It's wild.
Color has got a good a great observation there too, because I feel the same way. She gets up and in the morning, she's all greeting and smiling and like nurturing to the jury is the way she's coming across to me. You know, and I don't know if that's like is that like how that lady really is, or is that like an act? I feel like she's had a morning gummy because she comes in all cheerful. Except for that one day, I think she might have forgot because she was like grumpy. So
Yes.
yeah,
Yes.
that's my theory.
And
That's my theory, guys. In the mornings, Bev has a gummy on the way in.
oh, I don't know. She needs to have an inhaler sometimes. She's so wheezy.
Oh my god.
But I mean, look. Anyway, chat doesn't want to hear it. That from me, a lot of chat doesn't want to hear anything positive about Bev. But if like I take what someone like Andrea Burkhart, Emily D. Baker, the lawyer you know,
Yeah.
Runkle. When Bev makes fair rulings, like she's not trampling all over them all the time, the defense. So that's all I'll have to say about that. It's not, I'll say it
Yeah,
again.
I mean, if she's ruling within the law and she's not obstruct or not giving Karen her rights, due process rights, that's different. But that hasn't happened here yet. She just makes rulings. People don't agree with the rulings, and I get it. I don't agree with all her rulings either, but
No.
I don't make the
All right,
laws.
let's move on to who's this clown? Kevin O'Hara, not such a clown. Motion to screen what the fuck granted. Hit play, please, love.
When Trooper Tully told you that the vehicle was en route and could not provide you a photograph at, let's call it 5:50 p.m., did he tell you that the vehicle had actually been secured at Canton PD about a mile and a half away at 5:35 p.m.?
No, he did not say that, sir.
Did you know through any other means that that vehicle was just a mile and a half away at 5:35 p.m. before you ever found the first piece of tail light? Did you know that?
I did not know what time it was, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so what do you think about that, Salty? Let me just check my notes here. So basically, he was getting fed misinformation, it seems, by the MSP to the CERT team. Sidebah CERT is a crowd control and rescue group, not an evidence collection group, but okay.
Search and rescue, aren't they?
Search and rescue and not evidence collection, but okay.
Yeah, no, not at all. No, search and rescue is not designed for evidence collection for CSI work. They're literally search and rescue. And the way they search for humans is the way they came out and searched this crime scene.
Crazy.
I
So
know.
so what were your thoughts? I mean, I actually thought
And they didn't
O'Hara
find it.
was
I mean,
right.
excuse me, never mind. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go
No,
ahead.
so what did you think about the fact that within 40 minutes with not just encroaching darkness, but it's by all accounts it was dark by then, that who was it? Tully pointed them to, you should probably search here. They searched there. sifting through a very small area and found the things they needed to find, which
Yeah.
was, I think, the cap, the shoe, and 6 or 7 pieces of taillight, wherever that was from. That seemed interesting to me. Did it seem interesting to you? Was there anything sus there for you?
The whole way they're describing when they found things, how they found things, when they found them, who was there. There's a lot. The defense is doing a pretty good job of pointing out things I hope the jurors are paying attention to. Even if it's a small thing, pay attention, because those small things add up. If you want me to believe the story you told me in the beginning, right? If talking to the defense. And so far, they're able to lay it out to this point. You know, they're getting there with I want to know the rest of, I got to know what happened once he got in there. At some point, will they talk about that? You know, I think they're setting, like, there's this stuff with Higgins, you know, why show it and all these things. They're really, because the prosecution wants me to believe Karen Reed was the bad one. Look at her. She's flirting with this man while dating another man. Blah, 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 blah. Well, he was engaging with her the entire time, doing pretty much the same thing, even though he knew that man. You're right?
Right.
So,
Yep.
come on, give me a break here. You know, none of it is just not, I don't know. It links all this stuff together and these people together, right? Because when you get to the bar where they were hours before, then you see this Higgins guy is there. Then you find out there's these messages ongoing between him and Karen, which still don't show me murder, but they show me all this love triangle possibility stuff. So the defense is like, okay, get out ahead of it. Bring this stuff on out. Let me get up there and cross those witnesses and show the story that you just laid out for them. This is the state's case, right? This is the state's witnesses. This is not the defense is doing an amazing job of crossing the state's witnesses at this point, right?
Right. Lally's red dandruff coffee creamer. Oh, gross. Thanks for that. A great handle. Lally's dandruff coffee creamer says the CERT leader, Kevin O'Hara, said the taillight pieces were geo-marked, but yesterday Bukkake said the pieces weren't exactly located. Did you pick up on that?
And there's different times, right? So think about this. There's different, the ones that they did the geo on were the ones found at the grid search, but there were other times pieces of these taillights were found outside of when that grid search was performed. You know, you got your chief of police, you got the chief riding by randomly in his car, noticing something in the area, the vicinity of where that guy would have been laying that's red. Go check it out. Turns out he's got a trauma bond with Higgins. What? Right? What? They got a what? And I was like, holy cow. There goes my conspiracy theory, right? Yeah, that kind of opened the door. I was like, they're going to point that out. Okay, let's roll with that. Now I got a story to follow.
Casey says O'Hara is one of the only people I trust. Yeah, I found him to be quite a credible witness. I think that O'Hara was duped. There's literally no way, like Andrea Burkhart talked about the fact that she did an archaeology subject in her when she was doing university, and it took them a whole semester to excavate and sift through. And it wasn't snow, it was dirt, but to find things. These guys, CERT comes in and in let's call it less than an hour, managed to find some pretty pertinent stuff. All the stuff they were supposed to find, I think, was the verbiage. And then was shooed away. No, that's enough now. That's enough for today, which in my opinion is because that's all they had, they being MSP, had ready to go to sprinkle out there. That's my opinion. And then they offered their services further and were never called again.
When they described that, right, I felt to myself, if I'm following the police's conspiracy, I mean, not the police, the defense, what they're telling me, I got big questions for stuff like that, right? There's no way. And hold on, I'm sorry, hold on, my dog's trying to get out.
No, you're good. So I guess the standouts for me in that were that they weren't aware, they being cert weren't aware that the vehicle was there. No, you're right. The vehicle was there very, very close. They could have got a picture if they needed it. That they had in less than an hour found some pretty good for the Commonwealth pieces of evidence, and then they were shooed away.
It made me wonder how the pieces got there, when they got there, did they put them there? Because the defense has kind of opened the door to that already. And so I hope if the jury is following, because I'm basing my feelings right now on what I see the defense bringing out in their cross examinations. Right now, the state's telling me their story, their theory, and right now their theory is this woman was jealous and raging and all the things, blah blah blah. She hit him. Okay, now prove it. But got the defense coming up and questioning those same witnesses, telling me that theory, and they're like making me go question that theory now, right? So a lot of this stuff is necessary to bring that out. Some of it I understand gets like, you just want to scream. It's forever. Some like I said, the blood alcohol stuff to me was bullshit, but a lot of some of it's really necessary if you follow the story they're laying out, right? The defense, anyway.
Yes. Did you? What about with Bukkake yesterday? The fact that the largest pieces of tail light were found, like the largest piece, red tail light, were found. Not just days, but weeks after. The very last pieces they found were the biggest pieces, and there was no snow left. Did that stick out to you as being, well, hang on now,
there's a lot of things about that. There's a lot of things he said that stuck out to me, especially things like that. And there was something that they had collected, but it wasn't tested for, gosh, it was a hot minute. I highlighted the dates on that. Because I was like, what? Why would that take so long? 5 weeks? What was it? February 10th. It was submitted to the crime lab on March 14th. Yeah, I was like, why? Why? And then Proctor found 18 more, or on the 18th, he found more pieces. I mean, like, well, they all keep finding these pieces. You got the chief riding by finding a piece. You got Proctor out there finding pieces. You got everybody out there finding something. You got the grid search guys coming. What's going on here? Snow melting, I get it. I understand. Thick snow melting, all the things. Freezing temperatures, I get it. But that's really weird. Because
Steph makes a good point.
You got to think about it this way. If there was, for all that taillight stuff to be present, it would have had to have been present from the beginning when she allegedly hit him. The impact threw him toward the flagpole. These pieces just went with him and some went by the shoe. Okay. So they're laying there with John. And again, light snowfall. Reflective lights, headlights. I mean, nobody's, what's her name? Jen and them leave at some point, taking Julie and that other girl home. Nobody sees John or nothing. And for the next day, the next morning, there they show up. And John's found covered up in the snow and Carrie's brushing it all away from his face. Everybody's running around for a hot minute and lights are everywhere and nobody sees this damn shoe by the curb. Nobody sees reflective pieces by the curb and nobody sees any around John at all. Not even in the vicinity. But here we are. It's crazy to me. I can't process that.
What about how the snow the leaf blower didn't reveal none of those taillight pieces revealed themselves when the
Right.
leaf blower was blowing
I think
around
they
for
were
a
all
fairly
put there at
decent.
different times. If for it to fit, they would have all had put out there at different times to be found at different times. Like, why would y'all crazy asses? You got if the snow's bad enough, it's gonna be hard to plant the stuff. You got to take all things into consideration. Like here's one thing I'm hung up on this conspiracy thing though, because if I'm a cop and my brother's a cop, and I got a man inside my house who's also a cop and an ATF agent, and I got a man down in my home, what am I going to do? Shouldn't one of us have a really good idea? We're just
Well,
going to
they'd
go
all
throw him in
been
the snow. We're going to go put
they'd
him
all
in the
been drinking.
snow and hope
They've all
for a
been
good
drinking.
story in the morning. I mean, it's
No, well,
crazy.
they knew a blizzard. They did know a blizzard was coming. I think they'd
But
all been drinking, and we've just sort of talked about this before. That I mean, we all know nobody makes good decisions when
oh
they're
God, no,
drinking.
God, no. Yeah.
So I think hubris plays a huge part
So
in
do you
that
think they
decision
were
also.
just so intoxicated? I'm like, logically speaking, I'm trying to get there to make this conspiracy work right. Because they wouldn't have come up with the idea to say Karen hit him right away at
They thought
2:30 in the
they were gonna
morning. They don't,
no, I
you
think they
know,
were gonna try and put it on the plow driver, Lucky Lachlan.
like y'all think they had a theory to put him out
Yeah.
there and say the plow driver hit him when he got out or something.
Yeah.
Okay. And then
But I don't think
this other,
I think they did everything on
yeah.
the fly, Salty. I don't think there was no mastermind conspiracy. All it takes is for all those people in the house
Oh, I know.
to be there
Here's the thing. You can't have, in my mind, you don't need a massive amount of people to have a conspiracy. You don't. That's why my list is not big, right? There's only a few key players in this. Like once the state police had to step in, these conspirators needed somebody from the state police. Was Proctor the great
Michael Proctor.
perfect
Yes,
guy?
Michael Proctor.
Exactly.
Bessie,
Perfect guy.
his children babysat by Chris Albert's wife, Julie Albert, who's Brian Albert's sister-in-law.
Yeah. I
Babysit
just
like
think, yeah. And then if you look at the paramedic who heard, I hit him. Turns out she's got ties to Caitlin Albert, and then was maybe not so forthcoming about those ties, things of that nature. Was she a pawn in their game and was,
yes.
you know what I mean? Just like, was she really unaware that she was being
So
used
yes, I
the
think
whole
my
time?
theory on Katie McLaughlin is that she is a bit like Kerry Roberts, not one of the in crew, but knows,
Yeah.
she's a townie. She's grown up with all those people.
Right.
Not particularly assertive, and maybe her moral compass. And I don't think none of these people thought it was going to turn into this. And so a few poor
Exactly.
choices, being kind of bullied
Yeah.
and railroaded by someone like Jen McCabe. The people inside the house, I'm not going to be fucking with Brian Albert if he's telling me to shut the
Right.
fuck up and you're all going down. If we go down, we all go down together, right?
Well, you got,
And then
exactly. And you just got some very key people. Now I think it was Tully. Was it you were curious to know if I was curious about Tully, and I was like, yeah, because the name is coming up and keeps, and the defense keeps making sure I know it's brought up.
So you also
Right,
got
but
to
they
keep
haven't
in
got
mind too
there
that
yet.
the thick blue wall also, or the thin blue line, is
You
it's
have to think
technically
about
called.
that. You have to consider that here, because
Yes.
it could be very small. A lot of these guys that are connected grew up together or went to school together, knew each other long term. You also got to consider the area and things that will happen in places, but you can't have like multiple agencies and all these people involved. It's too risky. So you got your core group, right? The Alberts and the McCabes, Higgins and Carey. And then you
You've
got
also
Katie and Paul Gallagher, Lank. Tully,
So these are all people that
Yuriy,
have all,
what the hell?
yeah,
You right?
they've
Yeah.
all grown up together. You've got
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of components in this. You've also got people who don't have any curiosity and who are just, it's easier to look the other
Yeah.
way. What the bystander effect, right?
Yeah.
So they look the other way. They just go, yeah. Like they take the easiest route, which is just to believe what they're told by a very, in my opinion, a very convincing orator, Jennifer McCabe, when she's in her element, not necessarily so much when she's on the stand, and you've got people the standing together, brothers, and no one wants to fuck with Brian Albert. You've got a lot of interwoven and meshed sort of small town relationships, even though it's not a small town, but effectively they all grew up together. And I think it's very conceivable. All it needs is a couple of people, and the rest to be like meh, like no real conviction, and it's very plausible. That
Yeah.
the conspiracy thing is what the antis have been saying all along, is that it's bullshit to think that this 60 or 70 person conspiracy, they knew everything. They didn't have to know everything, but then hubris and ego comes in, like former
Look, all
Lieutenant
they needed,
Gallagher.
all they needed Katie to do was confirm that she heard, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Katie would have done it. I'm sorry, that's the vibe I got. So there, Katie became a part of it at that moment. If I'm going down that theory, they needed somebody to do that besides
Well,
Jen.
that didn't
And
even come out until much later. She did, that was a much
right,
later thing.
so it wasn't an early statement. It wasn't like in the beginning. It was crazy. And so I'm paying attention to when she says things, like even her grand jury testimony. There was just something about Katie. Her credibility started to go down. Not my fault again. That's hers. And I say that with judges and trials. It's not my fault. It's yours. You triggered this thought and reaction. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's hard for people. A lot of, like I've talked about this before. The culture of favoritism, nepotism, having allegiances with people starts, and people in like family, kids sports. One guy coaches the baseball team, and so they choose their best friend's child to do this and that. That kind of just sticking together is a cultural thing that
Yeah.
and making choices based on favoritism and stuff, making decisions based on who you know, not what you know, and I mean, not everybody has a strong moral compass either, and so then
That's
it's like
true.
that's very easily, the culture of that kind of attitude can very easily grow in a very enmeshed little community where everybody knows everybody, and there's the haves and the townies and the not townies, the McAlbert clan and all their favorites, and it's a very sort of small town vibe. I think it's 28,000 is the population of Canton, but they're all suburbs that run into each other. It's not actually
And they
separate
have,
towns.
Jen's husband, it turns out, owns a multi-million-dollar cybersecurity company. I was like,
Right.
what? Who else would know how to delete a bunch of stuff from an iPhone that nobody seems to know how got deleted? Like, no one's explained that deletion stuff yet. Y'all tried, but we're going to just ignore that? Okay. That's what I'm thinking as a juror. We're going to ignore that? Okay. Then I learned, which jurors don't know this, but I do, what he does for a living and the company he owns. And I was like, well, damn. Well, damn. Who else would have known to do stuff, like delete stuff? Somebody with connections?
Yes, exactly. There's a lot of
So
theories out
there's a
there
lot
that
of
perhaps
things. Here's the thing. I'm trying. I've really have focused on what they're testifying to in court. Right? It's the only way I'm going to get to the bottom of this through all the noise. Is the way I'm looking at it. So I always focus on that, and CSI shit is my jam. That all matters to me. And honestly, just watching the prosecution tell me their version, watching the defense come back and argue against that version. The defense is winning.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
they had to get me there, though, to figure out how these people were connected, why they would do that. He's getting there. He's starting to tell me that story. Like I said, some found those text messages to be painful. They were, but I understood why the defense came back the way they did with those text messages. Because not, to me, it didn't make Karen look bad. It honestly didn't. It made him appear also that he could have been jealous, a little, it just showed me two people communicating, stuff like that. They're just not, they're not landing stuff hard enough.
No.
Yeah. They're just
But
not.
and do you feel that maybe the defense seems to be landing more? Whether it's,
Yes.
I mean, it's a stronger narrative, for want of a better word.
Yeah, and
whether
the
it's
defense is showing, they're pointing out the really bad way that they found these pieces of evidence that matters. The way they collected the clothes off the floor, and they did what with them for how many days before they turned them over, like it where, no, there's a lot of bad things happening. Investigate on that side, the CSI side, that goes along with this, with the defense is pointing all that out, leading up to, also they're going to show that with a lot of this stuff planted later, because it is found at random different times of what snow melt, different times the snow melts. You're finding more pieces as the snow melts. We get it. But are you really? That kind of thing.
bigger and bigger pieces, mind you, bigger and
Yeah,
bigger.
large as the snow melts, the pieces get larger. Go figure. How many pieces can we have of this woman's taillight? Do they all match that taillight? All of them. Every little piece you found. You don't seem to know where they were found. They're just in the vicinity. Gotcha.
Yes.
Gotcha. They could have been there from what? One of those 5 kids that lived there could have had a little bump and go in the front yard out there. Shattered a taillight for all we know. Dropped it right there on the curb where those pieces near John O'Keefe's shoe was found. Do they match Lexa's lens? I don't know.
Well,
I guess.
they did piece back all of the taillight pieces in the first trial.
All of
So there's
it?
actually
Damn.
all of it. No, minus bar one little piece, which is the piece that Karen says
shit.
that she missed when she noticed that there was a crack in the taillights. So
So after all that time, not one little piece got stuck in somebody's tire and drove away with it, or
no, it was perfect.
It was all
Perfect,
well, it was
Father.
preserved in the
Perfect.
snow. It was frozen in the snow, Miss Shorty. It's yeah, okay, right? Yeah.
Right. So exactly. And didn't come
And the
out. None
snow
of it came
plows
out.
coming along and moving the snow around. I guess they're thinking,
And she drove all the way to Dighton, and then came back with the Lexus came back on the tow truck, and none of those shattered pieces
just fell out, right?
Yeah, and then when they get back into the Sally Port and the taillight suddenly just a casing, basically, it's wild. Like it's wild.
It is. There's a lot about this taillight. The defense is really highlighting. Okay, if you're watching the defense right now, they're really highlighting this taillight lens of where every little piece was found, when it was found, by who, what was documented about the pieces, and then about this crack in the taillight that the witnesses said they saw. A crack in her taillight, not a broken taillight, a cracked. So they're really highlighting those things right now. And remember, the defense is not even up yet. They're not presenting their case right now. It's the state. So they're doing a really good job of going at their witnesses, in my opinion, right now. If I'm a juror, they're really pointing out stuff that makes you go, make note of that, right?
Right.
So that's where you're at right now if you're a juror. So, well, me anyway.
Interesting. No, it's been really, really helpful to hear your insights. It's so hard for me and for us to not go, yeah, but I sometimes I can't
I
restrain myself.
know. Yeah.
Spoiler alert, but just wait, we'll get there. Come with us, and I think you're doing a really good job of. And it's interesting what's stuck out to you, what's stuck in your mind, what's been noteworthy, and what's kind of
Oh my
talking
God.
points to you. Can you imagine what these poor jurors in any jury, not just this jury, not being able to talk at all about
Right?
anything to do with anything until they go back to deliberate, until
You know
they've
what's
been handed.
annoying to me? They're not allowed to have their notes. They have to close their notebooks. Like, no, don't take my notes, please. I need to go sort through them and read them and sort and soak this in, right? From the day I've took, if I'm a juror, let me just sit with myself for a moment in my notes, right? And just let me sit for a minute, contemplate, and then I'll talk, but yeah, not being able to at least do that. Just think about it. When if you're one of these jurors, what are you really thinking? If you know nothing except what you're hearing in that courtroom, and, are they processing this at night? Are they able to put it together in their heads once they get away from their notes? They have certain, time. Are they remembering certain people? I think they are, because I can do that. Right? Just like thinking in my head. If I'm sitting outside with my coffee, I can think about it in my head and remember, well, this was going on and that and that. I'm like, yeah, So I think about all the things because I have to make it make sense or it's not going to work. So could she have hit him? I had to say yes, if I'm looking at it fairly. Could have. Do I believe it was on purpose? Like, oh my God, I hate you? Never in a million years. I'll never believe that. At this point, we're done. I'll never believe it. Could she have hit him accidentally and drove away? Yeah. But could he have entered that home and something happened just as well? Yes. Yes. And it's leaning
So
more
that
toward, I need to pay really attention to what was going on at this house. He's found there, for God's sake. You know what I mean?
So
There's
basically, if you're a juror, we can probably think that that's where they're at the moment. They're kind
Yeah,
of going,
I would
yes,
think
it could be,
so.
because there hasn't been anything either
To
way shown
discredit that
by
yet,
the.
right? Mm-hmm.
No, exactly, or to prove it. The Commonwealth hasn't,
Exactly.
in my opinion, hasn't pushed the needle at all
No,
outside
because
of
right.
innocent.
Exactly. Here's the thing, they're talking about taillight pieces found from Karen Reed's vehicle. So the jury's thinking, okay, they're still thinking then if those are her pieces, she could have hit him. But the defense is really driving home that it wasn't never her car. Remember that. Opening statements, car never hit this man. He was in that house. Go watch the opening statements again. The car never hit that man.
Hey.
But here we are with her pieces found all over this man, right? In the lawn and on the side of the street. Just like, what? But the defense is pointing out that they're found at different times, found by random people, sketchy ways. The pieces themselves were collected in odd ways. There was all these different. The CERT team comes in, the chief with eyeball and stuff rides by. No, that's too much. That's the sketchy shit going down right there. So the defense is really
Boom.
highlighting all that, right? Sketchy shit. So the defense is doing a pretty good job at highlighting that right now. Because to me, that's all like, no. Then I find out that chief that saw that piece on his random ride by has a trauma bond with Higgins, the man who might have injured or lured John O'Keefe to the home that night over a
I hate that man.
jealousy.
I truly hate him.
There we go. Do I got the story right, Mr. Defense Man? Yes, I do. Gotcha. I'm following.
I've
Right?
got to let Buster out quickly, but Colors Flight has a question. I
Okay.
know we haven't seen anything yet from any crash reconstructionist, anything at all. There's been no science, bitch, basically. Yes, Bussy, 1 second. I got to let Buster out, that's all. But
Okay.
Colors Flight asks, Salty, do you think she could have hit him in the arm and busted her tail light like that without bruising or breaking his arm? discuss. I'll
There-
let the dogs out. Hang on.
They said earlier today, was it today? Or not today, obviously, it's Saturday, yesterday or Thursday. I think it was yesterday, Friday, when they were describing what they saw in John's body, or what's his name was testifying. He made the comment about, he was talking about the eyes and they were the abrasions, whatever, bruising to the back of John's right hand. And I thought, well, that's like the first time I've heard about bruising to the back of John's hand. Was John holding a cocktail cup in his right hand?
What about being hit by a vehicle with
I'm
with
like,
no bruising on his arm, no broken arm, no dislocated
yeah,
shoulder,
that
no
part's
bruising on his
odd.
body?
The only thing about that is all they got is those lacerations. Where is all the rest of that, right? Where is that, the broke bone? What about what's going on there? I need a doctor, some experts, wound care people, wound experts on both sides to come in and tell me what that is, right? If I'm a juror, for sure,
And
for sure.
so
Come tell me what that
it's
is.
weird
They
that
haven't watched YouTube videos and stuff like us guys. Got to give them. Remember that. Be easy on the jurors. That's all they know is that shit they're showing in
But
court.
also, don't you think it's weird though then that the person who's testifying at this point to the injuries he saw on Officer John O'Keefe is the
Consistent.
pseudo lead investigator, Trooper
Oh
Bukake,
yeah.
but then so we could actually have already had testimony from the medical examiner testifying to and going through in much detail all of the documented injuries to John's body, but we don't have that yet. So it's no wonder that you're not really definitive
Well,
on
here's
that
the
because
thing. Well, no, I
something to
I
know.
have I have an opinion because that was the first time I've heard anything about bruising on the back of the hand.
That was
That
a
doesn't
fighter's
tell me.
bruise.
Yeah, that doesn't tell
In our
me that John O'Keefe was outside and got hit by a car. It doesn't tell me that because from what they have described so far, I've paid close attention to. And what they've described so far to his face alone could have very well been done inside that house with one blow, one punch, two punches, went down. Did you fall down, hit the back of your head, causing that abrasion back there that's just bleeding, right? No gash, none of that's happening. It's bleeding. So I know what happened. I feel like you fell backwards. I'm talking about the victim fell backwards, hit the back of his head. On what? That 6-inch berm, that frozen ground, or the floor in the house, right? What made him fall down? Was it a car or was it a man's fist in the house? What caused the
Right.
injuries to the arm? The car or the dog? This man didn't die of a dog bite,
No.
okay?
But
He
he
died of
also couldn't have the
something
Commonwealth's
else.
theory is that he was hit in the arm. That's the taillight caused those
But
scratches on
I
his
don't
arm.
see an
So an
injury.
intact
An
intact
feel
taillight
like,
doesn't do that. It bruises and
no,
breaks. It doesn't, and there was no bruising or fracture on
mm-mm.
anything other than his
It doesn't match
skull,
up right
and it was
now
all
with
bled.
that. Yeah. Like I said, they haven't sold me on enough evidence yet that she backed over him even at all yet. Right. I get it. They have found a bunch of taillight pieces everywhere and all that. And they're telling me what her movements were, what she did and backed over him. I know what they've said. Like I'm thinking that in my head, right? I know what they're telling me, but they've yet to prove to me because the defense has done laid the foundation that there's something sketchy with this light that I need to be aware of. I'm the jury.
Yes.
If they're paying attention,
Yes.
they understand right now there's something up with this tail light and the defense is telling me about it, right? When are they going to get to the Sally port, right? When are they going to get to how they believe? Because the defense believes it was just a crack. That tail light was busted in the Sally port, correct? So
Yes, actually, there hasn't been the witness. I'm pretty sure the defense will bring him in, but
yeah,
Nick Barros, who was the Dighton police officer who attended the towing of Karen's Lexus, and he testifies very definitively that the taillight was cracked, small crack, not shattered. They haven't.
You mean the guy that
Commonwealth won't
towed
bring
it
him in.
from Dighton? The tow truck
No,
driver from
it was he
Dighton?
was at no, it was he was he was from the police department in Dighton. He went to
Oh,
oversee that. And he testified that, and so the Commonwealth brought him in last time. It was like, well, this is a Commonwealth witness. The Commonwealth won't bring him in this time, but I guarantee you the defense will.
hell
Very,
yeah.
very like with unwaveringly one of the, so he has no ties to any of these Canton people because it's a different town, right?
Right.
So that's a little spoiler thing. They're the things we know that, like, it's not just the defense saying it was this, it was that they're actually corroborating witnesses.
Yeah, they
One
seem
very
to.
brave man.
Here's the thing about it. Conspiracy is not like just a bad word, right? It's really a technical term, and just the number of people involved make it a
Two or
conspiracy.
more.
And
Two or more.
right. And so the defense is doing a really good job. And like you said, even bringing it out, uncovering it, and I'm looking forward to their witnesses too. They've got an interesting witness list. Will they call them all? We don't know yet, right? I hope they do.
Well, I don't think they call them all,
You
but
know.
yeah. I mean, really, the world is the defense's oyster. I think that.
Do you think they'll call Higgins? Because I need to hear. I've got a couple of questions for him that I feel are very
I don't.
unanswered right now.
I think that the Higgins being called will be a close call for the defense, whether they will or not, because it's risky. Can be risky.
Why?
Because at the moment he's just a cringy guy with cringy text. But
here's the thing. Let me ask you this then. How are they going to let me know what time that man left the residence that night? 'Cause I need him to come and testify.
Well, he'll testify that he left.
That.
What he'll testify to is that he left immediately after, but because they didn't have any Jamesons, they only had beers. He didn't want to drink
Yeah,
beer,
he
so he
didn't.
left.
He didn't want the whiskey. They didn't have whiskey, so but he said.
Correct.
Did he testify
But he didn't.
between 12:30 and 1?
He testified that he left just after, just about 12:30. Basically, hightailed it out of there. Basically, when John's phone movements stop, that's when Higgins says he left. Suspicious, but they've got
No, he could
actually.
have hit him right then. What if he hit him? What if Karen did drop him off and he gets out and she
He wasn't hit
pulls
by. Well, no,
away?
he wasn't hit. It could be if the
But
science
Nagel didn't see
matched
him.
that.
But Nagel didn't see that Jeep sitting there at that point in time.
No, because the Jeep wasn't there. In my opinion, the Jeep was across the road in Kelleher's driveway.
Like parked at the other place, parked somewhere else. And what the hell does Jen McCabe? That makes sense. But what the hell was Jen McCabe looking at?
Exactly. Well, she was lying.
She said she saw the Jeep sitting out there. She testified to that. She saw the Jeep. She saw Karen. Then she saw Karen go up. Nagel says he pulls up behind her, him and Ricky. No Jeep, but Karen's there, and Karen moves up. He sees the same movements that Jen's seeing, but they don't see. One sees a Jeep and one doesn't. Like what?
Yeah, because Jen's lying about that.
Obviously, because I believe that little Nagel guy. I had no reason to believe that young man was lying about what he saw. What is he going to lie about? He had nothing to lie about. He goes to pick up his sister. He tells me exactly what he saw. His girlfriend at the time told me exactly what she saw. They fell in right behind John and Karen. How come they never saw John get out of that vehicle, but yet didn't see him when they rode by? That's when I go back to, did Karen pull up, John get out, and they not see him as he was walking because they're still approaching, and then they get there. John's in the house. Julie takes her time, and she comes out and let him know she's not leaving. I don't know. I have to make all that make sense, right? And then why does this cop throw this man out in the snow and hope and pray he comes up with a story by daylight? Okay, well, get me there, defense, because they're getting me there, but I got to figure that part out too. It's mind-boggling. You know what I mean?
It's all very mind-boggling. I can't wait to hear.
This trial, this case has it all, doesn't it? All the elements. Even if you don't want the elements there, they're there. You can't help it. It's like back in the day when OJ was the case. You know what I mean? It's like that. Because if you feel like justice isn't being served, that's not cool to convict somebody who is innocent. And it's especially not cool to frame somebody. It's not.
No.
It's really not. It goes against all of our constitutional rights. It's not acceptable. A shoddy crime scene investigation is not acceptable. You contaminated everything along the step of the way. Everything you've touched has been contaminated along the way in this case. That's not acceptable this day and age. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. All right. Well, Salty, why don't we check in with you again when the
Yeah.
Commonwealth rested its case, whatever weekend that is. I
Yeah.
think it might be. I have a feeling they might go all of next week, but maybe not. So we might check in with. Well, no, let's check in 2 weeks, regardless. How about that? Because I've probably got
That
Karen
sounds
Cole.
good. Yeah.
Yeah, let's check in
Yeah,
again in
it's
2
going to be an
weeks.
interesting 2 weeks, right? Between as they move through the different witnesses they got to get through. So we'll see what the exciting ones are that I need to hear from in this tale. You know what I mean? That the defense is laying out for me right now. But yeah, but that's where I sit as a juror. That right now, if I'm weighing it based on the evidence I've been presented in court and facts they've presented from these different experts, all these testimonies, I'm not so sure this woman did what the state's telling me. And the
Bravo.
defense is starting to tell me the story of why that man was never hit by a car. He died in that home. Something happened in that home, right? Are we getting
Well,
there? Yeah, I think we're getting there finally. I feel like.
yes.
So
Now, Salty, what have you got tomorrow morning? Because I know it's not Karen Reid. So if people need a break from Karen Reid, you've got something happening in the morning, right?
okay, yeah. I almost forgot tomorrow is Sunday. Yeah, so I was gonna start a Crystal Rogers presentation, but I needed to break that up in a couple of parts, and I know that before her trials start later. Not her trials, but her convicted murderer's trials start later. But tomorrow instead, I'm going to pivot and I'm going to organize that stuff for a different show. But I'm going to cover some stuff on Brian Kohberger. It's take it all with a big old grain of salt. It's Salty Sunday. But we're going to review, it was a Dateline episode on Friday night. And I've watched it and took notes, and I'm going to review it with the community and talk about what they talked about in that episode. Some interesting stuff they said from their, sources. So, again, but Dateline sources a long time ago, they caught hell for running a piece on Kohberger. And they made some bold statements in there that turned out to be true according to court documents. So, how much of what they just told us is true, we'll see. Somebody leaked some stuff to Dateline, but I'm not the YouTube police or the mainstream media police. I let people be, stay in my lane, do my business. I'm here to evaluate it, right? We're true crimers.
Beautiful.
So
All
that's
right,
what we're
what
doing.
time's that in the morning?
I think I set it for 10:30 in the morning. Yeah, 10:30 in the morning. And it's Mother's Day. I didn't think about that till after I set it up, which is weird since I have kids. But not doing anything special tomorrow anyway, so just chilling. But yeah. So if everybody's just chilling at home or want to come hang out, yeah,
Beautiful. All
gonna
right.
do that.
Well, thank you so much,
And then-
Salty. Thank you for your time. Everybody go and subscribe to Salty. We'll drop a link in the chat now, and I'll pop your link to your channel in the description box as soon as we get off here so that replay crew
Yeah.
can grab it and subscribe also. So
Well, thank
thank
you.
you, Salty.
Yeah. Well,
Thank
thank
you.
you for
Thank
having me.
you.
We'll be back at it Monday, ready for
Yes.
court
Yes.
Monday
And yes,
morning.
Monday
So
morning court, Salty Sleuth Investigates. Yes. Thank you, Salty. We'll
yeah.
talk to you in a couple of
Thank you
weeks.
so much. Thank you, chat. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. Bye.
Bye. Well, chat, what a great conversation. See, Arca's heading off to bed. Thank you so much, Arca, for being here. Gally May, I don't know. I've been live streaming for a year, so almost a year. It's coming up to a year in July, so happy to see you. Thank you so much. Princey went to bed. Respect. You know what? Respect. I commend you for your dedication to the trolling cause. Well, not trolling, but you're persistent, and persistence is an admirable quality. So thank you for your input. We kind of do know, though. Yes. Thank you so much to my girl Motion to Scream What the Fuck Granted for like everything, just for existing really, but for all your backstage support, your compiling of everything, your amazing documents. Yikes. Shelley's going to do their Pokemom's going to do the timestamps for tonight. Good luck with that, girl. 5 hours 20. I managed to get last weekend's 5-hour stream timestamped in about 4 hours. So challenge on, girl. Choking on my hilarity. Yikes. So could somebody please drop Salty's wow, I'm dying here. Salty's link so chat can subscribe if you're not already. If you'd like a little quiet place to with not 40,000 people watching the trial, Salty's your place to go. You've also got Justice Serve TV, all of the channels spoilt for choice. What else? Colors, Galliame says Colors Flight. I'll be back. Yes, we do recaps every Friday and Saturday. Camp Shorty's always every Friday and Saturday night, unless I have time off work, which is almost never my regular job. So thank you all for the gifted memberships, new members, interesting questions and comments, the super chats, the super stickers. Such a good time always at Camp Shorty. Thank you to the gorgeous moderators. I love you all very much. And Shorties, I love you all very much. Shunned One, thank God. Wait. Pause. Hey, I don't have my top tucked into my trackies, my sweats today. I almost forgot. It's Mother's Day. And Shunned One sent me a Mother's Day present. And I cried. Poppy's like, what is this? Hang on, my earbuds are dying. They're like, oh my God, Shorty, 5.5 hours of streaming. We can't. It says open first. Poppy, you're very panting again. She's like, are we almost done here? Thank goodness you're here, Shunned One. I'm the worst. I'm the worst. And I'll get the card too. Hang on. This is from Buster and Poppy. Happy Mother's Day to me from Buster and Poppy. Oh, that's so beautiful. They are my colors, Shunned One. Oh my goodness, wait. Some earrings. You know me too well. Oh, wait. Let me scroll through. Look at these little piggies. Oh my God. They're so cute. I know what earrings I'm. Poppy, hi. Poppy's got a toy. She's so excited. Stop it, Shunned One. Chat. Look at these. Wait, I'll do the whole YouTuber thing. Can you see that? It's the Miss Shorty, wait, OG logo. Can we see? With a little roller skate. There we go. With a little roller. Wait. My fingers. With a little roller skate. Wow. What's this one? So there's two of them, obviously, 2 ears. And then these. Oh, this is cool. This is a bit of a Discord joke. It's not a joke. Shunned One made this. Oh my goodness, can I do it? Shunned One made this picture of me in AI, which is a Russian Miss Shorty. She's got tattoos and she's wearing a Russian. Oh, I can't with it. Wait. And then that's the picture in there too. Can we see it? There we go. Get those lights off there. They're gorgeous. I can't get the lights to not reflect. There we go. Thank you so much. Do you know what? I don't have a little jewelry box for all my earrings. Wait. Look, this is where you can put your studs. This is perfect. So you can put your studs in here. Can you see these little holes? Poppy, you don't wear earrings. Chad. Wait. You know me too well, Shunned One. I'm a sucker for some bloody good earrings. Look at Yes. I love them. That's so cool. Not even self-indulgent of me to be constantly just wearing Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you so much. That's so beautiful. Color says, I love pigs. Happy Mother's Day to all the hot, single, and even married women. Open the back bit. Wait, I did, didn't I? I just did. The back bit, the back bit. That was this bit. That's where these were. And wait, pause. Pretend I'm not moving off camera for 1 second. That's me reaching. That's the sound of me reaching. And this was my card, which I cried about. Happy Mother's Day, Mum. From Buster, Poppy, and Stephanie Blabity Blah's boyfriend, Timmy. I'll tell Timmy said hi. That's so sweet. Thank you so much. And wait, there's another package. My mouse just did that by itself. For giveaways, open last. Wait, I'm going to get my scissors. Gosh, I'm so underprepared.
Shawty, swing my way. Swing it over here, shawty.
I think I know what this is.
How did you get my digits? Question mark, question mark, question mark,
Yes,
question mark.
Shelley, the
question mark.
ever elusive Timmy. Oh, I didn't know what this is. Wow. Wait. What are you guys doing? Dave, I'm surprised you're still alive and awake. This is for giveaways. We'll have to raffle these off. Another pair of the Miss Shorty earrings, the big ones. What did you say, Simi? What are you being rude over there about? Poppy, what are you doing down there? So we've got 3 pairs. We'll have to work out a competition chat. 3 pairs of the Miss Shorty earrings. Love. I'm not going to open these. OG. And is the other one the OG too? I think the other one's probably the Russian girl, right? Let me flip it. Pull up, bitch. Oh my God. Watch me fumbling in real time. Easy peasy. Hey, thank you all for being here. Shunned One, help me out. What's in the other pack? Is it the OG? 2 OGs? Anyway, 2 of the other ones. I think it might be 1 Russian girl, 1 OG. Hermetically sealed. Is that a word? Oh, that's so sweet. Poppy, goodness gracious. Calm the fuck down. Poppy goes, I'm never calm. Yep, 1 of each. Okay, well, in the Discord, we will work out some sort of competition. Colors, you and your sleeving patterns. I swear to God, you should live in Australia and I should live in the States, because I swear I wake up when you should be waking up with your time zone, and then you wake up when I really should be waking up like a normal person. So we've both got our times all arse about. Chat, what a great night. Thank you so much. Hey, next weekend I'll be on Uncivil Law with Andrea Burkhart. Wait, I'm sorry, what? Apparently Kurt was in here tonight. He said he'll send me a DM on Monday. They are not sealed, lol. Well, fuck. Are they a Ziploc? It looks like it's sealed. Oh, no, you're right. Wait, aren't I? Why am I like this? They feel like they're sealed. Look, it's got a tear pack. I don't want to tear it. See? Well, we should live next to each other, yes. Poppy's like, get the fuck out of here. Let's have some cheese. I'm so looking forward to it too. Don't you worry. Tell everybody. I promise to be good. I promise to be sensible and respectable. Never. I never, ever, ever. Look at this beautiful. Isn't that gorgeous? Hey, Andrea will come on your show, Lisa. Yes, she will. Maybe. Maybe I should get Andrea and Bob and Ali. Maybe. Maybe. Nope. Open. Wait, what? Okay. Fuck. Why am I opening them? I feel like I'm opening someone else's present, man. OG. Ah, Simi, you're going to behave. I don't know about that, man. I love you all, guys. I love you all so much, shorties. I was feeling really dead. My Discord shorties can attest. I was feeling really down after last night's live stream. It's just me. And now I'm not. See, we turned our frown upside down. I don't want to open. Too late now. I've opened it. Gosh. Gosh. Okay. Now they're opened. I feel like I've opened someone else's present. Maybe I can get a better look on that. They're so, Shunned One, they're so beautiful. You're such a beautiful friend. Thank you so much. No, they don't. It's too late. I've opened them and I've teared them. Fuck. See? This is why I can't have nice things, Shunned One. Bob and Ali already have been on my channel, Akasha. Check it out, man. We talked about Delphi. It was great. It was great. It was in November from Defense Diaries, I think, last year. Takapina, Bob and Ali Motta. Not bad for a little irresponsible YouTube creator from Australia. Here, I'm going to put these earrings in. And then we're going to go because poor what the fuck is going to die of exhaustion. I'll just wear one like Madonna. Where have I put the other one? Why am I like this? The other one's somewhere. I've got so much mess here. Look. Wait. Pretty sure I just ordered the Miss Shorty logo t-shirt. Have I paid for it yet? Not sure. I'll wear them all together. I'll wear my Miss Shorty pants as well. True. See? True. She's tired. She says, shut the fuck up, Shorty. Now, enough rambling by me. You know we all need to finish the night with Chat Is Bay. Because Chat Is Bay, they do look good. I love them. They're lightweight, like so my earlobes won't turn into crazy long earlobes any longer than they already are. They're not long. My earlobes are fine. Okay, I'm rambling. Thank you, everyone. It's such a beautiful community. I do love you all very, very much. These could be my new favorite earrings, all of them. I'll have to stream more so I can wear more earrings and more merch. Akasha, right? This is every day. This is every day. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers for tomorrow in the States. Every day should be Mother's Day, right? Happy Mother's Day to all you Aussie mothers today. If you're not a mother, happy Mother's Day to your mother, your mama. And I'll see you all next weekend somewhere, somehow. Whether it's here on Uncivil Law, I'm not sure. Free Karen Reid, like free Karen Reid. Thank you, Salty Sleuth Investigates, and free Karen Reid. Mwah.
I love you all so very much. We had a blast just chatting and stuff. Things may have gone bit off the rails. Professional when all else fails. 'Cause chat is babe, so much to say. Emotes and all the caps out. May have been cheese, bit faster please. The time has come, Camp Shorty out. We're skating through all the tough things, learning about this and that, defense motions, prosecution, and narcissistic twats. 'Cause chat is babe, so much to say. Emotes and all the all caps out. May have been cheese, bit faster please. The time has come, Camp Shorty out. Community, just you and me. Occasionally, Buster and Poppy. It's a whole thing, Miss Shorty swing.